Good. Mr. Rawat.
Good morning, Commissioner. We are continuing with the evidence of the Honourable Premier this morning. Before we do so, you may recall, Commissioner, that yesterday the Honourable Premier referred to, when we were asking questions about the Virgin Islands Neighbourhood Partnership Project, to two articles which referred to the Auditor General's report of that project. We, during the course of the day, found one of those articles which dates from the 12th of February 2019, and which was canvassed with the Premier. That, therefore, as an article, and I should formally ask for this, but it forms part of the record of the Commission.
Yes.
With the assistance of Sir Geoffrey Cox QC, we also found the second article, a copy of which is now, I think, on your desk and with the Honourable Premier. And that dates from the 12th of January 2012, and as the Premier pointed out, it is from the BVI Beacon. I'm going to ask that that also gets admitted into the record of the Commission. But if I may, what I would also like to do is read into the record a email that the Commission received from the editor of the BVI Beacon yesterday, because that will give, I think, some context to the article. And the email reads as follows. It's dated the 11th of October 2021. It reads, "Good afternoon, Sir Gary and Mr. Chandler. During COI testimony today on the Neighbourhood Partnership Project, the Premier and Sir Geoffrey Cox suggested that the BVI Beacon published an article in 2012 based on a leaked version of the Auditor General's report on the NPP. That account is not accurate. We did publish an extensive article on the Neighbourhood Partnership Project in January 2012, which I've also attached in PDF. It does mention the Auditor General's NPP report in passing, but the information about the NPP included in the article did not come from any version of her report. As our article explicitly explains, the information came from a packet provided to the House of Assembly by the Ministry of Education and Culture. The relevant section is bolded below, in the below excerpt from our article, and a sidebar titled "The Programme Report" at the end of the online article and on the final page of the attached PDF breaks down the specific documents on which the article was based. The excerpt is as follows, quote, "Later, then Communications and Works Minister Julian Fraser publicly criticised the programme." And then there's a quote from the Honourable Fraser, which is as follows. "We've asked for reports on the programme to see what has been developed, which we haven't received. I haven't personally seen any tangible results, beneficial results, that is, coming out of these programmes," end quote, Mr. Fraser said during a December 2010 HOA meeting. The Ministry of Education and Culture subsequently provided HOA members with a packet of information about the NPP, a copy of which has since been obtained by this newspaper. The documents include contracts and reports about activities in various churches. They also include basic, though often vague and seemingly contradictory information about how the programme spent its $250,000 allocation for 2009. For 2010, by contrast, the documents obtained by the Beacon accounted for less than $6,000 of the $125,000 allocation officials said the NPP received before it was halted mid-year. Those two annual allocations are separate from two payments of $98,400 made to Mr. Skelton Klein's firm for coordinating and managing the project and other related responsibilities, end quote, and that's where the email ends.
Commissioner, if I may, I always start with a prayer, so I'll do that. Our Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, take full control of this proceedings today. Let your will be done, for we have no might against this great company that cometh against us, neither know we what to do, but our eyes are upon thee. And may you, Holy Spirit, take full control of this proceedings, that whatever comes out of any of our mouths or hearts is only aligned with your will for this territory and for us individually. So now I turn this whole proceedings over to you, Holy Spirit, of our Father. hallowed be thy name in heaven as it is in earth. Amen.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I want to state carefully. So the article came and the editor is allowed to do an email to submit to the commissioner inquiry, because it goes back to the testimony of yesterday. All the information is not in this article, and we cannot have this to be the impetus of evidence.
Well, hold on a minute, Premier.
Because we know newspapers.
The article was raised by you,
yes,
Sir Jeffrey.
Exactly, but it was raised under the context of this, that it mentioned the report. No,
it was mentioned in this context.
Right.
There's no sort of mystery and nothing sinister about it.
Mm-hmm.
It was mentioned in the context that in 2012, the Auditor General's report was leaked.
Right.
And in 2019, it was leaked.
Right.
What the editor of the Beacon wrote to us about to say that was not the case. It wasn't leaked. Because what this says clearly is that the Auditor General, it says, said on Friday that her office had delivered the audit report to the Ministry of Education and Culture last month.
Exactly.
That would be in December 2011, after you had left office. And it's currently awaiting a response for inclusion in a final report to be sent to Cabinet.
Right.
So the editor was anxious to correct the impression that his article was based, the Beacon article was based upon a leaked report. It wasn't.
Well, I thank you there for that clarification in that respect, but it's still mentioned that the Auditor General says she was going to submit the report during that time. The point that I want to make that must form part of the record, Commissioner, is that there were more information as far as my memory recollects. I don't know if I could find them now at this time, supplied to the House of Assembly. And newspapers only print what they feel will get their papers sold, which is the section of what was supplied with their analysis of the whole thing. But there were more information supplied to the House of Assembly at that time. I remember that very distinctively. So what I'm saying is that while I do not negate that the newspaper might have read certain parts of the documents to state this and print this, my memory recollects that there was much more supplied. So I just don't want the information here to be the one as you're bearing when you're doing the report.
Well, this lists the information that was in the package that was sent to the House of Assembly members. You would have had that package because you were still a member.
When I was asked, but there was more. I wouldn't know where to find that now. That is 2012, but there was more than just what is here. That's what I'm saying.
More than is listed.
More than here. What is listed here. Here picked out the areas that they were able to calculate according to them as the negative areas.
No.
But there was more.
But the article lists the documents that were in the package.
Well, Commissioner, it says the package includes the following documents, so it's not exhaustive necessarily.
Yeah.
The last paragraph states that the copy of the package obtained by the Beacon includes the following documents. The heading is Programme Report in the article. You have that?
I'm sorry, I can't find that.
Sorry,
in this copy.
There's a heading, Programme Report.
It's an insert box on, I think.
Oh, I've got it.
On the penultimate page.
Yeah.
It says, in early 2011, the Ministry provided the House of Assembly with a packet of information about the project. A copy obtained by the Beacon includes the following documents.
Yes.
So my point is, it's not necessarily an exhaustive list.
That may be so. That may be so. Okay, but so what you're saying is that the information looked at both by the Beacon, which was separate from the information looked at by the Auditor General, and the information looked at by the Auditor General may paint a false picture.
Well, I'll put it this way. I cannot say that neither of them have the accurate picture, because you can't be relying on a newspaper article with due respect to the Beacon. as evidence when you're dealing with newspapers or online. What it did do is clarify that it wasn't a leak per se, but it did mention that as a general says she's going to hand in the report, which justifies that it was never made public at that time, at least.
But the underlying information was made available to members of the House and to you.
And more information, because as you rightfully heard, that there was more information. So I don't know how they analyze it. I don't know how they assess it, but there was more information.
And so when you got this information, what did you do?
Well, at that time, as my memory recollects, you carried it to the House. The House asked for information, and I took it to the House. The member that was in question was on our side. Like I said, there was some political concerns. So I wanted to make sure that once the House asks for information, you know, and the standing orders allow it, you take it to the House. But there was more information in this. I don't remember what all, but I can remember there was more information.
When you say you took it to the House, what do you mean?
The House would have been asking questions about this. I said that yesterday. So this would have been this would have reflected some of what was taken to the House of Assembly, but there was more information. I cannot rely just on this. As far as my recollection takes me.
I'm just.
The aim of this article is not a debate. It is just clarifying that it was not the leak, but it was information that came to the House. But it was not all information. But it does clarify that it was not up to now that the report was not made public, so that the ministry could have answered in full. Because if these assessments are being made, the ministry would have been able to respond. But that was long gone from the ministry when this article was written. So what I'm saying is that these continue to be one-sided stories, one-sided angles, and the ministry's path to the Auditor General's report would have been the key to start it, to allow for some balance to these stories. Because I said yesterday, and I say it again, there are three sides to every story: your side, my side, and the truth. And the other information, with whatever information the Auditor General had, would have been able to bring that balance.
You've read this article.
I read the article.
Yes, and the article you say is imbalanced. The article indicates that churches were contacted and many expressed enthusiasm about the project, and that supports some of the evidence that you gave yesterday. What it does do, though, is it says the money, what happened to the money, cannot be traced because there are no reports of what happened to the money.
Yeah, but no one worth their salt relies on a newspaper article to deal with anything, with any political structure for them to be freed. You have to rely on the information from the ministry. There was information in there that I know would have balanced this article and that the Auditor General's article. I know that I don't have them, but I know that. So that's all I'm saying. This cannot be the impetus of which a report is going to be written.
So what I just want to be absolutely clear what your position is. You're saying that neither the Auditor General nor the Beacon had all of the information concerning reporting, and if they had, it would have resulted in a different picture being painted.
I am not going to even base on the Beacon, despite some of the information may support what I've said and may not. This is a newspaper. I've learned in politics not to rely on newspaper and news sites to tell your story, with due respect to them. I'm going to base on the Auditor General. That is the only official government official entity that I'll base on by law. And what I'm saying, the Auditor General's report never had the attached to it or appendix to it or interviewing notes. Never had attached to it the other information or the response from the ministry to be able to be brought forward to the cabinet, to the House of Assembly, so they can be made a public document. So on that time now, even although the Auditor General would have had the hub version, there would have been a balance to it because the information, the resources from the ministry would have been able to come forward to say, well, they do agree or don't agree with the Auditor General's report. That's the way it has been done from the time that I've been in this political field. It allows for due process, it allows for balance.
Are you saying that Auditor General's reports normally have her analysis appended to them?
Usually you're given the opportunity or even extensions to make sure, because when you're doing these audits and when you're doing these things, Commissioner, you would agree that you're dealing with people's lives and reputation.
I'm sorry, Premier, that wasn't the question. Are you saying that Auditor General's reports normally have attached to them her analysis and the Ministry's response?
It is allowed. I can't say it has happened all the time, but especially in areas where there were topics of that can be controversial topics.
You're saying
it's allowed.
You're saying it's allowed.
Yes.
What is it allowed by? And do you know of any report which has had those documents attached to it?
I wouldn't speak here from 100% knowledge, because you will research and see. But I will tell you from natural justice, how can you write a report accusing someone, accusing a ministry, and they do not be given the opportunity to do a counter report, or to say, well, all right, I agree here. I think you need to review this. We will improve here, or whatever the case may be, because remember now the Auditor General is doing a full audit that seems like they will capture all the information, but they may not. So the ministry always gets a copy, and the ministry
of the draft.
They get a copy of the draft, and they will be able to point out and say, well, all right, this is the case or whatever. It may bear some weight on the Auditor General changing the report, and the Auditor General could very well say, well, I don't agree. But at least on file, there's something to compare the Auditor General's report to. It allows for due process. It allows for natural justice.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just pick up on that? Premier, the Commissioner has received a number of Auditor General's reports done under different provisions of the Audit Act of 2003. The Commissioner has investigated a number of those reports more fully. To give two examples to you, BVI Airways report, I'll give you three: the BVI Airways report, the report into the Elmore Start School wall, and the report into the Seacows Bay project. In none of those was the ministry's response or anybody's response appended to the published final report. But can we just be clear about what your evidence is? Because you've spoken about something being published, but you've also spoken about something being on file. So is it your experience as a member of the House of Assembly that when Auditor General's reports are put before the House, they are accompanied by an addendum, which is the response of the ministry?
Well, I would say my experience in the House is that, as you would know, Commissioner, in my research, is that one of the foundation principles of English law is the rule of law, which states that all men and women are entitled to the benefit of the presumption of innocence and shall not be deprived of their rights except by due process. And that allows for, if you are accused, whether it is the plane, whether it is the wall, whether it's the Seacows Bay Harbour project, whether it's a neighborhood partner project, must allow for due process. So the ministries, whichever one is being accused, it would be forward to them, because the auditor has to do her work. But it cannot be done in absence of allowing due process. The Auditor General may very well, upon the furnishing the ministry with the draft report, decide that what you have responded is not something that I can accept. But one of the things we will know that is on the file, there must be, if due process is being followed, a response that has been afforded to the ministries. That is something that you cannot have, that will allow our Auditor General to be rogue. To be very honest, not saying the Auditor General is rogue, but that will allow the Auditor General's actions to become one of rogue. You have to have balance and natural justice in everything. And that is what I'm saying. As far as I can recall, that reports were done where the ministry's input was sought. I cannot remember which ones, but I'm trying to scrape my memory.
That's as I've understood the Auditor General's evidence, is that she will send a draft to the ministry who can respond, and she will take those responses into account. If more information comes in afterwards, she can publish an addendum report. But what she doesn't do is just take the ministry's response and just append it to her own final report. And to give you another example, when you sat on the Public Accounts Committee and investigated the Cruise Pier Port project, and that committee published 2 reports, an interim report and then a fuller report, there's absolutely no mention in that report or in any of the evidence of which shows any member of that committee considering the ministry's response.
No, but you speak now 2 different things. You're trying to put together a PAC now with the Auditor General. And I'm going to show you where it's inconsistent.
Because what you were investigating, your starting point, and I can take you to it if you want. When
we can go there, because I came ready for that today, because we could go to that PAC report, because I will be able to tell you a lot about that.
But in that report, Premier, there is a minute of the examination of the Auditor General.
Right.
And you lead on that.
Exactly.
And you take her through her report.
Exactly.
Now that's her final report.
Right.
What neither you nor any member of the committee, as you go through your investigation, do is ever refer to the ministry's response. That's the point.
Well,
so
I don't know
it's
what.
Another example, Premier, of where there doesn't seem to be what you were suggesting to the Commission at the beginning, that you have a report from the Auditor General in final form, and as an appendix, you have either interview notes or investigation notes, plus the ministry's response.
Well, Mr. Red, you're trying to justify that, but I cannot do that with you.
With respect, Premier, I'm not trying to justify anything.
No, respect, let me. I listen to you. Allow me to give my answer. I listened for quite a while. Back in section 109, the Auditor General, in the Constitution that governs the country, I read, there shall be an Auditor General whose office shall be a public office. The accounts of the House of Assembly and all government departments and offices, including the Public Service Commission, the Teaching Service Commission, the Police Service Commission, and such other body as may be designated by law, shall be audited and reported on annually by the Auditor General. For that purpose, the Auditor General or any person authorized by him or her shall leave access to all books, records, returns, and other documents relating to such accounts. The Auditor General shall submit his or her reports made under subsection 2 to the Minister, who shall within 3 months of the receipt of the report cause them to be laid before the House of Assembly. In the exercise of his or her function under this section, the Auditor General shall not be subjected to the direction or control of any other person or authority. So the Auditor General is independent.
We dealt with this yesterday.
No, but we're dealing with it today again.
Well, I don't really want to go backwards over matters that we've already dealt with. Section 109 concerns annual reports.
Yes, it concerns annual report.
None of the reports we've mentioned today are annual reports.
Those are special reports.
Well, they're not, because there haven't been annual reports for a number of years. But these are, I'm going to hear submissions, I understood from Sir Geoffrey in due course, about the nature of these reports. Because there are a number of provisions under the Audit Act which the Auditor General can produce reports. But what is the substantive point you're trying to make, rather than a legal submission, which Mr. Olympitis will make if it's required?
Well, the legal argument?
What's the substantive point you're trying to make?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make is that under natural justice, the Auditor General does a report, whether special or annual. Whoever it is being accused, natural justice must have them to be able to give at least some kind of input into it. I've known this to be the case for some audits over the years.
But with respect, Premier, the Auditor General audits projects. That's her job. She audits. Exactly. She looks at the papers, she looks at the accounts, and she audits them. Whether natural justice comes into an audit is something which, if necessary, I'll hear legal submissions on. But with respect to the Auditor General, that's what she does. She simply audits the documents. After that, she often makes recommendations as to how matters could be improved. But I don't understand what you say by natural justice. She sends a draft of the report to the relevant ministry, not really as a result of the rules of natural justice, but because she wants the report to be as accurate as possible. And if the ministry have any further input, then she wants to receive it.
Exactly.
And that's what happens in her report.
And they would send information about the draft report back to the Auditor General.
Well, sometimes they do, but as you know, Premier, often they don't. Often the ministry doesn't bother to respond.
I agree, but if the ministry doesn't respond and there's not correspondence that they want to respond, that's something different. But the ability to respond is there. So that's what I'm saying. If they don't want to respond, that is, or they don't have any correspondence with the Auditor General, or they tell a plaintiff, I'm not responding, that's the fault of the ministry. But you said it correctly. The opportunity to respond is there.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. So that is what will be on file. So if something comes into question with the Auditor General's report, then you could pick up the ministry's response and say, well, all right, the ministry did respond. Let's look it over and see. Because if the Auditor General report causes something to be coming to the legal domain in the courts, then what you're telling me that a person being accused cannot bring anything from the ministry or anywhere else in their defense of their name?
But we've moved into a highly hypothetical set of circumstances. As I've said, the auditors do a very important but very focused and humble job. They audit, and the Auditor General audits the papers she has. She sends a draft to the relevant ministry. They add in any further information that they have, which she may not have seen, and she audits that as well. And she produces an audit report.
Well, Commissioner,
she has no obligation to publish any an analysis. She does the analysis and she produces the report.
well, Commissioner, nobody's doubting that, disputing that at all.
Yes.
What I am saying is that once the draft report is done and it goes to whoever is being accused,
But the draft report, I'm afraid, Premier, doesn't accuse anybody. The draft report audits the project or whatever it is that is being audited, normally a project.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when I say accuse, I mean whatever the information is. If it is an accusation, if it is an inference, if it is a conclusion derived from the audit, it goes, whatever it is, it goes to the ministry that's in question, and they would get a chance to do their response. Whether the Auditor General wants to use it or not, fine. But one must also say that while we must protect the sanctity of the Auditor General office, it is an important constitutional tool, you cannot tell me that they must be above any person who may deem that something about it needs to be reviewed. Well, even when it's made public.
No,
because that is what I mean by natural justice.
I don't say that, but the Auditor General occupies an important independent check and balance on the executive.
I agree.
She audits projects, she audits accounts, and she produces an audit report. She makes recommendations in that report. In the VINPP, her recommendation was that given the apparent lack of reporting and lack of any ability to find out where the money had gone, she made a number of recommendations in relation to that.
But I cannot rely on that too, Commissioner, because that was an incomplete report. We went through that yesterday. That was an incomplete report. And also it was never made public. So no one knows if there's information to show otherwise. Persons are allowed due process. That is one thing I know about law. Well, it is a law. The Auditor General's role is important. But if something is put on paper where there may be evidence to show otherwise, The Beacon wrote in here this morning after we done deliberate yesterday to clear their name with something.
Just to correct a factual inaccuracy.
Well, the correct part of it, but they didn't. The section that still is clear is that they did mention about the Auditor General report, but it shows that it was never made public. Also, it did clear that up. Also,
but what it suggests, if you take it at its face, which you appear to be doing, Premier, is that in the usual way, the draft report was sent to the ministry for any input that the ministry had. Perfectly proper.
Which that's what this says. Yes, but at the end of the day, where's that report?
What report?
Where the report for the ministry, from the ministry. If that was the case, that would have been brought to the House. Where's the report from the ministry? We're relying on what the Beacon says.
No. With respect, Premier, we have been through this many times before, and further evidence will be gathered in respect of what happened to this report.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that we can take this any further. We have what the Beacon says. We have the Auditor General's report. I will have evidence of how that was produced, how it was published, if at all, and I will make of all of that what I can. If there are any legal submissions to be made upon the rule of law and audit reports, then I'll hear them. I've made that perfectly clear to Sir Geoffrey yesterday.
Okay,
but
we'll submit those through the lawyer.
Now, what I'd like to, is there anything else on VINPP?
No, I'd like to move on, if I may, to COVID stimulus program.
Now, we're going to deal with two matters today, Premier, and I hope by being all of us being focused, we'll be able to get through these by lunchtime. We've read your written response, and therefore we know where you had input into these matters and where you didn't, because you left it to public officers. Mr. Rawat.
Premier, do you have a copy of your
Which one you're dealing with first?
COVID stimulus grants program, please?
Okay.
You have a copy of the warning letter, and do you have a copy of the written response, please?
Yes, I do.
Just to give the context, the Commissioner has heard evidence, as you'll be aware, particularly from the internal auditor, the Auditor General, and the current Permanent Secretary in your office, Dr. Carolyn O'Neill-Morton, about the operation of the stimulus grants programs. And he's also received reports, a preliminary report from which was issued by your office, and more recently a response which responds to the internal auditor and Auditor General reports. So against the background of the evidence, you were sent on the 24th of September a warning letter setting out potential criticism that arises from the evidence that the Commission has gathered. I won't explain to you, as I've done, just the context of that, because you'll be familiar with it, but you've also provided a written response. Could I take you to that, please, and ask you just to confirm that on page 3, it carries your signature and the date, the 4th of October, 2021.
Yes.
And confirm, please, that you're content that that written response stand as part of your evidence before the Commission.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Now, as the Commissioner just pointed out, he has read this, and one point you do make in paragraph 1 of your written response is that you say that the office has already set out its response to potential criticisms in a document entitled Response to the Office of the Premier to the evidence of the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor concerning the Farmers and Fishers and Schools and Churches grant programs, which was, it's an undated report, but it was submitted to the Commission on the 7th of September 2021. You've called that the PO response. You say, to the best of my knowledge and belief, the facts and matters stated in that document are true and correct, and I adopt them. Did you have any involvement at all in preparing that document?
Is that document, may I ask, The Auditor General's document has been made public by the COI on your website.
Which
I just was checking the Auditor General's audit on the stimuluses. That was made public on your website.
so is your answer to whether you had any involvement?
I need to clarify.
There are so many documents.
The
Which
Auditor
document?
General's audit on the stimulus, fisher farmers, etc. Was that made public?
Her final audit report.
The one, yes, if it's final, was it on your website?
Yes.
Okay. Is the Premier's office response published public on your website?
No,
Could I ask how come?
because it's a preliminary report that was submitted in response to the Auditor General's report. And at the moment, Dr. Carolyn O'Neill Morton has to come back to the Commissioner to point out where that report addresses the errors that were identified in the Auditor General's report.
It doesn't appear to respond to any of them directly.
But at the same time, the report doesn't respond to some of the allegations?
Correct. No, it doesn't respond to any of the allegations directly.
But I don't see that way, Commissioner. I mean, I might have read it wrong, but the Auditor General did a report. You see, that's what I mean with natural justice.
No, Premier, I will let you say what you want to say, but can I just remind you of what your permanent secretary said? Because I know, understandably, that you rely upon your senior public officers in terms of administration. We raised this with her. She was unable to identify anywhere in the response that responded directly to the Auditor General's report. We have written to her, identify where, if at all, there is any direct response. That's where the position currently lies. If you say that it does directly respond, then could you please identify where it directly responds to the Auditor General's report?
Commissioner, the Auditor General's report was submitted in the first 6 months of the terms of reference. And the Premier's office response was submitted, as far as my understanding has been, within the first 6 months also. The Permanent Secretary, if I am correct, recently gave evidence months after that response was done. Right now, in the public domain, the only thing that has been made public is the Auditor General's response, which was done within the first 6 months. And the Premier's office response was received within the same time. Now, I see it would have been more than balanced to ensure that the response was made public at the same time. Because now, the Auditor General's response, with due respect, because we respect the office, so that's not what's in question, is the only yardstick that this government is being measured by. And the response done by the Premier's office has not seen the light of the day in the public domain because of what you had stated here. And that is my concern. The Permanent Secretary's testimony was only lately. And I see that the ministry and the government has been left to be naked in the public domain for many inferences, which I don't see how come the response by the Premier's office could not have been published at the same time to allow for balance, because the Auditor General now would obviously be asked, from my understanding, to respond to that response, and given ample time, whereas the ministry would have not have been given the same time to respond to the false response by the Auditor General. So what I'm asking for is for that response to be published, because if the extension did not come for the other 6 months, those 2 reports were already in. So I cannot understand why the Premier's office one was not, what response to the Auditor General's report was not published, was not received in the first 6 months.
If you turn up bundle 1, COVID bundle 1. And go to page 90.
Page what?
90.
Yes.
You got it.
Yes.
This is headed Preliminary Report on the Expenditure of COVID-19 Stimulus Funds by the Premier's Office, July 2020 to May 2021, stated the 28th of June 2021. This was the report, which if you see at page 92,
Yes.
when it says purpose of report, it includes that this preliminary report also serves as an addendum to the special audit reports prepared and published by the Auditor General on 21st of June 2021. So this is the response that you are speaking of. That's the response at your office when it received the draft reports. And I went through the chain of correspondence with Dr. O'Neill Morton. She signalled in that correspondence to the Auditor General that there were errors in the Auditor General's report, and that a response was being prepared. This was the response. The Auditor General published her reports or sent them to the Governor on the 21st of June. This report was on the 28th of June. So I think the Premier's office had a number of weeks to prepare this and wanted this to be the addendum to the report of the Auditor General. When Dr. O'Neill Morton came to give evidence on Friday, I asked her how this report was prepared. She was only able to say that it was prepared by officers within the Premier's office. I asked her to identify where in this report it engaged with the Auditor General's report, and specifically where the significant errors that she had highlighted in correspondence. In correspondence, what she said to the Auditor General was, there are errors in your draft. So what I asked her to do was to point out to the Commissioner which parts of this report identify those errors. Dr. O'Neill Morton couldn't assist immediately, and that's where we are. We are waiting for a response from Dr. O'Neill Morton to tell the Commissioner which parts of this report, which is some 90 pages long, I think, or 60. I think it's 60 plus with appendices, but just which bits actually address the Auditor General's reports. So that's the response I was taking you to. But can I take you back to the question that I put, which is that the response that was submitted to the Commissioner on the 7th of September 2021, so it wasn't published, it wasn't part of the Audit General's process. My question was...
September.
It was 7th of September 2021 when it was sent in.
The latest response.
Well, no, that is a response that we understand it has been prepared for the purpose of this commission. So it's been submitted to the Commissioner.
Right, the other one to this.
Yes.
Right.
The point about that report is it's undated, it's unsigned, it's unclear who prepared it, and it's unclear what it is because it appears to be a mix of legal submissions and factual submissions. So my question is to you, were you involved in the preparation of that response at all?
The office would have been prepared, whatever sections they needed to find out from me, they would have asked me.
So did you have input into it?
The office would have prepared it, whatever they need to know from me, because I wasn't involved in it other than at the higher level. So if they had a question, they asked me, but that's all.
So the answer is yes, you had some.
I can't tell you this yes and no, and I would please ask you stop going into yes and no answers with me. I said the office prepared the report. If whatever they needed to know from me, I let them know, and they work with the IRU as usual to get the report in. I cannot say any more to this because that's all I know.
But do you know who actually prepared it?
I can't go into that with you. You'll ask the PS when she comes. I would say the Premier's office. But she will have to say when she comes. It's the Premier's office response. So I guess she and her technical team and the IRU and all of them would have done it like everything else is done. I really don't see any other way that it'll be done.
But it's not a response, Premier, where you say that that's my response and I adopt that whole response.
Well, what happened, there was a whole Premier's office who were dealing with it because it was information, as far as I can recall, setting out how the gamut of how everything happened.
So do you adopt the whole of that response as your own?
That last report, what submitted, what I read, I would adopt that one.
Thank you.
If you look at paragraph 4 of your written response, please.
Can we just look at paragraph 3, Mr. Howard, very briefly, because I just want to, this to just to be on the record, and no doubt that Premier will confirm it. What you say, Premier, is save as mentioned below, and you mentioned a couple of things, not very many. I was not involved in the process of design or administration of the schemes, which I left entirely to the public officers, which I'm informed and believe is set out in the response we've just been referred to. So, and we've heard Dr. O'Neill Morton's evidence, but you were not involved, as you say, with the process of design administration. You were only involved, as it were, at a policy level. Is that correct?
Well, could I read what I submitted so that I could also refresh my mind in the records? If I may, Commissioner. My office has already set out this response to the potential criticism, which is the one we're talking about now, in the document entitled Response of the Office of the Premier to the Evidence of the Auditor General and the Internal Auditor concerning the farmers and fishers and schools and churches and grant programs, submitted to the Commission on 7 September 2021, Premier's Office response. To the best of my knowledge and belief, the facts and matters stated in that document are true and correct, and I adopt them, which I just stated earlier. The schemes to which the Auditor General refers were developed by public officers in great haste in the face of a sudden and unprecedented economic and potential humanitarian emergency, which they were in good faith intended to alleviate. The Premier's Office response sets out why ordinarily applicable value for money principles could not be fully applied in such circumstances, as they were not around the world, because no government in the world was able to do that, and why my office takes issue with some of the reasoning and conclusions of the Auditor General. Save as mentioned below, I was not involved in the process of design and administration of the schemes, which I left entirely to the public officers, and which I am informed and believe is set out in the Premier's response. Premier's Office response, as far as I recall, I was asked to make decisions in connection with their design and implementation only as follows, and it says, I believe in September 2000.
No, I don't think you need to read out the whole of your response, Premier, because I've read it.
Well, I wanted to make sure that it's also known.
All I wanted to confirm is simply what is said in paragraph 3.
Yes.
And that is that subject to the one or two points you make, and we'll come on to them in the rest of your response, which concern design and implementation. You were not concerned with that because that was left, as you say, entirely to public officers, but you were involved, I assume, in the policy behind these schemes.
As far as I recall, I was asked to make decision in connection with their. I was asked to make decision in connection with their design and implementation only as follows, and I stated the areas which is going to be the policy, the higher level. I want to be involved in the intricacies of how the scheme is done and whatever.
But you were involved in the policy.
Well, the policy direction, they would have asked me, yeah, for sure. That's the area ministers are involved based on the Constitution.
That's all I was trying to establish, Premier. Thank you.
And in terms of the references to 2019 in paragraphs 4 and 5, are those typos?
I believe in September, I was asked by my permanent secretary whether payment should be made directly to the applicants for grants rather than to suppliers. It was explained to me that there would be inevitable and lengthy delay if we were to continue with the original requirements to pay suppliers. For the reasons given in the Premier's office, I agreed the proposal to pay the applicants directly. I was also asked to approve the paper to be put before the Cabinet on 28 September 2019, which proposed to increase the amounts to be paid to churches and religious organizations within the amount allocated for COVID relief. I agreed to that proposal being put to the Cabinet, and the Cabinet subsequently agreed to the proposal. Again, the Premier's office responses set out why the public officers felt it necessary to make this change. I cannot recall the extent to which the details was explained to me, but I agreed with the request and would have seen it simply as means of getting money urgently into the hands of those who would use it well for the benefit of others. For these reasons, I was aware that some of the aspects of the scheme as originally proposed could not be met. Other than these occasions, I was neither aware of nor consulted as to the technical detail of how the public officers had decided to administer the schemes and implement the Cabinet's decision, However, the purpose of the immediate relief package was to get the allocated monies as quickly as possible to as many of the targeted sectors and individuals as possible. I gave general direction to public officers in my office that the overriding policy priority was to distribute the immediate relief package immediately and to get the money to the people without delay. I do not believe that there was any other intention or motive in what the public officers then did, but that one. And I stated that the Premier's office response also sets out the position of my office in respect of the audit investigation of the Auditor General and the internal auditor. So I was able to do those areas, and it was just general policy directions.
Can we just go back to Mr. Rowett's questions, please, Premier? That's read out your response. So that, as it were. 4 and 5, is it a typo when you refer to 2019?
Oh, you mean in terms of 2019? Be put before Cabinet on 28 September 2020. That one you mean in terms of that area? Yeah, that'll have to be 2020 because
slow down, Premier. Let's get it on the record right. So in paragraph 4, you say, I believe in about September 2019. Should that be, I believe in about September 2020?
I definitely think so, because it wasn't an issue in 2019. So that's a typo.
But Premier, I want to make progress as efficiently as possible. Mr. Rowett's question was very narrow, very specific, and frankly, very modest. And the answer to it was yes. But if we can focus on the questions and modest answers, we will make quicker progress, Premier.
Commissioner, may I? I need to respond in this way. I am in here today as a Premier of this country, and also as a government, where some very serious allegations have been laid.
Premier, not with respect to the date in these two paragraphs.
Yes, but may I, because it's a trend I keep seeing when I come in here. Yes, it was that, but I read it out and I said, that's the case. I'm being asked questions, but I can't be told also how to answer. And we have seen where this has generated, where there are allegations that have come to light, where Dominique Raab, the former Foreign Secretary of State, went to the House of Commons and stated with almost certainty of $40 million or millions of dollars, to be precise, given out to cronies that could have been given to needy families. And also the former governor who believed it and called this commission of inquiry. I want to state there, Commissioner, that I must be allowed to give context when I speak, because that was done without our knowledge. We saw it on the news, and I might say, Commissioner, you don't have to worry about this part, but I do. And I will, it is etched in my mind, and whenever I respond, I'm going to respond today with context, because that catapulted a media frenzy on this that has some irrevocable damage to person's character, and also etched in some person's minds that this government went with that money for true that was given out in grants. And if I come here today, it's going to be to clear that up. It went as far as organized media blitz by the same entities to have my wife and me a picture up by drugs, which we have never done drugs, stating that we are cash cartel and all kind of different things with subliminal message, which have put all elected officials in danger and their children being abroad in danger. That I can't forget. And I come here today, Commissioner, with due respect to you and Mr. Rowett, and I am going to find how to put in context what happened with these grants, even if I have to take a little longer than you all would want. I come to clear this government and this country's name, because none of it went to our pockets, none of it went to any family and friends, as been told, and we must be allowed to clear that record today.
And you will be, Premier, but in response to a question about a simple typographical error, which is a simple typographical error, the answer was very, very straightforward. And if the answer to straightforward and modest questions takes 10 or 15 minutes, we will have less time to deal with these important issues that you've now raised. They will be dealt with, but they will be dealt with in proper course, Premier. Mr. Rower.
Could you turn up page 562 in the bundle, please? If we look first, Premier, at page 559.
559.
Please. This is a letter dated the 25th of May 2020 from the then Financial Secretary Glenroy Forbes, and you can see that on 561. And he's writing to the Director of the Social Security Board in relation to a COVID-19 grant from the board. He says at the bottom of this page, the Premier has further directed that I, as Financial Secretary, work with your board to ensure the proper accountability, transparency and good governance for all funds that are so granted, to ensure the proper accountability, transparency and good governance for all funds that are so granted. And then it goes on to outline the proposed purpose for the grant. We then see, if you go to 562, that on the same day, you have written to the chairman of the Social Security Board. And this is in relation to an offer of a grant to the government of the Virgin Islands to support the territory's economic relief and stimulus initiatives, you write. Page 563, you say, additionally, accountability, transparency, and good governance are of utmost importance. And you say further, the government has set an overall objective: funds applied in the territory's COVID-19 response strategy, regardless of the source, must reach the core of our people and businesses in the BVI who are in need, and should, as far as possible, have a meaningful impact on the economy. The Ministry of Finance is also charged with ensuring that the funding received is properly managed based on all financial regulations and laws that apply to public funds. Also, to ensure accountable and transparent application of these funds, the policy position is that, except in the case of the business grants, all checks must be paid directly to the providers of the relevant goods or services and not to the recipient of the grant. And then you say, you go on to discuss the position of business grants, where you say on the other side, there must be clear guidelines for due diligence and monitoring to ensure that these businesses make reasonable efforts to sustain employment in this COVID-19 era. The Financial Secretary, who is copied here, will ensure that the aforementioned approach is adhered to. So that's the context of the 25th of May. What measures were in place or were put in place at that time to ensure accountability, transparency and good governance for all funds granted by the Social Security Board?
Mr. Commissioner, those were being worked on because a committee was put up to work on this. But Commissioner, again, you have set the pace, and I didn't really come here to upset anyone, but I have to ask just a minute for allow me to bring some context to this, because we have gone straight into a letter that is in the 25th of May, and the other letter, whatever it is, 28th or whatever the case may be.
25th as well.
Right.
But in terms of context, Premier,
Yeah.
We have had a lot of evidence about the context of
Not from me. Not
Yes.
other written, not from me.
And is this something that you've written out?
No, I have made some bullet points that I think I want to bring this whole thing into context, because whenever I hear this COVID grant being discussed, it reminds me, Commissioner, of a good friend of mine, the Minister of Health, where he states that a car was driving and swerved from a cow in the road and it ended up in a ditch, and the car was damaged and the person was damaged and couldn't get out. And when people came, they asked how he got there because the cow was not present anymore. And they said he swerved from a cow. They said, where's the cow? and they said, well, you just couldn't drive, or it's your fault. But with the car had already moved when people came to rescue him. Here we had some heavy things to do during the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. And now I'm coming to be questioned on these letters before I get to explain that there was a cow in the road named COVID. And there were persons in the country who could not support themselves, who businesses were shut down. I can even go through, which I am going to start with today, and I'm going to take any questions, but I intend to get certain things done on the record, Commissioner, because this is not a prosecution. This is an inquiry where evidence will be given, and I come to give my evidence. If I look at before I go into depth with that, if I look into the lockdowns and curfews, what precipitated all of this, in the 11th of March 2020, it was declared, WHO declared this pandemic, it declared as a pandemic, the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. May I add that that is the date that the now permanent secretary in the Premier's office came to the office on that date.
She's given that evidence.
That's
Given
good.
that evidence.
I thank you.
Without Premier, training, just to assist you,
yeah.
The reference that you've made to the World Health Organization, it is indexed, and Commissioner, it's your page 258 in the bundle. No, can I just to assist you? This is referenced in the Premier's office response, which you have adopted.
Right.
It is the document is cited in the index, the bundle. The Commissioner has considered all of this.
Yes.
Would it be possible? The reason I'm trying to focus on some detail that adds to what you have already said, because what you've already said is in that document. It's a 34-page document. It has over 900 pages annexed to it. My question is really just to ask you. Mr. Forbes has given evidence about that correspondence. So he was involved in correspondence with the Social Security Board. You were involved in correspondence with the Social Security Board. If one reads those letters, assurances were given about accountability, transparency, and good governance to the Social Security Board. All I'm asking you is just for an explanation of what measures were in place to ensure or to support that assurance.
Because, Premier, I understand the background. I've had an enormous amount of evidence about it. What I'm focused on now is process and good governance, and I don't want to be deflected from that narrow focus.
Commissioner, it's obvious that the way I'm going to give my evidence is already being predetermined, because I do not see how I cannot go through the sections I want to go through. Eventually, you're going to tell me, turn to bundle this, turn to bundle that, turn to number this, turn to number that. And I'm going to turn to it because I'm going to be respectful and help the commission.
So,
but at the same time, too, I have some things I want to say.
On process?
Not only on process, but what caused the process to continue to shift. Because I'm being asked what put in place here, but that wasn't me. A lot of things shifted since May that caused the process to be shifted, to the processes to be adjusted, and context have to be brought to it, because it would seem that you were just doing it willy-nilly and there was nothing that was happening that causing that to happen. So I am trying to bring context to it. So if I'm going to be asked to turn to this and turn to that, and I can't come in and now and give my evidence, I'm going to ask, well, what is this? This would not be an evidence given. It's going to be a prosecution. I have to be able to bring my evidence to the Commission of Inquiry of how I see this and the parallel of it. Because if we're going to stick just on the governance of it, I could end this by saying that all the things that were put in were shifted over a period of time because the needs of the people continue to grow. On the 27th of March, you said there were 3-day, 24-hour lockdown, 8 p.m. on 27 March 2020, and was extended to 6 a.m. on 2nd April 2020. 2nd of April 2020, 26th of April to the 26th of April, 24-hour lockdown again, extended for 2 weeks in the first instance, then an additional 7 days. Ultimately, the 24-hour curfew lasted for a total of 30 days. You want context? I have to bring context. Why was some of the rules shifted? 7th of April 2020, 17-hour curfew took effect 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. 10th of May to the 2020 onwards, More moderate curfew took effect overnight until some in August 2020. The duration of the curfews were gradually reduced. The 21st of July 2020 to the 28th of July 2020, 24-hour curfew on the island of Johnson Dykes for a period of 1 week, eventually lifted before the 1 week. 2nd of September 2020 to the 16th September 2020, curfew from 1 p.m. to 1:01 p.m. to 4:59 a.m. 16th of September 2020 to the 29th of September 2020, curfew from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. nightly. Thereafter, they incrementally relaxed until it was completely removed around May 2021. And from 6 July 2020, and 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew was implemented. This being scaled back, but still ending at around 5 a.m. Why am I bringing these into evidence? I'm bringing them into evidence to say, Commissioner, that the processes and procedures were fluid. They had to be changed because businesses were shut down. Employees, some have not worked since COVID started, and when it shut down, they weren't able to feed their families. Fishermen were having difficulty because when they go by night, because of the curfew, they couldn't go. All these areas saw the economy coming towards a full shutdown. We requested of the governor for monies from the UK. We requested of him even for a boat to come to take anyone that would need to be quarantined. We were young in it. We didn't understand what was happening. The governor, Augustus Jaspers, laughed at us in cabinet, and he said flat out, there's no such boat. And we were told that there'll be no help by the UK. We also have no help by the UK in terms of the monies. I want to make it clear, because we realized it was going to be a social problem. But I must give Baroness credit. She did state that vaccines and whatever, as they come available, we will help. But that one, you'll have to use your local resources. Added pressure to looking for the finances to help the people of the territory. The then governor went out and gave a speech that we have robust reserves, robust social security money, and the premier should be asked for the plan. All of that pressure coming down on the Minister of Finance is what caused us to now say, well, all right, before we go into a loan, which would put us in violation of the protocols for effective financial management with the UK, let us see how we can get a grant to help our people out at this time. So now when we started first, we started with the committee that did the original report of what all would be needed to bounce back, which started in the Premier's office, and it was turned over in the Ministry of Finance because it needed financial help. But this whole thing started in the Premier's office with the then permanent secretary that started that committee. The committee brought together...
What was the committee called?
I will get you the name of the committee. I think it's in the Premier's office response, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, could you help us with that, Premier?
I will help you with that most certainly. Give me just 1 quick minute and I'll get that for you.
There seem to be a number of different committees.
BVI Government's Policy Response Coronavirus Crisis.
The task force.
The task force.
Is that the one that was chaired by Glenroy Forbes?
It was chaired by Glenroy Forbes, but it was originated by the Premier's office.
And was it different? Mr. Forbes has given evidence of an implementation committee, which he said sat within the task force. Do you agree with that?
There was an implementation unit that the committee set up inside of the task force.
Right. Okay.
But the government didn't set up that implementation committee.
At the moment, different people use different terms. Sometimes they call something a committee and others will call the same thing a working group. So if I just break it down, we've got a task force, which you've also called a committee. So there's a task force. Within that task force, the task force is established. So government established, or the Premier's office established the task force. Then within the task force itself, the Premier's office establishes the task force. Within the task force, the task force itself then establishes the implementation committee.
They established some other committees.
No.
But it was the Premier's office who started it.
Accept that. Premier's office starts the task force. Task force sets up implementation committee. Now, subsequent to that, and this is where there may be some confusion that you may be able to assist the Commissioner with, there are cabinet decisions that say that approve different strands of the stimulus package. So, for example, the cabinet decision approves the fish farmers and fishermen package and says that cabinet decides that there should be a committee to oversee and administer that package, and to be chaired by, usually it says, the permanent secretary of the Premier's office. Now, this is where the confusion is. Now, those committees, am I right to say this, were distinct from the implementation committee?
Those came after.
Yes, but can you tell the Premier this, because the Commissioner this, because Mr. Forbes's evidence was that the implementation committee tended to fade away as these other committees came on stream. Is that right? Is that your recollection?
Well, I always have difficulty just answering like that, because there was a lot involved here in the short time. When that committee was put together, which I must admit, it was a brainchild of the then permanent secretary, Mr. Kedrick Malone.
Can we call it the task force?
The task force.
Otherwise, we're just going to be talking about endless committees. So it's the task force. You
have that correct. Now you'll see what I was going through with all these committees. And might I add, cabinet didn't form most of them. They form within themselves. The issue that we were having with is that the task force, when it was formed, did a beautiful job of doing a full outlay of what it would take to rebound the country with the economy. I do not remember the figure, but the figure was not $40 million. I am sure that you would have probably had that in your bundle. It was way more than that. Way more. I think it was way past 100 million, or probably up into 200 million, somewhere up yonder. When that came to the attention of the cabinet, it was clear that cabinet, there's no way the country could go look for that kind of money.
Can I ask, just a few moments ago, you made a reference to the former governor and financial support. Could you turn up page 222, please?
222. Yes.
If you look at paragraph 16, it was subsequently made clear to elected government that it was expected that the Virgin Islands government would manage the economic effects of COVID-19 by itself, and no financial support would be forthcoming from the United Kingdom. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So, and just again for the timeline, we see that's at page 222, but we see that it refers to Annex 10, and you can see Annex 10 is at page 552 in the bundle, and it's a press release from the former governor headed catch up with the press. Right. So this this indication as to the absence of financial support, using either March 2020 or May 552.
552, oh, sorry.
So it's more for the commissioner's note rather than needing to ask you any question about it.
No problem.
But in terms of when the governor made this statement,
yes,
using March 2020 as the example, as a benchmark, because in March 2020, the evidence shows that, as the task force was formed. So the task force formed 11th of March 2020, according to your response.
Right.
So
his speech would have been in February, I think.
February 2020.
Right.
Right. Can you explain, though, why it's then dated the 2nd of July 2021?
The task force?
No, the governor's speech. 2nd
of
July 2021.
Because the governor, we weren't sure where we were going to get funds from. We were not sure.
But no, you see, this is just to clear up, because your Premier's office response says was that indication was given. You've just said that he gave that indication in February 2020. The evidence that is given of that indication dates from July 2021.
Right, but we were having discussions in cabinet all the time.
So what's the evidence of him doing it in February 2020?
No, I just asked you if it was in February 2020. I didn't. I
think your answer was, Premier, was that it happened in February 2020, that the governor.
I was asking if it was February 2020. some dates here, but I look at it's 2021 this year, so it was the wrong thing. I was looking at the number down here, so I was asking if it was February 2nd or 7th. So it wasn't that I was saying that.
So
I
thought it was an American.
Yeah. So
Okay,
it confused
all right.
me. So what date was his
It
article?
confuses me as well.
Yeah. So
but the point is,
but I wasn't saying it was then.
That so you're saying this was your recollection is February 2020 was when it was done, because
No, I didn't say February at all. I just saw here and I thought I saw 2nd, 7th, so I thought it was February. I don't know the date that I don't recall the date it was done. I know it was done all the up before the grant was announced, before I made the public speech.
I mean, the reason is that the index to this response gives the date of this press statement as 2nd of July 2021. That's why I raised it. But your irrespective of what that is, but in terms of March, 11th of March 2020 is when you set up the task force.
Right.
Prior to that, had the former governor given you that indication that there would be no financial support forthcoming from the UK?
He was saying that it would he would check, but he doubts it.
And in what context did it happen? Was this in a cabinet meeting, or was this in a
discussions in cabinet, just regular discussions?
So at a regular cabinet meeting, it arose.
And we would ask about that, and we even asked about a boat to if the UK would have had a boat. We were young, as like everyone else dealing with COVID, and we were asking if persons have to quarantine, if they could furnish us with a boat to allow that. That's when he laughed at us, and then came and he said there's no boat like that, and basically he would say he would check, but he would doubt it. And then he did give this speech. But it took us a long time before we got the money. So I need to explain that.
Yeah, but what we see and what we were originally starting from was May 2020.
Mm-hmm.
You are then in discussions, and it's the culmination of the discussions between yourself and the Financial Secretary with the Social Security Board.
Right.
Because I can take you to the letter where the Social Security Board respond and confirm their position. But it's this, you set out, yeah, if we go back to that letter, 562, you set out just a few moments ago the different if you go to 562, it's your letter to the chairman.
Yes.
But you set out to the commissioner and this is between 11th of March 2020 and May 22, that there were a number of lockdowns.
Right.
Of different hours. There were curfews, there were lockdowns, etc., happening.
Yes.
In the BVI.
Yes.
We can use those 2 dates as our time window. Given
in May.
Well, yes. So you've got May is the culmination of discussions with the SSB. March is when you set up your task force. In the period in between, April, you've got lockdown happening in the BVI.
As a matter of fact, lockdown started from in 27th of March, but yes.
No, but happy to take that. Happy to take the 27th of March, but you've got lockdowns happening in March and April. You've got curfews happening as well.
Right.
Yep.
And may I add, if you please, to add someone.
Against that background.
No, you need one more background.
Yeah.
Which resulted in over 90 cabinet meetings, because this was so fluid. We met sometime more than once a week because of how things were going with COVID, and also the pressures that were coming on from the business world overall, with no matter what businesses was, whether fishing or what, and they were crying out for help. Persons were saying, "Look, I'm home. I can't. I can't go to work because it's locked down." But businesses were asking, and some still asking, "Who's gonna pay for the employees while they're home?" And the employees asking, "Who's gonna pay us?" They couldn't shop. They couldn't do different things. So the pressure was building up, and the pressure was heavy because it was not normal times. So even if you write a memo today, Mr. Rath, I just want to make it clear, and asking for something with certain conditions, by the time you hear there was more numbers and you had to lock down, because every time we heard about a case, we used to lock down then. And that added immense, I don't even know if I could put it in a legal term, but in a mathematical term, it caused immense pressure to the nth degree, financially and socially. So that caused us to continue to shift to meet these needs.
Given that you were shifting in these unprecedented circumstances, How were you still able to give the assurance that you did give to the chairman of the Virgin Islands Social Security Board?
That we're going to have those.
You said, you basically, what you said is that accountability, transparency, and good governance are of utmost importance. You didn't say that had shifted. You said that it would be the Ministry of Finance is charged with ensuring funding received is properly managed. You said specifically that the Financial Secretary will ensure that the aforementioned approach is adhered to. And despite all that had been happening in the territory, how were you still able to give those assurances to the Social Security Board?
Well, whenever you take money from Social Security anyway, you give assurances that you're going to make sure the money is accounted for. The systems are going to put in to make sure that's accounted for. That would be something that was being worked on. That's common in any government.
And in terms of the when you say the system, that's the divide, isn't it, between the role of the minister, who is focused on policy, and then the different ministers and former ministers have used the terms like technical folk, technocrats, but it's the public officers that deal with the fine detail.
They'll deal with the fine detail.
So was it your expectation when you wrote this letter then that the Ministry of Finance will put in the mechanisms to ensure that public funds or funds coming from the Social Security Board will be managed properly?
With the help of the Premier's office, because at that time the Premier's office is the one that started the entire process. So the Ministry of Finance came in because you're dealing with money. So I must explain this, at least I see from what has been given to me as Minister of Finance and Premier, because I wear both hats. So with that now, when we brought in the Financial Secretary, who would be the only person that now could negotiate with the Social Security Board, the Premier's office cannot do that. So the committee now, being that finances were going to be a major section, had to bring in the Financial Secretary. So the then Permanent Secretary, in his wisdom, said, well, let the FS chair the management of the finances of how we're going to deal with it, what all money we're going to need. At that time, we did not know we were going by Social Security. At that time, we did not know where we were going to get the money when the committee was formed.
So that's the task force.
That's the task force.
Right.
We
There's far too many committees.
There's a lot, well, I'll get to that, but there's a lot.
Can I know you don't like me summarising what you say, Premier. Can I?
No, I don't like it. I just like to do it myself. But go ahead.
But can I just try and grasp the core of this, as I understand it?
Yeah.
Firstly, the various assurances that you gave to the Social Security Board in this letter.
Yes.
And I don't say this in any way pejoratively, but there were assurances that you meant that accountability, transparency, and good governance are the utmost importance, and so on. Secondly, the mechanisms whereby these assurances, the good governance was to be achieved, would be a matter for, and I may need your assistance here, but a matter for the Premier's office who were driving this, but also to an extent the Ministry of Finance, because although they weren't driving this, money was involved, both in terms of getting it from the SSB, but also giving away grants. And that was a matter for the public officers to work out a mechanism whereby good governance and these assurances were met. Is that a fair summary?
With a twist.
Twist away.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm too big to dance on a slippery floor, but I'll try. Yes, Commissioner, to the extent where the Financial Secretary, in terms of post, once you're speaking about money and receiving a grant or whatever the case, by law that has to go through the Financial Secretary. But once it reaches the Financial Secretary, then how it will be dispersed and be accounted for is now up to the internal organs of government. But ultimately, the Financial Secretary will have to still answer for the monies, But in terms of who would shepherd the disbursement of the funds, that will be something that will be worked out internally.
So a perfectly fair point, Premier, and one that's come out of other evidence, which means that in terms of the distribution of the grants,
Right.
the accounting officer would be the permanent secretary in the Premier's office, not the financial secretary.
Exactly.
No, and that fits in exactly with the other evidence that we've received.
See?
I know you were just about to ask another question. I'll let you ask it. But it's 11:20. We need to give the stenographer a break at some point, Mr. Rowan.
And we've seen the cabinet decisions on this because effectively you get a pot from, you get a global sum from the Social Security Board. Cabinet having, and there are policy papers and memoranda prepared, and then Cabinet decides on the allocations between the pots. And this is just to summarise them. So that's not for the financial secretary, it's for Cabinet to decide. But then it goes back to the public officers to implement the programs. But do you agree with this, that Mr. Forbes spoke of circumstances where Cabinet decided to, taking the global sum, keeping it as it is, the 40 million as it is, but to shift between different packages. So they took some money from pot A to give a bit more to another package. And what he explained is that when those situations happened, it fell to him as financial secretary to go back and agree that with the Social Security Board.
He did that all the time.
Yes.
And I might add, why I said, you see how quick we agree. I might add, Attorney Brad and Commissioner, why I want to make sure the evidence today is clear. We speak about $40 million, but if you notice in the beginning, they were talking about a $39.3 million. And you may wonder, well, where does the 0.3 come in?
Sorry, I'm not trying to stop your flow, but who's the they? Is it the task force or is it the Social Security Board?
The task force. And that is because we are looking at the areas that they had identified in their original submissions of monies that would have been needed to jumpstart the economy based on the free fall it was in. But that was only a small section out of the huge section, different categories that they had, which total, as I say, it was well over $100 million. I remember that very good. So what happened now is that the financial secretary and Steve in the discussions, we had to decide what areas would we look at that would be palatable or within our grasp to get some funding without having to go and get a loan to pay for recurrent expenditures, etc. Because once you get a loan to pay recurrent expenditures in any business, you're down a slippery slope. So we did not want to go there. So then we identified those areas to be able to take out and then go and see if we could get money somewhere, and Social Security happened to be one. But when we went to Social Security, we rounded off to the 40 million rather than using the 39.3 million, because each section is like had, not exactly, but as an example, like it would have had 5.1 million for this, $3.2 million for this. Different sections came out of the task force. And the task force was huge, a huge task force. It involved all the heads of departments, statutory bodies, persons from the private sector. We brought everybody together to give us the best ideas of how and how much money would I need to resurrect the economy. And then we had to make some tough decisions on how to narrow it down to what we can afford. When we went to Social Security, as you would see, it took some back and forth. It was not given automatically. It took a while. When we got the $40 million, what I'm saying that it was irresponsible, I must say, for the Foreign Secretary and even the then governor to state $40 million. 10 million stayed with Social Security to help with unemployment benefits. So although it came over to us, because in the books of government, you have to show that all the 40 million came to you. But then 10 million went straight back into Social Security.
Well, it was managed by the SSB.
Right, but in terms of procedures financially, it all had to go into the finance. So it was just a matter of paperwork, because under the Financial Management Act, it was a grant of $40 million. So the books had to account for a grant of $40 million. So then it went back to the 10 million over to the Social Security Board to manage the unemployment benefits. But also there was $7.5 million that went back to Social Security for National Health Insurance Scheme, because that was money that was owed from the time the scheme started that was not paid. So in the middle of the crisis, we ended up having to use 7.5 to pay an outstanding bill. So really and truly, when you add 10 million and $7.5 million, it was now $17.5 million. So the government, in terms of grants, never had $40 million in grants. It's important to note that, Commissioner, because in every newscast that has been put out in the world from the time the inquiry has been launched is stating that they squandered $40 million from the Social Security Board. So I needed to clarify that in my evidence.
No, and that's perfectly fair, Premier. But leaving aside entirely the word squandered, this letter on page 562, which is your letter, I mean literally your letter, it's your name and signature at the bottom, refers to the Social Security Board's offer of a $40 million grant to the government of the BVI. And right. It was a 40 million grant. I understand that you say some parts of it went to be managed in respect of the Unemployment and Business Interruption Relief Scheme, which was managed by the SSB. I understand that. Would now be a convenient moment, Mr. Rowett. We'll break for 5 minutes, Premier,
okay.
So that the stenographer has a break. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you, Mr. Out. We're ready to continue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just picking up on the point that we were discussing before the short break, about the distinction between, if you like, policy and mechanisms, and where the respective roles lie from a ministerial point of view. You've set out in your response the matters in which you yourself became directly involved in terms of decisions in connection with design and implementation of the programs. And I think there are two sort of examples that you give, or two instances that you give. Just so that we're clear, were you aware that the internal auditor was unable to get all the information that she needed for her work?
Well, I wasn't involved in that part, that you have to make sure that you continue the PS with that, because that won't be my level.
And in terms of one feature of changes in the program was, and we take farmers and fishermen program, but there was a change from making awards based on need to a change to a banded system of standard grants. Was that something that you were consulted about?
Whenever there was a major policy shift, this is now you come into the point now where the money is being dispersed. Because remember before we were talking about the financial secretary's role, but now you reach the point where the money is there, and this is sometime later. I also want to bear in mind something that I should have put on the record. I remember what helped us to even push harder as a territory to move towards getting our own money as a country was that there was a letter that I received on the 2nd of April 2020 from Baroness Sugg, which responded to me to a letter that I wrote on the 24th of March. And it was a very, very cordial and nice letter. And I must thank her for that. But she did make it clear in the letter stating, if I don't want to say it exactly, but in terms of paraphrasing, that we are looking to OTs to draw on their financial resources in order to address the needs of their people, just as we are doing here in the United Kingdom. Something to that effect, the language was. So that
turn up 254, please.
254, yes. So with that now, that was the last full, what you could say, full confirmation that we were not going to get any financial resources to handle COVID from the United Kingdom, so we were on our own. So that even propelled the need to move towards finding some kind of funding locally to help to alleviate the suffering as much as possible for the people of the Virgin Islands. And in doing so, I must add that, Commissioner, although your terms of reference has been based on certain things, the context is always important, because that allows us now to have to do the multiplier effect, like in Matthew in the Bible with the 2 fish and the 5 loaves, to take $17.5 million and find how to jumpstart the economy in the middle of the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. Why 17.5? Well, 22.5, sorry, $22.5 million. Because as I stated, 17.5 stayed with Social Security Board, 10 million for unemployment benefits, 7.5 million to pay NHI. So the government's grants was never $40 million. It was only $22.5 million. And that now is when we had to go into discussions on how best to see which sectors to help and multiply this money that we do have to help as much as we can. Please note that this money is separate from the feeding programs when we were locked down, and that came from central government. And also that was millions of dollars in all. Also, we had to pay supermarkets, or as many of them that wanted to get involved, because governments everywhere. Persons did not want a purchase order from government, especially in a crisis, because outside of the crisis, it takes a long time to get paid. So in the crisis, they preferred it. That is why we were forced by businesses telling us, it's best you give the money to the people. Let them wait on your check and then come to us. We don't want to have a series of purchase orders and then can't get our money until months down the road, and yet employees still looking for us to be paid. So the pressures from the businesses is what drove that policy shift to give it into the person's hands. And even to waive, Commissioner, some of the government's obligations, whether it be the inland revenue or others, because this was a crisis like never seen. So I just needed to highlight those areas.
You say it was a policy shift, and that may be an accurate description, Premier. The shift from the government through these funds, by these funds, paying suppliers, businesses direct. So just to take a completely random example, if a boat needed an engine, to pay the manufacturers or the suppliers of the engine, whatever the engine cost. And there was a shift from that to giving the money to the fishermen who would then purchase the engine. I understand that. I mean, and as I say, I don't quibble with that being a policy shift, but it was really a shift in mechanics in this sense, wasn't it? The purpose behind the payment of the money was to buy the engine. The policy was, in the example I've given, the policy was to pay for capital items such as the engine, or for a farmer, fencing, or whatever it might be. That was the policy. In a sense, as I say, I don't quibble about your use of policy, but in a sense, it was the mechanics of how to implement that policy, wasn't it? So to get an engine to a particular fisherman, instead of paying the supplier, you paid the fisherman paid the supplier, the fisherman then sent, this is the evidence from your PS, the fisherman then would at some stage account for the engine to the accounting officer.
And that's ongoing.
Yes, I understand it's ongoing. So it was,
but that's not just for fishing and farming.
No, that was just an example. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, it was a mechanics issue, wasn't it?
Well, Commissioner, I don't mean this in a negative mood, but have you ever had to run a country in a pandemic? No. Firstly, there is no doubt that the challenge facing the BVI government, I suspect the challenge facing most governments around the world, was the biggest in living memory. That's not an issue, and it's not a criticism. It's just trying to understand the change in paying, instead of paying suppliers directly, because, as you say, that would take a long time, and businesses weren't happy about the length of time it might take to pay the individuals. In the example I gave, the fishermen, the money, they then pay the supplier, and they then account with an invoice or whatever to the accounting officer. Right. At first, before we understood what we were dealing with COVID-19, I don't even think that we understand now any government in the world, because there's no playbook and it keeps shifting. It's even in the middle of the Greek alphabet right now, and if you don't know the Greek alphabet, you'll get into it through COVID. But at first, when we were experiencing this, we in the cabinet made decisions based on the regular, normal, conventional way of doing business and approaching any situation dealing with government funds, which was to approve that these be paid to the suppliers, and all of that sound fine and well. But then came these lockdowns, then came many persons out of work, then came fishermen who couldn't fish, and even those who could have gone out because of the lockdown, if they were caught out, they were dealt with by the authorities, because the authorities with our joint task force really were patrolling the seas very extensively, and the fishermen were experiencing a lot of trouble. So there was no food, and there was no money, and no money being circulated, and the economy was going to tank out. To save all of this, the government had to pivot to decide to get a direct adrenaline boost, a shot in the arm to wake back up the economy. So the pivot came from moving towards giving it to the businesses who didn't want that at all, most of them, and start to work with the individuals and give businesses theirs. So the pivot came on that, and that is how we had to move like that to get that money out, to get things going. And I must say, and we will get to that, I know, given that my experience here in the commission of your extensive ability to do research, no person, fisher, farmer, or anyone receive funds from government not knowing that they have to account for it. You could have front end the accountability factor, which would be good in normal times, or you could have back end the accountability factor, which is necessary in the worst pandemic in the last 100 years. The government decided we have to back end it. The pressures are too much.
First, I think we will come to that, and secondly, that's entirely consistent with the evidence of your PS. But I think we'll come to that. But I understand the point, and the point is that there was going to be accountability somewhere. The point of accountability may have moved, but there was accountability somewhere.
But Commissioner, if I mean in terms of parity. Yes, if you allow, because while I understand in terms of the need with the time, the truth, Commissioner, the truth and the international reputation of Virgin Islands, and every Virgin Islander cannot be sacrificed on the altar of the desire just for time, because I came here to clear some records, and while I will know that I myself am very busy and yourself, but there are some things that we have to do. If we compare, Commissioner, although you're looking at procedures and we also have to look at what happened and put this in context with the world, because we cannot be held on a different standard.
But you can't be held on a different standard. But your position was and is unique, and comparing it with comparing the process that you adopted, with the process in other parts of the world, which we may know little about, may not be of assistance. What I'm interested in is in the process that happened here.
Well, can I help you, Commissioner, then? Because it's very important that I give context then.
Well, before you do, can I just ask you a question so that we just have it on the transcript? I asked you, the reason I took you to page 254, Premier, is because you referenced some correspondence with Baroness Sugg.
Yes.
I haven't been able to find it in this index.
I could furnish that for you very easily.
But my question was, is it actually dealt with in your response?
Well, probably that was the thought, but I could furnish you that.
Right, so there is additional material relevant to your response that hasn't been provided to the Commission.
There's a letter from Baroness Sugg that I have in my file. I through my notes, I recognized it there last night. So that's why I don't want to say that everything is here. You never know what else you pop up with. Beacon wrote in yesterday to clarify, so I can send this tomorrow.
I think we're at the stage of the Commission where we need to be more focused about what additional material we need. So you have an exchange of letters with Baroness Sugg in April 2020
I could
that
give
you
it
can
to you.
provide to the Commissioner.
I wrote to Baroness Sugg, I think on the 24th, to September. 24th of March, I think it was, and she sent back to me on the 2nd of April. It was on some other matters, but the section there.
Those two letters will be fine.
Could
I also ask that you provide to the Commissioner the minutes of the Cabinet meetings where there was discussion of, prior to May 2020, where there was discussion of financial support from the UK, and the boat that you were speaking of.
Well, you'll have to ask the CAPSEC for that, because I'm not sure what was recorded, but I can guarantee that that conversation was had. But you'll have to ask the CAPSEC if that exists. But I don't know if it was captured in the minutes, because I even went public, I think, and made a statement saying that we did ask for a boat.
But Premier,
you'll have to capture that.
My difficulty is this: that we've asked for documents more than once. We've asked for them several times. Yeah. We've had the response from your office, which is accompanied by 853 pages of documents. Right. And I have to assume that the requests that I've made have been fully and properly responded to. Otherwise, this is going to be an endless exercise. So if, and we will write to we'll write to the Attorney General and the IRU, but if you could please, between you, furnish the documents which are clearly relevant. You've raised them as being relevant. Yeah. If you could please let us have that exchange of correspondence with Baroness Sugg and the Cabinet minutes and any memoranda that are relevant that go to this point as soon as possible, please, because, as I say, I've assumed, as I'm entitled to do, that the documents that we have been supplied with, the documents that are set out with your response, are complete.
But Commissioner, I will get the letter that I wrote to Baroness Sugg to you. I'll get a letter that Baroness Sugg wrote back to me, because it was on other matters, but there was about a little paragraph that addressed that little part, and I'll highlight where it is. The minutes, I don't know what all was captured, but evidence is not only what's written, it comes from testimonies. And I wasn't there, so I don't know what all was captured.
No, but it was discussed. Appreciate that, Premier. But the we've, as you well know, we've used cabinet minutes during the course of the commission. Yeah. The commission has in fact heard submissions from the IRU on the use of cabinet minutes. What the Commissioner's point is that this response was not provided at the request of the Commissioner. We've had to write recently identifying potential errors in it in terms of the correspondence, missing documents. But the Commissioner is, as he's pointed out, dependent on those who are submitting this, that they have provided all relevant documents. You're now raising the existence of new material, which does two things. It adds to what you're already saying, what you've adopted, but also it may be relevant. It may be something that in fairness to the former governor, he may need to be asked about or see. And so, but what's important is that material is now brought to the commission, provided to the commissioner as soon as possible. And I think as soon as possible means immediately. So whatever efforts you can make and whatever efforts Mr. Olympitis can make, and I see he's making a note, will be appreciated.
But I will facilitate, but with due respect, there's a lot of information, Commissioner, that is requested in very challenging time limits. And if something comes up like this that you see afterward, that's why yesterday I said that I prefer to say as far as I know, because for me now, reviewing last evening, I was going over my notes and I saw a little note where I had to remind myself about a response. So I had to look for that letter. But if I find piece of evidence that can clear the government of the Virgin Islands before the inquiry is over, time cannot be a factor if I didn't intentionally withhold it. I have to bring it forward because our name is at stake here.
But Premier, I'm conducting a commission of inquiry, and I do want any documents which absolve the government of the BVI from any blame in any aspect of the work that they do. But I want all documents that are relevant, that go both ways.
Yes, Commissioner.
As I say, we've been given assurances that we've had complete disclosure. and it's disappointing that we haven't. But in respect of these particular documents, they've now been identified. We can now get hold of them. Mr. Olympitis has taken a note of them, and we will no doubt get them very promptly, given the timetable that we're working to.
Thank you, Commissioner, but I don't want to be disappointed as we go. If something we find to clear my name, I have to submit it.
You're utterly right, Premier.
Yeah.
You're utterly right. But the point is, I mean, these are not pieces of correspondence that you keep in your bottom drawer at home. These are official correspondence between you and the government of the United Kingdom. That correspondence must sit somewhere in the Premier's office. And this document was provided, it's provided on the 7th of September. We're now some way down from that. Provided there, there's not one mention of that correspondence in there. And so the Commissioner is just dependent on chance. What has happened is it's just you working overnight have spotted this and thought this may be relevant. And that's not the most helpful way to proceed, but we are where we are.
But if you spot something that you didn't see in the evidence to come back at me, would you want to do it?
No criticism of you, Premier.
No, but wouldn't you do that? You want to come back and say, well, I spot something, I think you need to come back?
Yeah, I mean, what I'm hoping is that as you speak, others sort of behind you are at this moment obtaining that correspondence and getting ready to email it to the Commission.
Oh, that would be the minutes. No, I have to go to the CAPSEC for that. That letter, yes, I could get that to you in no time.
But if we go back to the COVID stimulus programs, again, it's a point. I think your answer is that as you've explained that there was a shift.
Right.
So you started from one point, and as circumstances change, so taking the paying suppliers directly as the example, as that circumstance changed, your evidence is that a different mechanism had to be found. And so and you've dealt with that in your written response, that you authorise that. But it is the position that this was driven by the Premier's office, overseen by the Premier's office. We've heard from Dr. O'Neill Morton about the different committees that were overseeing different packages. But where there was a policy change, was that brought to you for approval?
Well, no technical person or persons who the day-to-day operation of governments, they don't make policy decisions. So this was such an intense time that the major decisions like that would come, and they'll ask if that we experiencing problems with the suppliers, giving the money to them directly, we will need to shift to give it to them. And you will give the overarching thing that, well, okay, go ahead, we will regularize it in cabinet in due course, because it was an emergency. People were meeting you everywhere.
So take you've given the example in your written response of let's call it payments to suppliers.
Yeah.
But returning to the question about moving to a banded system of grants.
Right.
Happened in farmers and fishermen, but also happened in churches and schools. You described that as a policy shift, but those policy shifts were authorized by you.
But you can't look at it like that. The businesses got their checks to the business.
Well, let's just deal with farmers and fisher folk first.
No, but I must answer this, because it's not a shift.
But no,
it's not a shift in that context.
No, let me just make the question clear, because I'm not sure that you've understood the question, Premier. We've dealt with the shift for reasons that you've explained, from giving suppliers checks to giving money to individuals who then paid the suppliers, and then, as you've explained, then account for that money later. I understand that. We've now moved on to banded grants. This is a change from, for example, in the case of fishermen and farmers, from paying them on the basis of actual or anticipated expenditure on an engine for a boat, or on fencing or whatever, and recompensing that expenditure to a banded system based upon hypothetical income. The question was, did you approve that change?
The overall action of it, yes, but not the technical thing. The permanent secretary would come and discuss and say that this is what difficulties were being experienced with the suppliers, and plus the number of persons coming and the pressures of trying to get this money into the economy. So you approve that overall action, yes.
Can you explain, and I don't want to summarize this, I want you to put it in your own words. Can you explain exactly what you approved and exactly what you left to the public officers?
What was clear, if you did it as a means assessment, it was going to take too long to get done in terms of getting to the businesses, who were already not of the mindset to be waiting with a purchase order. They needed the cash. And the means assessment would mean that each application, late or otherwise, have to be going through, which would defeat the purpose of what you were trying to do.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what do you mean by a means assessment?
Means assessment means if you go through each single application or persons who apply or request for the assistance, then you would have to be doing a check for this one for $500 as an example. A check for the other one, I remember a few of them were up there, $400 and something thousand. A check for this one for $20-something thousand. And the demand was so high to get monies into the economy at the time before it tanked out. And that direct infusion into the economy was needed. And the businesses were not in any mood for any POs to be waiting long for their money. It was a tough time. So it came and said, well, maybe it's best that we do bans and cover persons into different categories. I told them, if that is the fastest way to help us get it out to the people, and make sure that if you can't front end the accountability factor, back end it, and I was assured that that's the way it will be done. Everyone who gets money would account for it. And that's the section where I came in.
And this is what I don't understand, and this is where I want some help, please, Premier. I understand the original concept of, say, the Farmers and Fishermen Scheme. That was to provide capital expenditure needed to get a boat onto the water or whatever.
Initially.
So to provide an engine or to provide a fence for a farmer or whatever it is. I understand that. And that is not welfare. That is not injecting welfare money into the economy. It is assisting a particular area of the economy to get on its feet, to get more than on its feet, to establish it on a sounder and bigger footing. I understand all of that. Those are not welfare payments. But the banding was based upon hypothetical income. That's what banding was. I don't think anybody ever suggested that it would be anything else. So I don't understand the step from something based on expenditure to something based upon hypothetical income, particularly when, after you've provided the banded grant, you go back to expenditure, because the people who've been granted the money then have to produce invoices, receipts for the expenditure that they claim for originally. I just don't see the logic in that.
Well, you see, Commissioner, until we put in the mindset and put ourselves in that environment of the pressures involved in jumpstarting the economy, we will continue to look at this through the regular means and through the regular lens of what would happen in a regular situation. This was not regular. We were not only concerned after a while with just an engine. That's where it started. But after a while, the government realized that, one, we had situations where there were lingering potential food shortage coming into the territory. And as a result, food production became a very, very heavy topic. So it shifted now on how could we help overall to boost persons into food production to help us. That was crucial.
Well, can you give a date for when that shift happened?
I don't know, probably it's in your bundle, but I'm telling you how I remember. But that was one of the shift inside of it that that we as a government decided we have to make and regularize in cabinet afterward, which we still have some things to regularize in cabinet.
But can you just explain the shift to help me? I would understand a scheme which gave money to a particular sector because that sector had lost out in some way. For example, income in a particular sector, the tourism sector or whatever it is. I can understand that. I can even understand a scheme whereby money is simply given away, pumped into the economy by giving people money, full stop. I could understand that. It would need a rational basis, but there may well be one. But here, what I don't understand at the moment is the shift and how it came about from a scheme which, in terms of a fisherman, said, okay, we will buy you an engine if you need an engine, and you've got to account for the engine, which will be $600 or whatever, to a banded scheme based upon a hypothetical number of employees, the minimum wage and a hypothetical number of hours worked per week times 0.75. But then to require the fisherman to account for the engine, which he started off with, which will be a completely different figure, and therefore he will have to pay some money back, or he'll get some further money or something. I just simply don't understand the rationale behind it.
Well, I don't see it being any different from any other business. What happened? The emphasis here now came clearly into food production, and even as we sit here trying to evaluate that, we are seeing where the food production through the wall, that there's a amber light that is on. So the projection of having us to boost food production, which is going to be an ongoing program that the department will look at, also was propelled through this program eventually. And all of these shifts had to be made because it was fluid. But the main point about it is, Commissioner, whether it be the business grants, or it be the fishing and farmer grants, they have to account for their monies. And there's a committee set up by cabinet that is looking into that. And may I add that I don't think that it will be the case, or it is, but if there's anyone that avoids accounting, they'll, have to make sure that they comply. But at the same time, no money was given out of the government coffers without any aim of having it being accounted for. It was back-ended, yes, I would admit to that. But which country didn't back-end it? And I will bring context to those countries, Commissioner, if I may, because when I appeared before the COI yesterday, I made some bullet points. Since then, I asked for at least parity of treatment, especially against the UK, who would have been financing the Commission of Inquiry, and how BVI and past present governments are judged for how we handle certain issues versus how the UK government handles certain issues.
No, Premier, I will let you read that out in due course, but I just want to understand this. And before the break, your evidence was very helpful in understanding how this worked. At the moment, I don't understand how this works.
The bands?
I don't understand how they work, because what happened was applications were made on the basis of actual or future expenditure. And you've referred to a particular example of somebody who wanted $500 to build a fence. That's what he applied for, $500. And when your department, when your ministry moved to a banded scheme, he didn't get his $500. He got an amount that was based upon a hypothetical number of employees, hypothetical, but the minimum wage, a hypothetical number of hours that they work per week, 8 hours a day for a 6-day week, times the length of the period it was granted for, times 3/4. in terms of expenditure, a completely hypothetical sum, which would turn out in his case to be $13,500. So he applies for $500. He gets sent a letter which says in the first line, "Congratulations, here's $13,500. And the letter does say you will have to account for the expenditure, the $500. But then you go back to him having to account for the $500 and pay back the $13,000.
Well, first of all, Commissioner, if once the person invests in the fishing or farming, and they can account for that money to show that they invested in it, and whatever auxiliary expenditures are attached to it, those are being considered. But if you look at it as just one application, as you are doing, it seems rather simple to come now in hindsight 2020 and look at it just as a one thing. But you were dealing with hundreds, if not, when you put them all together, thousands of paperwork in a time when you had to get the economy back up. So officers now, as far as I was explaining, I happen to know, living in the country, the pressure of the financial and social pressure in the country was and still is extremely high. And officers now, the offices, that's why I'm saying the processes cannot be taken without context. Some of the offices, including Premier's office, started to be dilapidated in terms of decreased in terms of numbers because of the lockdowns, schools closed. There were officers who could not now come in because they had to be home with their children because online learning was still relatively something that was being tweaked to be adjusted, to be accepted and persons to be able to handle it. And some of our children wasn't handling online schooling well, so their parents were forced to stay home from work. The government was no different. You had a brand new permanent secretary who came in, and the date was announced as a World Health Organization with no training in terms of from the public service. Who I was saying yesterday, once you come to work, there's supposed to be a level of training given. But even so, in fairness to the public service, who could have trained you for COVID? None of us knew the complexities that COVID are brought. So you're dealing with decreased staff, even some who were in the government services who contracted COVID. And so it was not a regular time to look and say, well, all right, let me take up this one application. He has applied for $500. Okay, let us give him $5. I have a couple other hundred or thousands application here. We will take our time and do that. Commissioner, we give $1 million to the Ministry of Health to help with the social ills and persons that are applying. So they had more time to deal with $1 million. But that now was not the urgent one to deal with. But even although they took their time with it, the first payment came out just this year. And persons are still waiting to hear if they're going to get any monies out of it. Nothing wrong with the public officers, and that's not what I'm getting at. But if you follow the regular procedures, a lot of people, businesses, families would either be dead or close to dead. During that pandemic, you had to get the money out and back in the accountability, which means that whatever bans officers came up with, they did their formulas. That's not the section for me as minister, but I agree that they need to get some kind of bans because it was taking too long. That injection, that economic injection needed to be shot in the economic arm of this country to help keep it upstanding. So they did it in bans.
Yeah, I understand the shot in the arm for the economy. I would understand that if it were in terms of welfare or some form of furlough scheme, but this wasn't. This was a scheme for capital expenditure. But
not only capital, as I said, it expanded into us agreeing that we wanted to also help with food production. In the end, because it is easy to cross-examine me now with how it started for any officer, but you weren't there. it came a problem where food getting into the country was an issue. So it had to shift on the fly, just like how we would have to Monday we would rule one thing in cabinet sometimes for the coronavirus and put measures in place. By Friday you have another cabinet meeting because the cases went up. So it was not only the actual health issues that were fluid, all the auxiliaries that came as a result of the negative effects of corona caused things to continue to shift.
No, Premier, absolutely understand that. And I certainly do not underestimate the challenge that this imposed on both the policymakers and indeed the public officers. But just to take the example of a grant that's given to a fisherman in respect of an engine. And a lot of engines were applied for. A lot of fishermen applied for a new engine. But that is not going to increase food production in a week. It's going to require somebody purchasing an engine and getting it fitted, which would no doubt here take a little time. But what I can't understand is why, when you've got your application, your suggested application, that somebody asks for £500, why under the new scheme he's got to be given £13,500 and account for the money back?
But you going to the lowest one. Now let me go to the highest one. I was told by my officers that there were requests for over $400,000.
But that's fine, because that can be dealt with by a cap, which can be worked out by the public officers.
But what I'm saying here, the range was huge.
Yes.
So you cannot expect in a crisis. This is, it's hard to picture it because you see the story with the car in the ditch where the cow comes back. I'm trying to explain how the car get down there, the cow is gone, and now no one is knowing that it's swerving from a cow, but it left some doodle in the road for us to understand it was COVID. When you go by a hospital, Commissioner, with due respect, and let's say there was a riot, and the persons come into the emergency room, you have one with a knife, one with a that got cut in his hand with a knife, the other one got cut in his foot with a razor, and the other one was shot, a shot around his head. You can't have the one that is shot around his head filling out the paper to be tended to. He has to hit straight in there, and they have to now exempt him from all those other things. And while they're working on him on the back end, have his family fill out those applications. This is the same thing. When you're talking about the fisher and farmers, that's the bedrock of our country. Some people think nothing of fishermen and farmers. So there's some elite person in this country who will never understand why you have to invest in them. Let me state here, most of them were down from Hurricane Irma and Maria, and they were looking help from then. So most of them now did not have their own boats. They were teaming up with each other doing fishing. So they had to share money. They wanted to get back on their feet for themselves. And on top of that, you can get an engine if you have a boat and buy that engine today and start fishing and start to have an impact into it. But what I'm saying that no matter what you have done with the money to help with the boosting of food production, whether it's to buy an engine to help you get out there to fish, whether it's to buy wire, whether it's to cut the road to get to your farmland, whatever it is that you do. But the number of applications for businesses, for fishers, for farmers, for the whole 9 years, because the Premier's also doing all those payments. The business ones, yes, the Department of Trade was helping out with that, but the payments were still being generated by the Premier's office because they brought in teams of persons to make the payments there, not run the programs, to make sure payments get out. So now the pressure came in there that yes, you have a few applications with these, but then there's so many applications with a wide spectrum of requests. So they came up with the notion of coming up with the bans. I don't know the formula being used. I really don't know. But what I'm saying here now, as the Minister of Finance and the leader of the territory, during a disaster, you have to lead. And I could not stop and wait until or everything is completely good to say that you have a beautiful audit trail and the people don't have any help. We have to lead. You could not apply regular circumstances in the middle of this. So that's why it is a one former politician used to say, it irks me when I hear notions that the politician gone with the money. The back end is everybody have to account for that money. There's nobody can go in any one of our accounts as elected officials and find any money from fishing, farming, business or anything. It doesn't exist. But the way that we have been allowed that this thing has hit the international scene, it makes us look like a set of crook criminals and thieves. And there's nothing that you could say that exonerates you. And I'm trying to put it in perspective for you that something had to be done. There's no person, Commissioner, if you go out on this road, could meet you and say they give the Premier any money for fishing and farming and all these things. We had to get that injection into the economy. And I'm this 22 years, I don't have any intention to be living in shackles. I intend to leave here free, knowing that I did what I did in the public interest. I agreed to policies in the public interest to put an economic booster in. Might I add even some of the persons that got the money that persons were saying were not fishers and farmers and some of the biggest fishermen and distributors right now. You don't have to look for fish right now, Commissioner, like you had before. We went with this program with our people. You're even on Facebook seeing where to get fish now. You even don't have to do it. You drive, you see fish, more provisions. It brought more people to register. There was a lack of registration by the Department of Agriculture because a lot of people used to fish and earn their living through fishing, but they never formally registered. So they never registered, they never paid Social Security, they never paid inland revenue, they never paid anything because they would just go up fishing. So this program was causing persons to come in and get yourself regularized because it is a problem we have with that informal way of persons, how they grow up in our country. So we are trying to get people also to understand, come and register. I don't know the numbers, but the technical persons told me that there's some 100 and something, and I think that the general probably alluded to that, registered, with more still coming in to be registered, which is good for us for food production. So much so, Commissioner, that right now, with food production, we are looking at that along with other areas to implement an export tax because there are certain fish that are caught here in the Virgin Islands more so than anywhere else in the world. So soon we'll be bringing an export tax, nothing major, but at least we'll make something on it when it's leaving to help bring them to another level. If you don't have any nation that cannot feed itself is a nation doomed to starvation and debt. And we are trying to bring it back to that level in an accountable manner. You find me, Commissioner, find me one person who got a fisherman or farmer's grant who don't know that they had to account for it. We have ads on the radio as we speak saying, bring in all your information. I'm hearing it. I don't be involved in those, but I hear it myself.
When was that launched?
The ads?
Yeah.
I can't remember, but it's on the radio.
No, and you've said it's now, but when was it launched?
Well, after a while, sometime this year.
Yeah. A lot of what you've said, Premier, is actually in your response.
Yes, but I have to make sure I explain it.
Yeah, no, well, what you can be sure of is that the Commissioner will have read that response and will read it again. But the point is that it's just what would assist today is some detail in relation to farmers and fishermen, that there was a point in the process when there was a shift towards food production with an emphasis on the need for food production. Can you give a date as to when that shift happened? Because that's a policy shift.
Whenever they came to me about the bans, the main point there was also the bans and for us to broaden it to help with the food production because it was crucial.
Okay. Well,
so whenever the PS came to me with that, that was part of the conversation. That now have to go back to cabinet. I don't think, I know the churches one went back to cabinet on the 28th of September.
Can I come back to going back to cabinet in a moment? Because it's at page 233, Commissioner, but at paragraph 84.
Page what?
Paragraph 84 and 233, which is in your response. It says, right, by about mid-September 2020, officials concluded there'd been a need to adopt a banded system. So that's the date that's given when officials concluded the need for a banded system. So can we take that as mid-September 2020? We know from this that and from other sources that 18th of October 2020 was when the first payments started being made under this program. But mid-September 2020 would be the date when you, around the time when you would have approved the policy shift to a banded system, and where there was then this change in emphasis to food production.
Food production was a part of the discussion.
Yes, but you've made more than once the point to the Commissioner
Definitely.
that food production was a driver for the shift. So we can take mid-September.
Not there was a driver for the shift. The driver for the shift was a concern internationally that there was going to be a food shortage, which if you check the news now, it's there again lately. So in a concern that became another cow that got into the road, we now had to solve that. So we wanted to be proactive as a country to see if we could boost our food production in the country.
So that's mid-September 2020 is the date.
It would have to be around that time as far as my memory recollects, but most likely.
Because what the paper doesn't talk about, or the response really is when policy decisions were made and who made them. So you've helped with that in relation to farmers and fishermen. I'm going to come back to regularizing via cabinet in a moment, but can I shift to the religious organizations and schools, because that too was a banded process. Right now there's detail in your response, but again, just so that we're clear, it's just to understand the divide between ministers deciding policy, technocrats putting the systems in place. So as a minister, the premier, you would have also authorized that policy shift to a banded system for religious organizations and schools.
Definitely, the permanent secretary came back and spoke about that to me.
So we've got that now. You've explained I think you've called it back-ending in terms of accountability. So what there is now is there is as we speak, an ongoing program to make clear, as it did in the letters, to people that they will have to account for the sums that have been given to them.
Right, but our cabinet, you have the cabinet approval of that committee in here?
No, that's another thing we're going to need from you.
Oh, you don't have that? Okay.
But the point is that some people will, if they can't, and this is Dr. O'Neill Morton's point to the Commissioner, but if they can't show that they've spent the money in the way it was intended, they are going to have to give it back.
Well, that's what Dr. O'Neill said. I would say let's cross the bridge when we reach it, because I can't say that they can't. So I wouldn't. All people are responsible people in the Virgin Islands.
If someone spent their 500 on an engine and spent the rest on non-farming, non-fishing related items, they will have to. They won't be able to give a proper account, and they'll have to pay it back.
Well, the system will have to be able to deal with that. That part there is not from. That's not my section at all, because there's already systems in place.
Well, it's your responsibility in this sense, Premier, accountability.
Exactly.
You've insisted on accountability.
That's why the system will deal with that.
Yes, and so there will be a system to ensure that the money that has been paid by way of grants is accounted for in the sense that it has been used for what the grant was for.
Yes, that's the back end of it.
I understand how that applies to farmers and fishermen. Does that apply to religious organizations, etc.?
Well, they didn't apply. Most of them didn't apply, but we have to understand something here, Commissioner. This is not dealing with my evidence, but I have to give it to you as a history, because it's context. The churches by nature in this country, or they pray and they are spiritual watchmen on the gate for this country, because this country is under attack left, right, and center, and only God could help us. So the prayers of the churches continue to help us, and there's nothing political about it at all. As a matter of fact, some churches disagree with my policies and they preach accordingly, but that's their belief. That's part of democracy. But that doesn't mean that they can't get help and get the same help that others are getting. But I want to state, Commissioner, the churches are there to the people of the Virgin Islands had. When we didn't have money as a government, long before I was born, may I add, the churches, starting with the Methodists and then the Anglican and other churches have come along, are the ones that did our education for us, of our people. They educated the people of the Virgin Islands in grade, what do you call them again? Grade 6 standards, 5th standard, 4th standard. And they paid the teachers to initially. So government didn't have any money. So they were the foundation of education in our country. So persons who know the history of churches in our country, which is most persons, would know that it is a sacred thing for us. It is not just about helping a church in a time of need, although that's what has happened. It's sacred. But churches also do something that governments can't do. They reach a lot of persons in body, mind, and soul, and physically with their needs. So they run a lot of programs that help the needy. And in that time, COVID-19 then and now is one of need. Commissioner, some of the churches, when you speak with them, you don't want to hear some of the needs of our people right now in the middle of COVID. You would cry. And with having said all of that, as for me in my hat, and I'm speaking from my hat now, not my evidence that I was given, I'm speaking as Andrew, knowing what the churches have done. The churches, some of them are on the verge of collapse because they make their monies by the collection, by the offering. If it is closed, there's no offering. And if people are not working because of COVID, they can't give any tithes. So churches now have seen financial challenges like never before. So now with that in mind, when the idea of the bands came to me, I was more than happy to say, I agree for us to go ahead with the bands so that we can keep our churches going. First, it started out where it was dealing with getting some of them reopened, but then that too shift to getting them into helping them continue their social programs because COVID was shifting all the time. So there were a lot of persons in the churches that the churches were contacting and saying, look, we're running programs, persons can't pay their rent because although it's locked down, the landlord still wants his rent. Persons don't have money to feed their children, a lot of single mothers. And they were saying, look, we need to see if we could get some help to go along those lines. So there were a lot of social needs. So the more persons and entities that you could have helped during that time to help feed people that were in dire need like never before. And some still are, Commissioner. There are ladies who come to me and say, look, I'm glad that you give the help. Some still come up to me up to today, up to last week. Look, I'm glad that we were able to get help from some of these programs because some of the things that they were thinking about doing to get money to help feed their children, they didn't even want to have it as a thought, and you can imagine what I'm saying. So these were not regular times. Mothers were looking at any way possible, sad to say, in some areas, to feed themselves and their families. We had to cut that off from going into that negative social dimension, which is what I'm asking, and I'm craving your indulgence and asking your soul and your heart not to just look at this as raw procedures changing willy-nilly. The pressures of the day call for us to make shift in policy because there was need. The private school needed, they were not getting fees coming into the school anymore because nobody was coming to school, and those, even if they had school, the persons weren't working because of lockdown. It was, as we say in our culture, mass, and all of it fell on the shoulders of the Minister of Finance. Despite I thank my colleagues, I barely got any sleep. The pressure had to come out of the pipe somehow, and we did it in the most accountable way. So yes, I approve the policy shift for churches to get the bands and a call for a little more money.
Did you approve a policy shift that payments to churches should be for social purposes?
That's what I said when I was speaking. Social purposes to help the social.
So you approved that policy?
It had to shift because first we're dealing with reopening.
No, exactly. Can I just take this in a couple of stages? The initial concept of the grants, for which you got cabinet approval at the outset, was for $1 million to assist with reopening various institutions, but including the churches and schools. And that was literally to help them go from being closed to being open with social distancing and all of the COVID restrictions and the expenses that are incurred by in complying with COVID restrictions. That was what the original intention of the grants were for. And applications were made on that basis. And the applications had, in paragraph 1, an assurance by the institution that the funds would only be spent upon reopening costs.
Initially.
Initially, except initially. Now, as I understand your evidence, that was the subject of a big policy change, I think, but please correct me if I'm wrong, about the time the bans came in, away from it being restricted to those costs to being really welfare benefits, to give the money to the churches for whatever charitable purposes, because the churches would only use it for charitable purposes, whatever charitable purposes the churches wish to use it. Was that the policy shift?
Policy shift was to give it to them to help with whatever they can help with charity in the social aspect of the country, because they touch more people than a government can ever reach. When you look at all the churches, no matter the denomination.
And that policy shift, as I understand it, took place around about the time of when the banding came in. It took
around that time. I don't know the exact date, but it was around that time because there were concerns. So as usual, I won't get involved in the weeds of things. That's not my section, but the overall actually policy.
Because this was a big change in policy.
It was a big change in policy, but a needed one.
Policy is a matter for politicians. I'm interested in process, but it was a big change in policy around that time, and it coincided with the banding.
Right.
That's very helpful. Thanks. In explaining how all of this came about.
Yes, we had to, and the churches have helped us significantly. And I would do it again. The churches have touched the lives of a lot of persons. Around that time, Commissioner, there were a lot of people who were trying to commit suicide. They couldn't deal with this. The churches dealt with a lot of counseling. The churches dealt with a lot of prayers. They took away most of what would have ended up to be social disasters in this country that the government could not have addressed. So the money might have seemed like it was an increase, but when I see criticisms levied that it is to dictate or in the report stating something to the effect of us doing that to make the churches subservient to us in terms of politics or cronyism or different things, not at all. That grieve my spirit, because the Holy Spirit cannot be bought. The Holy Spirit cannot be directed. So that should have never hit a Auditor General's report. With due respect, that is irresponsible language in God's vineyard. The churches, I don't even see half these pastors. I never see most of them. We did it to save the social fabric of the country because the churches could reach it.
What that follows then is, whilst you dispute the rationale behind it, or any criticism of the rationale behind it, you accept that in relation to religious organisations and schools and religious organisations particularly, the greater majority of funds went to churches that had not made any kind of application.
However, they did this, the scheme that was totally up to them, but know that we had to help them.
Right. Okay, so I understand. Now, in terms of schools, the shift in the purpose was to allow them to be able to, again, defray costs, whether it be to pay staff or so that was the policy shift.
To pay staff and school fees, because remember, a lot of persons weren't working.
To go back to back ending, so you have, and on questions from the Commissioner, you have a sort of time in the process where officials are approaching you as Premier / Minister of Finance and saying, we need to change. You say yes, agree to this policy shift. They go away and put the mechanics in place. In terms of the formula that they come up with for calculating a particular band, matter for them, not for you, your policy. But now, in terms of back-ending, the back-ending has two elements to it. The first element is accountability, in that farmers and fisher folk are going to be asked to account for the sums that have been paid to them. Churches and religious or schools are not going to be asked to account for the sums paid for them. You have a committee set up, and you're going to give us the cabinet papers in relation to that committee, but that committee has been set up now to take that process of back-ending accountability forward. And the second element of regularizing it is that these matters, these policy matters that you decided as Premier stroke Ministry of Finance, are now going back through the cabinet for cabinet to approve.
Yes, we have to.
Done that.
I didn't do all of them have not been done up to now, because you would appreciate the pressures of the office and the magnitude of what has been asked of limited staff, because all of this we're doing with the issue that we recognize in our governance paper, which is the lack of the capacity, the institutional the capacity of the public service in terms of the limited amount of persons that you have to work with. We're not Downing Street in the UK probably have about 100 or 200 some persons run around in number 10. We don't even have in the Premier's office more than, I don't think it's more than 20 persons, if that much at all, run around inside the Premier's office. And may I add, that includes, and no offense to their level, that includes the messenger, the clerical staff and things. That's not the senior staff that deals with papers, which would be limited. So the answer is yes, we're going back to cabinet to regularize them, because we have to.
You gave
but I must say
gave a date for the. This is what I'm trying to just get to, but there was one example you were aware of had reached cabinet, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you gave the date of the 28th of September 2021.
That's dealing with the churches, because I think, if my memory serves me correct, even what I submitted, there was also an issue of some of the monies that it was depleted and not enough to deal with the churches. So what we did is we adjusted monies inside what you'll call the envelope. In finance, you call it the envelope. We had $17.5 million. So if we needed more monies in the churches and preschools than originally had written, we would adjust it inside that. But extra money, no, we didn't wait for any extra money.
Yeah, the financial secretary explained that, because that's taking us back to his role in negotiating with the Social Security.
Well, I didn't hear his testimony, but I could come here at midnight and tell you the same thing, because I don't have anything to hide. I did it in the public interest, and I'm going to answer the questions and also put certain things on the state on the record.
Hopefully, we won't need you to stay till midnight to do that. But can I just one last thing though, just to clarify another thing you said. I think we've spoken about religious organisations and schools in terms of funding going to people who hadn't applied for it, and you've given your context. In terms of farmers and fishermen, one of the points that's raised is that payments were made to farmers and fishermen who did not appear on a government register. Now, the point is made by Dr. O'Neill Morton, it's made in your response, and it's made by you today. The effect of putting this scheme in is that you saw an increase in the number of people registering to be licensed. That's what happened. You had more farmers came forward. Farmers came forward and said, I now want to be registered as a farmer. Fishermen came and got their license. But do you accept that payments were made to farmers who were not registered and fishermen who were not licensed?
I would, Mr. Commissioner, you're looking at processes. So that's a loaded question, although it seems simple, but I want to answer it like this. If you check the Department of Agriculture's registration, I think it's from 2007 to 2020. Don't quote me on the exact number, because I remember doing some research on my own. That's why it was only about 500 persons registered. And also they claim that not much was done since Irma and Maria in the ways of registration. But in our country, there's a lot of persons that are known fishermen and farmers.
No, Premier, I understand that, because
I'm coming to that.
that's what Dr. O'Neill Morton explained. But the issue is this, because what you have is if the Commissioner accepts the Auditor General's evidence at the start of this process, and this accords with the preliminary report that I took you to. If we take farmers for an example, or fishermen, the qualifying criteria was that you had to be registered with the Department of Agriculture, or you had to produce a notarized letter. With fishermen, it's the same thing. Are you licensed, or do you have a notarized letter? So you could come along with a letter from a fit and proper person saying, I have been fishing commercially for the last 3 years. And this was targeted at commercial enterprises, commercial individuals, not, and to quote from your own report, the preliminary report, not backyard farming. So that's the situation. Yeah? Right at the start of the process, these are the qualifying criteria you've put in. If the Commission accepts the internal auditor's evidence on what she found, it's that payments were made to people who did not meet those criteria.
Well,
now, accept that, you know, as the process comes on, somebody could come along and go, I would like to be registered. Or somebody could come along and go, I need to be on your database, to Department of Agriculture, you've missed me off, or whatever. Somebody could regularize their positions for the reasons you've explained. But it's taking you back to that beginning point. Do you accept that payments were made to people who did not appear, did not meet those qualifying criteria?
I can't say that, Commissioner. Not saying whether yes or no. I cannot answer because I didn't deal with payments.
That's fair enough, Premier. But can I ask you this, in one respect, in relation to the back-ending element of it? You've explained how there is now this committee which is going to check accountability. But is part of its check of accountability going to see whether a recipient of a payment was qualified for it?
If they were qualified?
But let's assume that part of the process, a farmer gets, let's say, $10,000. Whatever sum you want to pick, that person has been given it under the scheme. He or she will now have to account to the Premier's office for how they've expended that money. That's the back ending of accountability. They will have to explain to you, and you will have to be satisfied that they've done it.
Right.
But does part of your satisfaction involve confirming that they are in fact a commercial farmer?
Well, I'll put it this way. I can't say exactly what all is in it, but I would hope if it is somebody that was not captured as a registered farmer, that the exercise will also help us to boost our numbers, to have them regularized. Because in this exercise, because they're going to account for the money, that's one thing. But we have to make sure that more of our people who are doing it, who may not, if that is the case, who are not on it, get on the register. Because one of the things that we found, even though I was in the opposition in Irma and Maria, and now as Premier with the COVID, we have a lot of our people that we know are in certain industries, but they didn't regularize themselves properly. So when the time came, especially for COVID, they went to apply, for example, unemployment benefits, etc. But they weren't paying any Social Security. So they thought that the answer there was, whether it's fishing or whatever they were doing, that they could just go and collect that money. But because they were not captured in the system, there was no money to come out. So this is something that we have experienced with a lot of our people, and it's not unique to the BVI. But the pandemic has brought it to light more. So this now allowed, from the time the program was announced, before money ever come into the coffers of government to do the grants, persons started to try to get the register. And we saw a 25% increase in persons. I think it's 25. It was more than 20, but it was around 25. Increase in the number of persons who registered as fishers and farmers that didn't register. And still, I would suspect, Mr. Rudd, I would suspect that there are some more. And if they got funding, I would suspect that a country in the middle of a crisis would say, listen, I thank you for accounting for the money that you have, but we want to get you regularized so that if anything happened again, that you will be already paying into the system so you can get what is yours. Because these things bring up anomalies when you have the worst crisis in 100 years, and then you're going to find some anomalies.
You've given the other side of the coin,
Yeah.
but it's, and I understand the explanation. And
But I never thought on all of that, as you said, until you said it, you know.
But
So I have to check the paper to see what's in there, to see how we'll account for that.
But and you know, I'm asking my questions on the basis that it's policy for you, and you may not know the fine detail, but it's just a suggestion that if you are going back to people and saying you now have to account for the funds, does not part of that process involve asking them, are you in fact a commercial farmer or a commercial fisherman?
Well, if it is not one, I don't remember what's there, but if it's not one, it's one that we have to consider because it's going to help us. Because what you said there is good because it's going to help them and it's going to help the country because they could get further benefits. But there's something, Commissioner, if you may though, that you said you were going to allow me to.
Can I?
It's very short.
No, I'm sure it's very short, Premier, and I will listen to it. Can I just ask you one last question?
No problem. You're the Commissioner.
It's a very similar question to the one Mr. Rawat asked you, but it's in the context of the churches and schools program. You've put in a robust response to the Auditor General,
yes,
which is with appendices something like 900 pages long.
Yes,
and you've been severely critical of the Auditor General, but
not critical. I'll put a difference of opinion. Yeah.
Yes,
that's my layman language.
Yes. Okay. I think I'll stick to critical, but
okay.
But I hear your version. But the Auditor General, as I've said before, it is, and this is with great respect to what she does, which is both important, it's constitutionally important, and it's also not a straightforward job, but it is a job simply of auditing. So in relation to religious organisations and schools, she will have looked at the policy, which is the policy set out in the Cabinet decision, and that policy is to assist religious organisations and schools with reopening costs. She will have looked at how the money was distributed and seen a complete mismatch between the policy and the authority under which the money was paid out and how the money was paid out. She did not know of the policy change, which was, as I understand it, entirely oral between you and the Permanent Secretary, and was many, many months away of even appearing in a Cabinet paper to be approved by Cabinet. And so in terms of an audit function, don't you have some sympathy with her report?
For saying that we give the money to the churches. You have that part, Mr. Rudd. Read what the Auditor General said we did. That's a heavy criticism, you know.
Well, I'll come to that. Mr. Rabbit will find it. But
yes,
just
I want him to find that for me and tell me in the bundle so I could read it, so I could refresh my memory with the exact words.
He will find it and he'll read it out.
Yes.
But just before we get to that, which is right at the end of her report, as a result of her conclusions and her recommendations, given the authority, which is in the Cabinet minute, given how the money was distributed, and the lack of transparency and accountability and authority for the payments, don't you have some sympathy generally with the Auditor General's report?
Commissioner, who have sympathy for when this whole inquiry was launched on me, when my wife and my picture end up in front of marijuana and drugs, and have the world thinking that the BVI has a premier that's a drug lord and a drug cartel? Who have sympathy on me?
How is that the responsibility of the Auditor General?
No, I want to state that every time I'm asking about somebody else, but there's a lot I went through, and I'm going to tell you where it states with the Auditor General. What was a rush? What was a rush with the report, Commissioner? I did not know the rush was that she was coming to the Commission of Inquiry. I didn't know about the report. What was a rush with the Auditor General's report? Trying to do a report in the middle of the worst pandemic in the last 100 years and speeding it up. Nobody understand the acceleration till afterward. Now, when I realized that we have a report in front of the Commission of Inquiry, it didn't come to Cabinet, it didn't come to the House of Assembly, but it come to the Commission of Inquiry. And before that, the same things it is trying to allude to, what Dominic Raab said when he went to the House of Commons, is all related. So I have to come here to clear my government and my name. We have to clear the people of the Virgin Islands' name. We ain't thief no money. We don't have any money in our account. It then went to friends and special political allies and it did not happen. We didn't give it to churches so that the churches could be politically beholden to the government. How these things are made are irrational and irresponsible statements because it seemed like we are not without shell. I have to come here today to bring clarity, to bring context to these texts, to clear the name of the people and even the public officers. If you tell me that Commissioner, that things might have been done differently, that's for all governments in COVID-19. But to say that monies are missing and that we're trying to bribe, basically what you're being told, you're trying to bribe the churches. And that let me put it this way. Commissioner, let me put it this way, because you structure the question in such a way that you play chess. You okay, good. So I can't bring you the chess example. You structured it is a kind of funny move. I respect the office of the Auditor General. I will never disrespect the office of the Auditor General. The office of the Auditor General will always come with being critiqued, but so will the Premier. But at the same time, though, when you make certain inferences that are not based on allowing the truth to come forward, because I don't know what happened with the Auditor General saying this and saying the PSA that. That's not where I was involved. But I would know, and I would take it, Mr. Red, just like you came here today and said, well, all right, Premier, let us at least get this done. When you deal with people's name, take your time and come and say, listen to me, Permanent Secretary. Based on what I've seen, this is what I'm going to write. I know it's the worst pandemic in 100 years, but allow me to sit with you, whatever it is, get on the phone and like two reasonable, rational professionals and say, let us look at it. If what you're giving me still doesn't add up, I have to go ahead. But I don't want to do this just like so, because this is not a regular time. This is not normal time. This is in the middle of the worst pandemic where people are suffering. And we had a lot of political talk on this COVID-19. So some members of the opposition stating what happened, what ain't happened, a lot of political talk. But then when you come down to it, where can you find anybody who received that funds who don't have to account for it? None. Where could you find anybody that said they give a politician a kickback and it's true? Because I can't stop persons from talking. None. But there are people who believe it. And there are people who tarnishing on names. And Commissioner, I feel we need an apology from the Foreign Secretary because they put our children in thing abroad at risk. Because we have one where persons telling one of our children that your father down there with the money, they put our family at risk. And nobody is studying that for us because we're studying processes. And the way this was done, Commissioner, it lends itself towards destabilizing a country because persons going to form opinions which they already have. The Premier and his government gone with the money. Some will be saying, no, they didn't went with the money. But now is when I could come here and get out the truth. And I thank you, Commissioner, because you didn't have to put up with me today saying all of this. But at least you were able to hear my side. Now, Commissioner, Premier, I can't say sympathy is a word.
But Premier, I want to hear your side.
But I'm giving it to you.
But no, and it's been helpful.
Yes.
Because...
but it's hurtful. It's helpful for you, but hurtful for me. Well, to know that I have to live a life where internationally gone out that the BVI's name has been tarnished. I am like a duck on the pond, Commissioner, looking good on top, but paddling hard underneath to get back our reputation.
But with the benefit of hindsight...
which is 2020.
Which is 2020.
Mm-hmm.
with the benefit of hindsight, Premier, just taking the churches as an example, but the farmers and fishermen could be an equal example. With the churches, as I think we've established, the authority of the cabinet to spend money was in respect of reopening costs. At some point during the programme, for reasons which you've set out, we don't have to go over them again, the policy changed. It changed as a result of a conversation between you and the permanent secretary. It has not yet been ratified by...
Policy adjusted.
Well,
because some was still going to be reopening and some reopening and social. So adjusted would be a better word.
Well, it's certainly different.
Yes.
The policy changed, and it changed as a result of a verbal conversation between you and the permanent secretary, which resulted in the expenditure of a lot more money on churches. As you say, that meant a change in the envelope. It took money from other possible recipients and gave it to the churches because the envelope was limited. The whole envelope was limited.
Took money from other...
You had a limited fund of $40 million.
Right.
As a result of this change of policy, more money was spent, a lot more money was spent on churches than was expected and was presented to Cabinet at the outset. That, as you say, can be changed by moving money within the $40 million.
17.5.
From whatever it is,
no,
17.5.
Thank you.
The point is even more pointed. So as a result of this change of policy,
sorry, 22.5, sorry.
But as a result of the change of policy, money was moved from one pot to another pot. It was moved to the churches, but it was moved out of another pot.
Adjusted, yes.
It was moved out of one pot and put in another pot.
And that's a policy decision?
And that was a policy decision, but not one at the moment that's been ratified by Cabinet.
Right.
It was done.
But I must add, and this didn't come in. Remember, though, as who Cabinet is. Cabinet is the 5 ministers making decisions. So I would not have done this in isolation. My government and us are all discussing all the time. All of us have been in discussion. So with it, you would have one where, when you go to Cabinet, you have basically from now the tacit approval because it's ongoing.
Premier, I accept that you have confidence that when the matter is brought back to Cabinet, they will approve retrospectively the policy.
Right.
I'm not questioning that. But with the benefit of hindsight, do you not think that a greater amount of transparency, a greater amount of good governance would have assisted?
I can't agree with that at all. I would say in hindsight that a greater amount of professionalism by all involved in the middle of the worst pandemic in the last 100 years would not even have us here discussing this. I do not see what the urgency of the audit was. It was nothing. Chicken Little wasn't burning up. The hospital wasn't burning up. What is the urgency with that audit report? And why didn't it go to Cabinet? Why didn't it go to the House of Assembly? How come it was rushed to get here at the Commission of Inquiry as a first stop? If the truth was the intention to come out, then cooler heads would have prevailed and persons would have sit together. And then even if you don't agree, then you could have come and said, well, thank you for letting me know the policy was changed with the discussion. It didn't go to Cabinet yet. I will still write that this is not something that I would approve, but please make sure it goes to Cabinet. Cooler heads in the middle of the worst pandemic in the last 100 years would cause us not to be here. I'm not, Commissioner, with due respect, could conclude what you have concluded because we in charge of policy and you can't audit policies like that. That's outside of the domain of even the Auditor General. And we were in the middle of a crisis that cannot be exempted from this report. Somebody had to lead, Commissioner. The tail couldn't wag the dog in this thing. The dog had to wag the tail. And with that in mind, we still have issues, Commissioner. with persons who can't pay the rent. We still have major social issues that we're trying to look at because COVID is not over. So for that kind of audit to be rushed, I call it rushed, and reaching without all sides professionally sitting down and saying, look, I know that whatever happened in the past, let us sit down together as professionals and come and let me hear exactly what happened. What is wrong with picking up a phone, all professionals and whatever? That's not something for me as Premier now to be here answering. Cooler heads was to prevail. What are you doing now, Commissioner, is correct. You come and you ask me my side, you bring in the other side, you bring in wherever. Whatever that issue was, I don't know what the issue was. But I feel now as Andrew Fahie speaking, Andrew A Fahie, if cooler heads had prevailed and professionalism was the ordeal, was the order of the day, we would be here under different premises. Because of all of what has happened, some person's reputation has been damaged internationally, and irreparable damage, might I add, in some quarters. So you have people now who elected will be walking probably down the road in England or somewhere, and they spot him and say, where is he from, BVI? Oh, looky there, that's the one we're going with the $40 million on the grant. And it wouldn't be so. So irreparable damages have been caused to people's reputation, thinking that this money has been stolen. That is why it is, because the terms of reference says what you're operating from, Commissioner, that is what your terms of reference is saying. And there's no proof that exists that money is missing. And Andrew A Fahie and his government don't have it. When they go to the people that account for it. And if they want to go to the church after a church ceremony, they will account for it. Or the businesses, they will account for it. The transportation people, they will account for it. The supermarkets that got the money, they'll account for it. The hotels that got the money, they will account for it. I have none. And I come declare my name and the country's name. And while I at it, Commissioner, I thank you so much. Commissioner, I really admire the patience you have with me this, but I have to get this out because it's born, and I did some research there because you said you were looking at the BVI. But Commissioner, when I appeared before this Commissioner inquiry yesterday, if I may, because you promised me I could do this at the end of this part, I asked for at least parity of treatment against the UK and how the BVI and past, present BVI government are judged for how we handle certain issues versus how the UK government handles certain issues. And I'm glad that you brought it up in terms of anywhere else. When it comes to how this extraordinary situation of COVID-19, the worst pandemic to hit the world in over 100 years, coming without a playbook, killing millions of people, crippling healthcare systems and economies, and continuing to be unprecedented, forced us, as it did with all other governments, to adopt extraordinary measures and procedures. Similar parity must be afforded to us. And I say that parity and equity are essential. Even though when you look at the track record of the UK government, who called this Commission of Inquiry, in how it has handled its economic stimulus and social support programs, how it has failed to handle accountability, transparency, and value for money, and other governance issues surrounding COVID-19, I think you will find that the BVI, with our imperfections, do not fail or fall into that same barrel as the UK. Have we faced similar challenges as the UK? Yes. Have we been forced to employ extraordinary and innovative measures as the UK? Yes. Have we been forced to leave certain administrative steps which would normally have been done at the front end to be dealt with in the back end as the UK did it? Yes. But was there blatant corruption or any corruption in the BVI's COVID-19 economic stimulus program, as we have seen revealed occurring in the UK with the Conservative government's VIP lane fast track, where party supporters and financiers have gotten preferred access to billions of dollars in government contracts in areas where they have zero background or experience? The answer is no. And I'm appealing to you, Commissioner, in the context of whom is the BVI supposed to pattern and set our good governance benchmarks and standards? And against whose standards and benchmarks is the BVI's governance going to be measured? If it is the UK's, then I can tell you that we have no VIP lane fast track for party supporters in our governance system as any official policy. So therefore, if it is the UK standard, then the BVI would have exceeded those standards by several thousand percentage points. And you may ask yourself, Commissioner, why is this relevant? Well, I'm glad you asked, and I'll tell you why. It is because for the past 19 odd months, I've been leading a government in a territory through the worst pandemic in over 100 years. And this is on the heels of 2 back-to-back hurricanes that devastated our homes, businesses, infrastructure, and our economy. When I speak with other world leaders and country leaders, we understand each other's experiences because we have been there in that position. Someone who has not led a country far less through a crisis can never know what it is to do that. And Commissioner, in trying to figure out what I have done wrong, I've tried to look at the UK, which many at home and abroad feel is a superior standard. And my research directed me last night to a House of Commons Public Accounts Committee report titled COVID-19 Government Procurement and Supply of Personal Protective Equipment, 42nd report of session 2019-2021, published in February 2021. The background, Commissioner, was that in light of the COVID-19 pandemic on 31st July 2020, the UK government awarded 8,000 contracts for goods and services worth £18 billion, 18 billion pounds, sorry. They wanted to build up a 4-month stockpile of personal protective equipment, PPE, so that 6,900 were for PPE, totaling in value of 12 billion pounds. The purpose? To identify suppliers which could provide this PPE, to support new UK manufacturers that had not previously made PPE, and to distribute the PPE to care providers. The department created a parallel supply chain, and that's on page 5, if you want to check. In terms of transparency, it was quoted, transparency also helps to ensure accountability for procurement decisions, particularly when no competition is involved. However, the details of fewer than half of the contracts awarded before the end of July, with a value of £25,000, had been published by 10th November, and only 25% were published on Contracts Finder within the government's target of 90 days. That's on page 5 also, end of quote. Fast lane, the minister's referrals. Government PPE buying team within the parallel supply chain received over 15,000 offers to supply PPE. This cross-government PPE buying team set up a high priority lane to separately assess and process high priority leads that it considered more credible, which sat alongside an ordinary lane to process other leads. Leads that were considered more credible were those from government officials, ministers' offices, MPs, and members of the House of Lords, but it is not clear why this assumption was made. The priority lane did not include organizations with expertise in the health and social care sector that had existing relationships with suppliers through their members or directly, and were well placed to assess the credibility of potential PPE suppliers, such as the British Medical Association. Around 1 in 10 suppliers that came through the high priority lane were awarded a contract, compared with 1 in 100 for the ordinary lane. There were no written rules to support those making referrals in deciding which leads to put forth. The same 8-stage process for assessing and processing offers was applied to both lanes, but the Cabinet Office and the department accepted that leads that went through the high priority lane were held better, and that's on page 7. In terms of systemic racial discrimination, and I'm quoting from the report, Black, Asian, and minority ethnic BAME staff were more likely to report experiencing PPE shortages, feeling pressure to work without adequate protection, and not being fit tested for respiratory mask. A third of BAME doctors reported experiencing PPE shortages, compared with 14% of white doctors. Similarly, almost half of BAME nurses said that they had not been fit tested for respiratory masks compared with 74% of white nurses. That's on page 8 if you want to refer. Feeding frenzy. The department ordered 32 billion items of PPE. It intended to build a stockpile that could last 4 months. Based on the rate PPE was used between March and July 2020, the amount of PPE that the department had ordered could last 5 years. That's on page 9 if you want to reference. Unusable PPE, hundreds of millions of dollars wasted. And I quote, the department has wasted hundreds of millions of pounds on PPE, which is of poor quality and cannot be used for the intended purpose. That's on page 9. At the time of our evidence session, some 195 million items of PPE had been identified by the department as being potentially unsuitable for the intended purpose, as on page 10. Failures to address procurement risk. And I quote, government awarded contracts worth more than 10 billion pounds without competition and made extensive use of emergency procurement regulations to very quickly make direct awards of contracts. The NAO found that in the National Audit Office found that this opened up significant procurement risk, including increased risk of unequal treatment of suppliers and poor procurement processes on page 11. Nepotism. Around 1 in 10 suppliers which came through the high priority lane were awarded a contract compared with 1 in 100 for the ordinary lane. The Cabinet Office told us that the total value of contracts awarded to suppliers through the high priority lane was 1.7 billion pounds, and that's page 3. I'm coming to you, Commissioner, because you say, what are we compared to? Access to the high priority lane was based on recommendations coming from the government officials, ministers' offices, MPs, and members of the House of Law. That's page 3. The process did not clearly record information on referrals. Page 13. The Cabinet Office confirmed that of the 47 suppliers which came through the high priority lane and were awarded contracts, 12 were introduced from MPs, 7 from peers, and 18 from officials. In 5 cases, the source of the referral was not known, and 1 referral was put in the lane in error. Page 13. In closing, this is a standard that we in the Virgin Islands are supposed to look up to as role models, given that they are the ones who have called and are paying for the commission of inquiry on our actions during COVID-19. This is a standard that is looking to keep us in check. This is a standard that went into the House of Commons, to the British and international media, and said it is extremely concerned about the state of good governance in the British Virgin Islands. End of quote. These are the words of the then Foreign Secretary, Mr. Dominic Raab, on 18 January 2021, when he made, quote, allegations that funds set aside for struggling families during the pandemic may have been reallocated to political allies, and concerns around spending on government contracts without any proper procurement process, end of quote. But against their backdrop, when called upon to issue the COI on that, Commissioner Prime Minister Boris Johnson told the UK Parliament on 12 May 2021 that it was not the appropriate time for a commission of inquiry in the UK because his government needed to focus on the pandemic. The UK economy was hit. UK people were out of jobs, people were dying, and loved ones were in grief. Look at the duplicity. Does the government of the Virgin Islands and its public officers not also have a pandemic to manage? Does the Virgin Islands economy not need attention? Are Virgin Islanders not also in need of jobs? Do Virgin Islanders not also know about death and grief? $1.7 billion to 47 associates of UK ministers, MPs, peers, and UK government officials with no background or expertise in a particular product. 15 times more supplies purchased than needed. 195 million items of PPE identified as being potentially unsuitable for their intended purposes. The UK's bounce back loan program is another policy where the UK government understood that speed was a priority and exceptional measures pose risks that had to be borne to serve the greater good. The Chancellor of the Exchequer had told the House of Commons that the government would deliberately relinquish ordinary controls, and I quote, "There will be no forward-looking tests of business viability, no complex eligibility criteria, just a simple, quick standard form for business to fill in," end of quote. The scheme has been discussed as a giant bonfire of public money. The Office for Budget the responsibility predicts losses to fraud and defaulting loans of between 22 billion pounds to 40 billion pounds. The National Audit Office noted that departments had relaxed the controls and checks they would normally have in place to administer and deliver such schemes for the sake of speed. This materially increased the risk of fraud and error. And as I conclude, but they call a commission of inquiry in the BVI, the same entities, and they send your lone fine self and your high-powered team commissioner, with due respect, to grill and perceived as embarrassed in some quarters, deflate and distract our humble, hard-working public officers whose deficiencies, to the extent they are, emanate from the UK's failure to help with their professional development and that of the BVI public service, as they agreed to do in the white paper in 2012. Commissioner, when the pandemic struck, I wrote to the then Governor Jasper, which we went through, a number of letters, some of which were copied to the then Minister, Baroness Sogg, and I'm going to supply that letter for you. And Prime Minister Johnson appealing for various forms of assistance. And all I say is, in other words, the UK money is for the UK taxpayers, and the Virgin Islands people must fend for themselves. That's the response, although the rest of the letter was very cautious. And now that we have successfully taken care of the Virgin Islands people as best as humanly possible, with the limited resources we have, given the high demands, and still more to do, and protected our economy as best as we could without having to get loans thus far. And we have seen for ourselves the strength, ability, and resilience of the Virgin Islands people to take care of themselves, even as far back as the last administration under Dr. D. Orlando Smith, when he took care of the hurricanes and brought us this far for the baton to pass on myself. The UK, and see also from before that with Ralph T. O'Neill and H.L. Stowe, the UK now comes to undermine the self-confidence of Virgin Islands people in their own, by poking holes in what we have done through a couple of small projects that have helped to keep our people out of destitution, while turning a blind eye to the UK's own rampant, institutionalized and systematic corruption. But my government and I continue to cooperate with the UK, COI, and the BVI, because I firmly feel, Commissioner, while you're only working on your terms of reference, and this is nothing towards you and your team because you have been assigned, but I firmly feel that a transparent commission of our inquiry will yield a just outcome. But we ask to weigh us against our accusers when doing so. Commissioner, I sat last night and I made these bullet points because I do not take the allegations on my country and myself lightly. They are serious allegations, and knowing that not a dime is in our accounts, but yet the stain is on our reputation. We only could pray to the God above, Commissioner. Respectfully, I put to you, pray to God above to get us to be vindicated from this. So, Mr. Commissioner, that's why I say, when I come in here, most people work with me, I'm to work from 7 in the morning. I take my responsibilities very seriously. And I realize not to become tempestuous with every wind that blows. And that's why with this whole thing, I've stayed quiet for a little while and allow you to do your work. But I cannot sit idly by and see the reputation of our country be tarnished without coming to give evidence and putting things into context and to give you all the information that I have. Now, you may say, and some of your team, that we have heard persons say that and they end up to be guilty before. But Commissioner, I don't think you could find that here. There's not a dime that will not be accounted for in those grants. And if someone is caught that cannot account, the system will have to deal with those persons. But I pray God that it never have happened to our people in the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Commissioner, I thank you because you did not have to allow me to say those words, but I needed to say them to form part of the record and also to crave your indulgence to be etched in the walls of your conscience and your soul and your legal mind, so that it will all be married when you are writing your report, knowing some of these information.
Premier, you misled me because although shortness is a relative term,
To a politician.
that was not short.
To a politician.
Nor, I'm afraid, Premier, was it relevant to my terms of reference.
It very much is.
There are platforms for political rhetoric, many of them, but Premier, this is not one of them.
It is.
This is not a platform for political rhetoric. This is a commission of inquiry for me to investigate those matters that fall within my terms of reference. The manner in which the United Kingdom has dealt with the COVID-19 crisis is not within my terms of reference. I have enough to do to hear the evidence, come to conclusions and make recommendations on those terms of reference. That is in itself a challenge enough. And I will continue to focus on governance. I'll continue to focus on information which may disclose serious dishonesty in public office in the BVI. And if I find that information, that will then appear in my report. I will not be deflected by political rhetoric. I will not be deflected by inappropriate comparisons with other places. I will stick to my brief, and I am wholly focused on meeting my terms of reference. And Premier, with respect, I have been patient, but my patience is not infinite. That was a prepared speech. It was not in response to any questions, and it was a speech of a political nature, which I did not find helpful in considering the terms of reference which I have to do. If you feel moved to read such a speech out again, then I would ask you through the Attorney General to let me have a copy of it so I know what is going to be said. And I'd also ask, Mr. Olympius, did you know that the Premier was going to make this political speech?
No.
Well, could, through you, I ask you to provide a copy of that, let's say over the luncheon adjournment in the next 30 minutes. I would like to see a printed copy. There is no reason why I could not have been provided with a printed copy beforehand. It may have shortened matters. What I'll do otherwise now is I'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 2:05. Thank you, Premier.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Wright.
Thank you. Premier, if I may, I'd like to just move on to a different topic.
Okay.
That is the contracts that were awarded to a consultancy operated by Claude Skelton Klein between 2019 and 2021. Once again, this is another topic where you have been sent, as Premier and Minister of Finance, a warning letter. And if I could just have a moment. And you have, yes, so the warning letter stated 23rd of September 21. Do you have a copy of that letter, Premier?
Yes, I was provided a copy.
Thank you. And do you have a copy of the written response that you have provided as well?
Yes, I have that and my own that was given to me and my own.
When you say you have your own, is that your own copy of the written response?
Of the same thing that you have, I brought my, I printed a copy for myself.
Could we confirm for the purposes of the record that that written response carries your signature and is dated the 4th of October 2021?
Yes, it is.
And are you content, Premier, that it stands as your part of your evidence before the Commissioner?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Thank you. Sorry. Commissioner, it's quite a lengthy response because it runs to some 14 pages.
Yes.
I don't propose to read it out. What I might, just to give ourselves some context for what's to follow, is just to summarise it very quickly.
Certainly.
In outline, in your written response, Premier, you say the following. First, that the potential criticisms, and if I should explain that at the heart of the potential criticisms, that none of the 3 contracts that were entered into with it's either the Grace Centre or Grace Consulting resulted in a benefit to the public, or at best no substantial to the benefit to the public compared to the sums expended. The first point you've made in response is that the potential criticisms are founded on a misunderstanding because you were engaging Mr. Skelton Klein in effect as a special advisor, and you describe that role as an essential tool of modern government. And you say, and this is a point that's been made by others who've given evidence on this, is that his contract would not have been one that was appropriate for a public procurement process. The second point you make is that you were, having come into office in February 2019, on the lookout for persons who could help you originate and develop policy initiatives to fulfill your manifesto pledges. And one priority for your government was attracting new investment and economic activity. Third, you explain that Mr. Skelton Klein approached you with a proposal to be your, quote, strategy advisor, end quote. He made a short presentation to you and then suggested he could provide strategic and policy advice. Amongst the ideas that he canvassed with you in that short presentation was the return of the Dolphin Discovery Company, developing cruise ship capabilities, a seaplane excursion service, and Prospect Reef. Fourth, you then explain that having taken soundings, considered the matter and satisfied yourself that Mr. Skelton Klein was in line, if you like, with your goals and aspirations. You then instructed officials to request him to submit a written proposal. Now that we know that the first contract was for 6 months, and you then speak in your written response as to the first 6 months, you say that you met with Mr. Skelton Klein regularly. He came up with the medical marijuana idea. He then also, you point out, chaired the Special Committee on Cruise Tourism, which is something that he has spoken about when he gave evidence. He acted as intermediary with the Port Authority and its managing director. That was on your behalf. And he took responsibility for a program which went by the title 1,000 Jobs in 1,000 Days. You also explained that from time to time you would approve other matters for Mr. Skelton-Klein to work on. And you consider that, having reread the report that he put in at the end of his 6 months, that it represents a reasonable summary of his work and that Mr. Skelton-Klein had proved useful. You therefore decided, you say, to continue on the same basis. Now, when you then went into a second contract with him and ultimately a third, what you did was to specify that you wanted regular reports. You also set what you describe as an ambitious goal of revenue generation of $5 million. You make the point in your written response that this was not a political sinecure. It was, and your communication with Mr. Skelton-Klein was business purposes of performing your work as a minister and as Premier. Seventh, one of the matters that you specifically reference as Mr. Skelton-Klein developing was that he organised a meeting with Sir Richard Branson and others and acted as a facilitator at that meeting. You say that you consider his 22nd of January 2020 report to be a reasonable summary of his work. You also reference work that he did in relation to the ports, which is now, you say, being taken forward by the Ports Authority Board. You also refer to the impact of lockdown on Mr. Skelton-Klein's ability to deliver under the contract, but you say that reports that he provided in June and December of 2020 were, in your view, reasonable, and you referred to his role on the Economic Advisory Council. The ninth point that you say was that you consider that Mr. Skelton-Klein was a valuable support to you, and that it wasn't fair. This is at the point when you came to the end of the second contract. Your conclusion was that he had provided valuable support. It wasn't fair to hold him to the targets that had been set in that contract, and you renewed his contract for another 12 months. And I think by the date of the actual written response, Mr. Skelton-Klein's third and last contract had finished, and you say that you are at present considering whether his appointment should be renewed again. But if it is, it's likely, you say, to take the form now allowed for under Cabinet's recent decision, which is to recognise and provide for, if you like, a special post, which is that of special advisors to ministers. The evidence that others have been given, and by others I mean in particular Mrs. Elvia Smith-Maduro, she said that in the past there wasn't this post within government, special advisor, and so such advisors were paid under the consultant budget. So against that background, is it right that it was your decision to engage Mr. Skelton-Klein?
The role that Mr. Skelton-Klein played, which was always clear to me from the time we came in, recognizing that, as I said in my statement, that there was capacity issues in the public service. And there was the need to diversify the economy. There was the need to even stimulate the economy more. And the role was similar to what is now the ministerial political advisor. At that time, I wouldn't have had the name, but that idea is what was the sole intention, or the main intention, advising on policy based on the government's agenda and what advisors in a policy unit would do, similar to what is done, again, as I stated, because my reference is the UK. I asked them to let it to be similar to that. The issue at that time, before taking office, the only thing that the service, in terms of public officers, knew was just to do a consultancy contract. But it was clear that I wanted him to be an advisor, and that was always the intent of the contract. well intent of me with him with the contracts, with the to make it parallel because the UK. When in my research has many ministerial advisors that do political advice and political policy development, but truly those are more politically involved in the minister's constituency, which is not the case that I wanted, and is not the case in what eventually was approved by the cabinet with the advisors in the BVI. So the BVI system did not formally recognize the role of ministerial advisors, but the UK system does recognize this role and the need by ministers. So because the system recognizes that that public officers are not allowed to make political calculations in policy development, this came to be clear that this would have to be where this contract would go. So that was the whole impetus behind of it. And the officers said that there was not a template that they have for special advisors, but they would try to craft it as best as could, but would include some, would need to include deliverables. But as far as I know, with ministerial advisors, that's not the case. But for their edification, they wanted to structure it along those lines. So I guess that's why they made his proposal to include that. But in my mind, it was always clear that it was to be a ministerial advisor.
So just to summarize, political advisor, within your mind, no express deliverables.
Well, just whatever the advisors does, you know, as you would rightfully know, Commissioner, and can see, I do a lot of research, not just because Premier, I just believe in researching, and you would know that the UK has over, right now as we speak, over 80 ministerial advisors, none of which was advertised, none was tendered, but we do have some good success stories among some of them, because you do have Ms. Kate Bingham, I think it is, who actually was appointed as an advisor to help with the vaccines and did an excellent job. Turned out to do one of the best jobs that, as a matter of fact, saved the UK significantly. Lord Frost, who negotiated the Brexit, and you have also I think is Dominic Cummings. All of those were advisors to the now Prime Minister Boris Johnson. So I always wanted it to run along that vein, although some of them weren't around at that time.
I know,
but that's the vein along the way.
So just to go back to the question, political advisor, and in your mind, although your technical people put some deliverables into the contract, I think, but in your mind, no deliverables necessary. He was simply an advisor.
Right, yes. But if whatever they wanted to feel comfortable with, but in my mind, it was always an advisor to avoid any doubt. But they said there was not a template for that. So later on, if I may, within recent times, we were able to do the research and actually craft.
I understand that because we've got evidence of that, but not during the course of these three contracts.
No, that came since
quite recently. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What you present in your if you pick up bundle 4, please, from you'll see a low shelf next to you, Premier. If you pick up bundle 4.
Bundle 4.
Mm-hmm. Page 35. If 3529, please. Let's pick it up there.
Let's just start this one first. Page what?
3529, please, Premier.
35. Yes.
This is part of the oral evidence you gave on the 18th of May, 2021. And in the course of that, I asked you questions about these contracts and how Mr. Skelton came to be engaged. And you say, and it's at line 9, if we pick it up, You say that, I would say that Mr. Skelton-Klein came after the 2019 elections, like everyone else I said earlier does, and said that he can help with finding different ways for new investments to come to the BVI. Just like he stated that he has been able to get something like this done. And I told him, just like I tell everyone else, please make sure that you send in your documents. I was very careful with that because Mr. Skelton-Klein was known to be around all political parties during the campaign. So I asked him to present your documents and your detail of what you can offer to the Premier's office for consideration. And once it is submitted and the CV, and we have all of that, and we do agree to move in that direction, because nothing is wrong with anyone trying to help with the economy. One of the things I must state for the record that is clear is that anyone working with me would say, I never interfere with the technical aspect of anything that anyone does. If it is an angle that the government is going, the technical personnel can justify these actions and make sure that the reports, like you alluded to earlier, are coming in and the results are coming based on the deliverables, well, then that is fine, because our job is to try and jumpstart, is to try to jumpstart the system. You then speak about institutional capacity issue in the BVI government. The Commissioner...
I'm sorry, just to break there. In this particular circumstance, though, this wasn't anything to do with the capacity of what we would call the civil servants elsewhere, but you call public officers, because the role you had in mind was a political role, which a public officer couldn't do.
We couldn't do, but I need to state that in our mindset, and even now, is to jumpstart and to ignite certain things so that it could be packaged quicker to reach the public service, because they get bogged down in meetings all day, and they're looking ahead. That projection and of looking ahead and bringing new things to help the economy is difficult for them to do because of what their remit is as public officers.
So the role you had in mind for Mr. Skelton-Klein was not a role that a public officer could do, because it was political, but you hope that further down the line sometime might be saved. Some time of the public officers might be saved.
Might be
saved.
Some time. When explain that for me.
Well, you've mentioned public officers.
Right.
The role you had in mind could not have been done by a public officer.
Right. No, definitely not.
Okay.
It was not that it could not be done alone. It is not in their remit as public
exactly.
officers.
I'm sorry. That's why I meant could not be done. Because
okay.
It's public officers cannot have a political role, and this you've told us was intended to be a political advisor.
Well, the ministerial advisor, as we get going, the word political came in as a result of the governor and deputy governor wanted that word in, and we needed it to pass. So I wasn't going to let that be a showstopper.
No. But in any event, you've given evidence already about Mr. Skelton-Klein. You had a political, a policy, a political role for him.
Right, ministerial political advisor.
Yes, thank you.
And then just to pick it up at 3530, the Commissioner then asks you a question and takes you back to the question.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, Premier, I think the answer was that Mr. Skelton-Klein came to you, and you say yes. Commissioner then says, not the other way around. You say yes. And you told him to send in effectively a proposal. You acknowledge that. Commissioner then says, together with documents to show that he was an appropriate person to deal with the government in respect of the proposal. And you then said, like I do for every single person that comes to me with proposal, because many do. Now that's what you were saying to us in May 2021, and what we didn't get into there was this idea of a presentation to you. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to make it clear, because if one reads this in isolation, what it is Mr. Skelton-Klein bumps into you, says, I could be helpful. You say, send in a proposal. That's the proper way to do it, and it will be considered. In response, what you're saying is there's an approach to you, there's a presentation, and then you tell your staff, tell him to, I've considered it, tell him to send in a proposal.
Because what I write is what it really was. That there was just asking me about him in general. But if you're asking about the contract for him, that I would have had to be stick to what I said in my statement.
So when the commissioner goes back and rereads this, he needs to read it in light of what you say in your statement.
For sure.
Thank you. You say at paragraph 14 that one of the matters that you took in hand were.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. Just reading on in respect of your evidence, unless you're going to come back to this, Mr. Rowett.
No, I know.
Reading on, in May, you told us how Mr. Skelton Klein came to be appointed. He sent in his proposal, as you said, like anybody else, because you get a lot of proposals, and that proposal was then assessed by your permanent secretary, who made a recommendation. You gave instructions that the assessment of him by your PS should be a thorough and good one, and you confirmed that. So, and that's how it happened.
Right. But in the discussions, it was always for them to be a ministerial advisor. It wasn't about political then. But the issue was that template.
No, we'll come on to the form of the contract.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. They keep telling me that they don't have that kind of contract in the public service. That is exactly what they wanted, but they wanted to do it in a way where they can look at deliverable areas. But I knew that would be. It would be difficult if you're a political advisor to hold you to deliverables, but that's what the officers were sticking on.
Yes, thank you.
You also, and this is at paragraph 14 of your written response, Premier. This is where you speak of soundings and speaking to others who were aware of Mr. Skelton Klein's background. Because I think one of the points you make is that you hadn't interacted with him that much previously.
Well, let me clear when I said things like that, or when that's said. Everyone knows Mr. Skelton Klein overall, and then the one part or two parts they know about him. They know that he's a nationalist, and no one controls what he says, does, or feels when it comes to the BVI. Even if he has to say towards me who he was working, he would say. He said it numerous times with the just immediate past governor, which was not well received many times by the governor. But that's part about being in the top office. So I'm not surprised that he would have been drilled down on in a process like this. But what I would say is that if he's someone that comes by the house for tea, no, or someone that I'll call and say let's go out with, no, I don't lead like that. I just hired a ministerial political advisor who is known to the majority of people in this territory as being on with the other political party. I hire persons or look for persons, whether in the private and the public sector or in my life, as persons who have the skill to produce for the people of the Virgin Islands in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. I don't hire them because of closeness to them, because in politics you try not to have any enemies. They will have you, but you don't have them as enemies. And you try to get the skill. And one of the skills that Mr. Skelton Klein has that is not something you can argue about is that he gets things done. And he is able to get things that most persons would say impossible to make them possible. So that skill was a skill that the country needed at that time. And but do I know of him? Yes, of course. Were we are friends that we go into the same church where we won't go to a disco, not me, but the answer is no. I was dealing with the skill. He was in the ports. He there, and he ran what was a successful project, despite that I myself looked into it in the PAC. And we'll talk more about that because I do have a history on that. But he showed that he will be successful, aggressive, but successful in what he does. He gets things done.
But to take you to paragraph, before I do that, actually, just picking up on a point you just said, you and this is at page 3533 in the bundle that we're in. If you look at line 19, I asked whether you would describe Mr. Skelton-Klein as a political associate, and you said that's a tough one because he moved from party to party. There were people in my party that would conclude that he was, I wouldn't say he was a political affiliate, and the commissioner then suggested a supporter. And you then say, I would say he was a supporter, that would be a better word. And then we moved on to other matters. So I think you mentioned that some would think him as involved with another party, but certainly in May 2021, you were happy to describe him as a supporter.
Oh, for sure. I would describe him as that.
And if you turn to paragraph 14 of your written response, where you deal with the soundings and the due diligence you undertook, one of the things you say about Mr. Skelton-Klein's background is that you understood he played a senior role in the management of the Skelton Group, which is a major company in the Virgin Islands with interests in property development, quarrying and concrete manufacture and supply. What was Mr. Skelton-Klein's role in that group?
He was one of the managers, and it is a very successful company. I wouldn't really go in depth into that because that's not my place for the company, but he was one of the senior persons in it. It's a successful business that the whole family runs.
You've spoken of the Public Accounts Committee, and so you were aware of Mr. Skelton-Klein in his role as consultant initially to the Honourable Mark Vanderpool when he was a minister, and you've mentioned that in other written responses, and you've also mentioned his role subsequently as managing director in relation to the ports. So you would have had those matters in mind when you were considering whether to appoint Mr. Skelton-Klein.
That and others, that and other parts of it, not probably only what you have, but the results of some of those is what I had in mind.
Right. What about consideration of his performance on the Virgin Islands Neighbourhood Partnership project?
Like I said, the report was never a complete one, and he was never given due process. Nobody was given due process in that. So if you go back into that, you'll hear the same things. But there he was given money, here he's not here. So it was two different rules also. And in addition, the report was one in which due process wasn't given to, it could have not been Skelton-Klein.
But you didn't let me finish the question. On the 12th of February, as you've explained to the Commissioner, there was an article published which referred to the report as being leaked. On the 25th of February, you were the head of an incoming administration. Did you take an opportunity to say, I'd like to see a copy of that report because I'd like to find out whether what's said in this newspaper article is actually true?
I didn't went for that at all because I don't know what report. I didn't went towards that. And I did not ask for the report because I don't know anything about the report. At that time, I did my findings to see if the report was public, and it was never public. So I never went any further.
Right, thank you. So you that didn't factor in your consideration.
It was never a public report. So I'm not going to look for something that's not a public report. If you're going to accuse someone like that, it has to be a public report. And plus, from what I've read, I know that the information was not complete.
If you take up bundle 3, please. You can put bundle 4 away.
But you mean you're going to bundle 3? What section are you going to refer to? Because you were asking me about public accounts. You're finished with that?
Yes.
Well, I am not finished with the public accounts. I want to go there.
Well, I'd like to stick to the Grace Consulting contract.
That's what we're talking about.
Yep.
You asked me earlier if I consider the public accounts report on him with the post project.
No, I didn't ask you.
What is this you asked me about?
I said you would have had in mind. So let's go to page 2841.
You stick a fork in that. I'll finish that. Which bundle now?
Bundle 4, 2841.
Bundle 4. 281, bundle 4. What number is bundle 4? What?
Bundle 4, and then written on the side, and then if you turn up page 2841, Premier. If it's easier, I can take it to you in a different bundle.
Bundle 4. It starts at 381. There's the other one.
It's bundle 3.
Sorry, is that me? It is bundle 3. I apologize.
I want to know if that number in together. Bundle 3.
2841.
Okay.
This is the first contract that was entered into with Mr. Skelton Klein. You'll see that it's signed. If you look at 2H42, it's signed on the 27th of March 2019, and it's set to run for 6 months from the 25th of March 2019 to the 17th of September 2019. That's at page 2842. Now, a number of public officers have given evidence about this contract. That's Mrs. Elvia Smith-Maduro, Mr. Jeremiah Frett, and Dr. Carolyn O'Neill Morton. And their evidence is that the appointment of Mr. Skelton Klein was a personal appointment with which you had to be content. I presume that's something that you would accept and agree with.
Because I always had it to be a ministerial advisor.
Mrs. Smith-Maduro described it as a trial run.
And she's correct. The first 6 months, but that's not. That's different to what I do now. The current ministerial advisor that we hired, that is a very good young man. He has the skills I needed, but he was on the other political side, and I want to make sure that we were getting through. So the first contract that he has now is for 3 months. I usually give people short contracts. So the system takes long to eliminate contracts. So I try to make the first one a little shorter and then see how it goes from there. This was
consistent with your practice.
With my practice.
So in September March 2019, consistent with the idea of a short contract, it was then a trial run, as Mr. Smith-Maduro said.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Skelton Klein had, in his negotiations with Mrs. Smith-Maduro, wanted $196,000 a year and a 4-year contract. He was given obviously 6 months, but he got the equivalent of $196,000 for 6 months. What was the basis for agreeing that kind of fee, which comes out to $16,330 a month?
For his 6 months run, you said?
Yes.
He would have sent in his proposal, and based on what he thinks that his value is, I can't price someone on value.
But this is your contract. You have to be content with it. This is your appointment. So what was your rationale for agreeing that he should be paid $16,330 a month?
Well, I don't know how else to say it. If you have a template, which they didn't have at the time, to measure what would be ministerial advisors amongst, since they're not a permanent public servant and could be terminated anytime, then you can measure it by it, but there was none. So he stated that this is his value at that time.
So you were happy to accept his assessment of his own value? I
had nothing else to measure it by for my idea of a ministerial advisor.
Did you appreciate that because Mr. Skelton Klein was entitled to a tax-free gratuity of 5%, that would take the contract over the petty contract threshold?
That wouldn't be me. I wouldn't know about those things. I don't deal with those things. I wouldn't know that.
And why were you content to just have one report at the end of 6 months?
Well, you bring in someone in a new government that's going to have to look at a lot of things to ask them to do anything else other than that. That would be a tall call. There's a lot of areas that you would discuss and you want him to look at. That would be a very heavy call to do a report. Otherwise, given if you should have done, this is why it should have been a ministerial advisor contract, because ministerial advisors nowhere in the UK or anywhere that you measure this by is responsible for those kind of things. So the template would have allowed to eliminate that. That's not something that ministerial advisors do. That was required because at the end of the day, that was a public officer stating, well, okay, I will want at least a report to satisfy me. So,
but you would have been content without any report.
I was content with it. So it wasn't the officer that explained that, and I said, well, I'm content with that. But as an advisor, that's not a role that it plays. But we didn't have the template for that in government at the time, so you had to go along. So
if you had had a template, then there wouldn't have been a need for him to provide reports on what he was doing.
It would have been, well, it would be how it is now. They're structured differently.
So he would simply have been an advisor, probably subject to a short period of notice of termination by you.
Exactly.
But otherwise, no assessment, no reporting.
Well, he would have to do something for the money. I mean, you can't just give people money and they're doing it nothing. So
no, I understand that. But
according to the terms,
but no assessment and no reporting.
Well, he'll have to be assessed. I don't know if he'll be a report, but he'll have to be assessed in some kind of report at some time, because the public officers are the one who have to do all the technical work. So you'll have to let them to know, well, already he is reporting to me based on the terms and condition of the advisor's contract, if it was one of those, and how it's laid out now. We just passed that in cabinet. I don't remember all the details, but it's detailed what all has to be done for a ministerial advisor. So we solved that problem once and for all now for any government to come.
If you're if the reality of what the appointment was, I don't want to mix the two issues, because we're looking at events in 2019, and it's later in time that you bring in the cabinet decision to have a proper title of special advisor or ministerial advisor, whatever it now is. That's much further down the line. But if in 2019 your concept is, I want Mr. Skelton Klein to be a political advisor, that's the reality of what I want. You can't find a shoe that fits, so you do the best that you can, but that is what you want. And you know, he has to give one report at the end of 6 months. Why are you seem to be suggesting that it's the public officers that carry out that assessment?
Not totally. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, even although they would read the report, they still would have to find out from US Premier how was his performance. So based on what you expect from a political advisor, I would give also my input on it. That's why if you interview the officers without me, that's what they're gonna say.
And that would be done orally, would it?
Well, yeah, when I meet with them, that's how it's done.
But how is it possible for officers to make an appraisal of someone that whatever he's actually doing, whatever his contract says he's doing, is actually playing a political role?
But that's why I'm saying they didn't have a template from before. So the template used for the contract is one in which they were saying doesn't exist in the public service. And we can't divorce the two, because that calls research to be had so that you can find how to get an approved template to make sure in the future that when you have someone to do these things, that the contract would directly reflect what it is really they're being hired to do. We took quite a while to get that narrowed down, and now that's approved by cabinet. So that has been solved for governments to come now, so that no one would have to be here to answer questions like these for someone who's an advisor, because it's structured. It is one now that is clear. This was not exist in 2019. The template did not exist. No matter what public officer you spoke with, it didn't exist. So how to manage something that didn't exist was their concern.
But the position you have now with respect, Premier, is not relevant to what you were doing in 2019. What you did in 2019
it is.
Was to no, but what you did in my question is about 2019. What you did in 2019 was to put in a contract which had Mr. Skelton Klein, and you say it's not in the contract, but he had to put a report in at the end of 6 months. Now he's a political advisor. How can not public officers who are expected to be politically neutral make any kind of assessment of his value as a political advisor?
I saying the same thing over and over. The sections that they wanted to feel comfortable with for payment was the way they added in some deliverables in terms of what they would see with, all right, let's stick to these deliverables. At least that would be one of which that I will be able to be answerable for, and the rest I'll get from you in terms of the progress. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
So this was a contract which, for the reasons you've given, because there was no template, I'm not sure whether somebody asked the attorney to produce a template, but there was no template. So this contract did not reflect the obligations that Mr. Skelton-Klein had, the reporting lines, the fact that he would be assessed against deliverables, which you had no interest in.
I can't say that I didn't have interest in deliverables.
Oh, I thought you said that you were focused on him being a political advisor.
Yes,
in respect of a political advisor.
But he had some areas that he had to work on, and he worked on. So you can't give people government money without having some kind of deliverable. But how would that be assessed because he's an advisor? But some of the deliverables are clear.
So he had deliverables, but there was never going to be an assessment against the deliverables, except of course by you, because he's your political advisor.
And the officers would assess it based on how far they could assess it on the technical side of government, because they wanted to be able to have something to assess to be able to assess for them, along with speaking with me in terms of how he is progressing, so that they can be able to say, well, all right, this is why they're paying him. This is what he has done. There were plenty of things that he worked on, and the record will show, because he kept the ministry and myself in the loop with numerous emails with things that you were working on for the economy, such as I think some of them you have inside there, the Prospect Reef, to start to see how to get that going, the medical marijuana, the seaplane tour, he started the initiative of the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days. I think I have some of them written down. Mega cruise ship pair to look at that. The medical school on how to get it into legislation and get it formalized, because we had to pass legislation with a solar panel installation training program, the fintech, the Nickel Island Roundtable, which was crucial. With that, the development of a second pair, this COVID-19 safe haven plan that took a lot, especially when COVID-19 came in. But I could go on. There's a list of things that we work on.
I want to show you some of those things, but I want to do it contract by contract, and just to understand where Mr. Skelton-Klein stood. Because on one side you have, and to be fair to you, I take you back to it, but I'll read it now. You said two things when you gave evidence back in May. Because I put to you a newspaper report where you had been quoted, if Skelton-Klein doesn't produce, he'll be fired.
Yes.
And I took you through this, and you said that what your intent was that once it's brought to my attention by our technical people that it's not producing and yielding what it's supposed to yield, then I would fire him. I would have no other choice, because you have to defend the public's money. Exactly. And what you also said about the report, because we were looking at that report back in May 2021, right. and it's specifically about the report in relation to the first contract. What you said was, because we went through it, but I want to say clearly for the record that even when persons turn in reports to me, I would still route them through the correct channels with the technical persons, because persons, given it's a small community, always feel that once they write to the Premier, they will get the action that they want. So it's common practice here. But you have to always let them know, yes, I'm the Premier, but there are technical channels to go through, and also set policies and guidelines that I must adhere to them. Not going to circumvent them for anyone. So even though the report he wrote to me, it went directly and sat with the technical persons. And that's the sort of root of my question, because what you have is a report of but the political advisor, right, that you have chosen to be the political advisor, You can't give him that title yet because Cabinet hasn't made his decision. He's called a
Ministerial
strategy advisor.
advisor.
You can't give him any title other than strategy advisor, which is what you give him. But his report is as the political advisor to you. How can a public officer who's non-political make any kind of assessment of it?
But if we keep going over the same thing, because it did not have a template to judge this kind of contract by, the officers wanted to make sure that there was some areas, at least for the contract, at least part of it, that are measurable. So they wanted to place some of what was in the proposal into measurable means, which is what they did to feel comfortable to be able to deal with the contract. But it was always in terms of being a special advisor, ministerial advisor. It is, you could ask me 50 times, I say the same thing. So they put in certain areas that they wanted to document for them, that the report will come in along those areas, those general areas that is in it, so that they can see whether all right, they're satisfied on their technical side based on the template that they use, that something is in, and you will report on the rest if you feel comfortable with him, Premier. I don't know how else to put it.
You ended up with one contract at the end, one report at the end of a 6-month contract. So by the end of that 6-month contract, Mr. Skelton Klein had been paid some $98,000. You had one report. Given your experience of the neighbourhood partnership project and the action you had felt compelled to take there, shouldn't you have been asking for more reports?
Well, you see, you go back to what was unsolved from yesterday. It wasn't that, as so Jeffrey rightfully tell you, just said that the reports we were asking for at that time, you wanted to make sure that they satisfy them. But at the same time, too, the programs you were running were successful. I always said that. I said that yesterday too.
But Premier, your evidence yesterday was that the reason you felt compelled to act was that reports were not coming. And even though efforts were made for several months, they never produced. And that was the reason that you went to the Honourable Ralph T. O'Neill and said, action must be taken. So your one experience directly of Mr. Skelton Klein is that he didn't produce reports when he had a government contract.
I can't say that because I told you yesterday, I don't know if he was producing to Mr. O'Neill, because the language there indicated that there might have been reports, and that was covered yesterday. So what you're telling me is not the full picture.
So your evidence is
when I asked for reports at the latter part of my last stage, because of the political storm that was brewing, that is a segment that I specifically state was a concern, because I never used to be the one monitoring the contract. So you can't turn what I say now to something that I didn't mean.
But the point, Premier, is you didn't see a report in relation
for
to
the time frame that I asked. Let's be very clear when we're talking about.
I'm happy to accept your time frame, but you didn't see a report.
Right, but at the same time too, that was the latter part on me trying to move out of the same ministry right before election. But that doesn't mean that reports were not produced, because
in 2019, you're signing someone up for a trial run just short of $100,000,
right?
And it didn't occur to you to think, actually, I'm going to be cautious with the public money. I'm going to ask for reports more than one at the end of the contract.
Well, I'll put it to you. That's why I wanted to go to the public accounts, because you see, I get confused and I get cross-questioned like this based on my history of dealing with public accounts committee, auditor general's report, and governors. And let me explain to you why. Because you asked me what made me be able to do a trial run without a report. First of all, he wasn't dealing with any money was going to be given to him. That's going to be where he would have to produce. Second of all, while I was in the opposition and we were concerned about certain projects with the ports and other entities in the last government, we expressed concerns to the then governor. And he told us that he cannot move on hearsay. He said that we must go and do your work, meaning the Public Accounts Committee. So we went and we did our work. But when we went back, he told us, listen, all he can say is, we even asked for a commissioner inquiry on specific things. But he said that commissioner inquiries are too expensive and they usually don't yield much. That's what we were told. And so that tells me that they had the governorship had no confidence in a COI, and they cannot give justice or cannot get truth from, because that's the impression that I got there. And with that in mind, in our language, you're basically told, go sit down with these things that you're doing. So after a while, I said, well, if the governor and the governor's office are content that what the auditor general has written before we did any work, that nothing needs to come out of that, and send the PAC to go do work, and then state that you know, your commission of inquiries don't yield anything, but yet now we're in one. So after a while, I said, well, the governor and them was content with what's happening. This is my experience, and nobody could take away from me that I bring to this inquiry. Now, when we were finished with all of that, there's no doubt in anyone's mind that the man has produced, and there's no doubt in anyone's mind that the former minister with him has produced a lovely Total Pay Pack. They are produced, so he gets things done wherever he goes. So here now, I wanted to make sure that in the first go round that he stays within the channels of what you have confined him to, so that persons, whoever want to say anything, which they still say, would know that he's doing his work. And you try to be as much as possible to do that. Probably too much that you'll hear in answering for some of these areas. But it was not that you had lack of confidence in him or he was not working for the money. We named some of the areas and we could go into them one by one. The man worked. But if the system does not have a template to do that in, I can't be blamed for that. I try my best to get it in the best template possible.
But it's not about whether or not Mr. Skelton-Klein delivered. This is the point at which you are considering entering into the first contract.
Yeah.
And you say you take soundings. All I was asking you was, from your own did your own experience of what had happened in the Neighbourhood Partnership Project factor in? Because it's this. You enter into a situation where you are prepared to give $100,000 to an individual without requiring him to make any kind of report to you at all during the currency of the contract. So what you decided to do was, I'll give him a 6-month trial run. If at the end of the 6 months I don't like his report, he can keep his $100,000 or his $97,980,000, and that will be it. And it's just, the question goes to this: it's whether, as a matter of sort of stewardship of public funds, you ought to be asking for reports during the currency of the contract.
But that was not his only job.
Sorry, Commissioner. I think we have to look at Premier's response and look at paragraphs 19 to 24, where he does set out what was going on during the 6 months. And for example,
I think Mr. Olympitis has also misunderstood what I'm talking about. I'm asking questions about entering into the contract. We will look at, with the Premier, the report in due course, but it's about your decision to enter into this contract, Premier. So what you know is that the soundings that you've put at paragraph 14 of your written response, you've summarised that. You've spoken about what you had learnt about Mrs. Skelton-Klein's performance as managing director. But what you decide is that you will only assess performance under the contract at the end of 6 months, because the only thing that will allow you to assess it is it's the report. You won't ask for any reports during the currency of the 6 months. So you'll have paid out all of this money, but you won't know whether you've got a good deal until the end of the 6 months.
I'm sorry to argue with you about that, Mr. Rawat, but he does state what actually happened during the 6 months. And there was in the contract a termination clause of 1 month's notice. So if the Premier had not been happy during that 6 month period, he only had to give 1 month's notice.
So, but I don't want to enter into side debate.
No, I don't want any side debate either. At the moment, Premier, I'm incredibly confused by the first 6 month contract. We know that your intention was not entirely what the face of the contract says. because the contract is for something other than a political advisor, and it was your intention to have a political advisor. Why you didn't simply ask for a template to be provided for a political advisor, I don't know. We may come on to that. But the fact is that the contract on its face did not reflect your intention, which was for a political advisor. A political advisor, you say, is not the sort of post that requires reporting, because reports are considered by public officers as to whether particular deliverables are met, and that would be inappropriate for a political advisor. So, you know, I understand if you intended this to be for a political advisor, the lack of a requirement for reports, but running in parallel to this, the political officers did not appreciate that this was simply a political advisor. They wanted deliverables in, they put some paragraphs in, and I assume that they wanted a report so that they measure against those deliverables, but that was not at the forefront of your mind.
To have a report?
No,
some kind of assessment?
They wanted a report because as public officers, they wanted to assess the performance of Mr. Skelton-Klein against the obligations of the contract.
But they didn't get it. The report was there at the end of the 6 months?
But Premier, what was going on in the minds of the public officers and the reporting was, to this extent, artificial, because you regarded him as a political advisor. As a political advisor, he advised you politically, and in that role, which was the role you wanted him for, firstly, I think your evidence is that reporting wouldn't be appropriate. I mean, you either wanted him as a political advisor or you didn't. If you didn't want him, you'd get rid of him, stop having him. So that there's a sort of mismatch between what's going on in your mind and possibly Mrs. Skelton-Klein's mind, for all I know, and what you think the intention of the contract is, and the face of the contract and how the public officers are monitoring the contract. There's a mismatch.
Well, as far as I am seeing here, Commissioner, the contract, as I stated from onset, they didn't have a template. They didn't even know where to start with something like this of a political advisor, a ministerial advisor, because that was always the intent. So now what the natural instinct of anyone to do is to revert to what they know. So with that now, that is why they put certain deliverables for them and for myself to add to what all I would need, so that could be monitored and the report brought in. And in the contract, it was said that the report would be in 6 months. And there's a clear thing from in my response that I give you, what it is Mr. Skelton-Klein was working on. So it wasn't that he was not working. He was working on all these areas and continue to work on them. So I you have to excuse me, but I don't understand. I understand that there wasn't the best of template used, but to say that the work hasn't been done, even if you measure some of what was inside the contract, as far as he could have taken some of these things, the work was being worked on.
I'll try this again, Premier. You had in mind a contract for a political advisor. Mm-hmm. Such a contract is effectively a personal one, very much one for the minister, in this case you, to choose the individual, hence tendering would not be appropriate, for example. Secondly, reporting in the conventional way would not be appropriate, because reporting is to the senior public officers to monitor whether the contractor is meeting his obligations under the contract. But because this is a contract for political advice, that would be inappropriate. That's what you were thinking.
Yeah, that's what special advisor, political,
exactly. But what you got was a contract which had deliverables in it.
Yes.
and had reporting in it, which the public officers could monitor. But that was artificial because...
No, it wasn't. That also happened in tandem because he did produce those things. And the only thing is because he could not bring them to fruition all the way because there's only a certain level that he can bring the things that he's doing to. He brings them to the stage of where the public officers now would have to take them up from there and have them now implemented. He cannot implement, for example, 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days on his own.
Of course not, because he's a political advisor.
Right, so he made sure that he did it up to the level where the ministry took it and got the necessary manpower to get that fully implemented. He could not bring the seaplane to make it fly. He made sure he went out and he got that, and all the public officers who had to get involved in making sure the permits, etc., would have been there was also was brought into place at that time. It is where he could only bring things to a certain stage, and the system of the public officers have to take up from there. So I cannot sit and say that he did not. He did, and when those things come, he cannot go no further than the public public service system will allow. So therefore, he was able to pick those up and run with them up to a certain point. And then when he ran with them to a certain point, then they get going. When he bought the medical marijuana and tried to make sure that, well, look at the issues of his legislation, he cannot go out and hire a lawyer to do that and to go any further. That now has to come and go into the policy level, and certain things have to be done to hire persons to get that done. And you're talking about different areas and different parts of the contract where, yes, they were measurable because he produced them to the point, at that brink of point, where the public officers would come in. That's how it was.
If I could move on, please, Commissioner. Did you see the written proposal that Mr. Skelton-Klein submitted?
I'm trying to remember. I can't remember that right now. I don't remember that.
Mrs. Smith-Maduro was, because she was then permanent secretary at the time, was asked about this because she had email discussions with Mr. Skelton-Klein about the contract. And those on the documents occurred between the 8th of March and the 14th. And I asked her when she gave evidence between those two dates, did you have any discussions with anyone as to what the role would involve? And she said, yes. I did advise the Premier that I'd received his proposal. I would have discussed his proposal with the Premier, and the Premier would have given me his thoughts on it in terms of the specific areas that he wanted him to pay attention to. He did say that he did not agree, so neither did I, agree to the amount he wanted in terms of he thought it was a bit too high. But he would try him out for a short period to determine whether or not it would be a viable working relationship on a more long-term basis. So he advised me to give him a 6 months contract in some specific areas where he thought would be some quick wins and some quick gains that he would possibly be able to deliver within 6 months. And that is what the draft contract would have reflected. Safe to say that we inadvertently used the wrong contract template. This is a side thing about the contract included the reference to a gratuity, which in fact Mr. Skelton-Klein did claim. And so that's what Mrs. Smith-Maduro said. Now, if you pick up volume 8, please, because there's a better copy of the contract actually in volume 8, so it's better that we look there. Put that. Let's still keep it on the desk, Premier, because we are bouncing around pushing different buttons. If you turn up, please, Premier, 7542. On Mrs. Smith-Maduro's evidence, you had identified for her some quick wins and gains that Mr. Skelton-Klein would possibly be able to deliver within 6 months. Now, this is Appendix A to the first contract, which actually sets out the responsibilities and obligations of Mr. Skelton-Klein as strategic advisor. There are 5 specific areas of focus included here. Looking at those, what were the quick gains and wins that you identified before this contract could be signed?
Before it could be signed?
Yes.
You can't give quick wins before it's signed.
Well, with respect, that's what you told Mrs. Smith.
No, but he wants to get some quick wins, meaning that you get some quick wins for the country on the ground. That's what that language means.
Yes, and these were the ones that went into the contract as the quick wins and gains. So which one?
But not limited to those, because it was always about this. My mindset that although he's working on these, there's many other things he'll be working on.
Yes, but these are the ones that you advised should go into the contract. So which ones were the quick wins and gains?
Well, if you're working for me, you'll know that I'll say, I want all them done. That's the way.
So you expected delivery on all of these 5 points within 6 months?
At least as far as he can get going, because they were urgent for the country.
Right. Where does it say, take it as far as you can get it?
I don't want to put that in a contract. You'll put that in a contract?
I'm not the Premier entering into a contract.
The system of government does not let the word consultant, the consultant, go beyond the boundaries of where the public service would have to click in. So if he negotiates for example, let's take the seaplane. He can only go and source to see if we can get any seaplane or tours or whoever interested to operate into the BVI. If someone decides that they're interested in operating in the BVI, that's a plus for our economy, that's a plus for jobs, etc. So now they'll get tied in also 2 in 1. You'll get more jobs in the initiative when it is launched for the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days. You'll be able to get added extra in your tourism product. So when he goes out and he brings that in, but he cannot bring that to fruition unless now that goes to the BVI Airports Authority, the BVI Ports Authority, Virgin Islands Shipping Registry. You still have to go to trade to get trade licenses. So you can only bring the thing, anyone working for you, whether they call, whatever, once they're not a public officer, can only bring the task that they're working to a certain level. But then the public officers sections have to click in.
Why was the seaplane option not included in Appendix A?
I just said, let me give you an example. That's what I said before I started.
But the reason, it's an example that you give in your written response.
Exactly.
It's an example that Mr. Skelton-Klein, you recall, presented to you.
Yes.
It's an example you've mentioned twice to the Commissioner. Why was it not included in Appendix A?
Because that came up afterward. Once you're out there.
Well, with respect, Premier, that's not what you say in your written response.
No, but now you try to tie me up for things I don't understand. In the written response, this is something that he was working on. But it wasn't one of those things that we put down right away because you didn't know how that would have been developing, but it was something that's been mentioned. It's something that is one of the areas that he ended up having to pay some focus on. Let me read the response for you so you could understand.
Look at paragraph 10, Premier.
Clearly what it is you're saying. Because no matter what I answer you, you ask me the same thing over and over. I cannot now recall all the details of his short presentation to me, but I was impressed with his grasp of the need for new ideas and increasing the attraction of our cruise facilities and attractions, and with knowledgeable and clear thinking about the way forward for the port he displayed. For example, he suggested in encouraging the Dolphin Discovery Company to reinvest in the Virgin Islands and the concept of the seaplane excursion service, which was later taken forward. See appendix paragraph 19 below. And he showed an informed understanding of the issues we consider in the vital forthcoming cruise line port agreement negotiations with the cruise industry. So what I'm saying here, that is something that was always discussed, but I saw these here as more of things that he could get within that time. But while he was working on these, he would still shift over and work on these other areas.
I understand that, Premier.
What was that? Not understand.
So no, I understand. You said that he could shift to other areas.
Yeah.
But you now explained to the Commissioner that you saw the seaplane possibility as a more long-term thing. So to return you to Appendix A,
No.
which ones?
I think that something gets mixed up when I speak. What I'm saying here is that I'm using seaplane as an example to say that he can only bring things to a certain level with public officers in terms of when you come into the public service system. Those now would have to go to other agencies in government to bring to fruition. That's what I'm saying. So let me get out the seaplane and disembark then. If you're looking at the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, since the seaplane is an issue, if he's going to bring the 1,000 jobs in 1,000 days, now that will call for several things to happen. One, is he bringing other new industries to the territory to help increase jobs? Two, will he come so that we have to create a policy where they can decide if we're going to make sure that we employ more Virgin Islanders and reduce having to import labor? So there's several factors, but those won't be things he can decide on his own.
But the contract, this contract doesn't require him to do so. This contract requires him to lead the strategic planning process, focusing on short and long-term initiatives, translating strategies which he's developed into actionable and quantitative plans. That is, plans setting out on a timeline what's going to happen and what the income will be over a particular timeline, and then monitoring the execution of that strategic plan. I understand, Premier, that on that timeline that's produced, there will be various points at which he, as merely a political advisor, can't do anything about it because it will require a ministerial decision or a cabinet decision or something else. But that will still be in the strategic plan. That's what this requires. This requires. I'm not quite sure whether this reflects the intention, because we know that the intention was not necessarily reflected in what the contract says. But what this suggests is that he's going to produce these plans, not simply advise you generally on blue sky thinking and policy.
Well, that, Commissioner, when I look into the wording of it, that's what I mean the templates have to be correct. Because to ask any consultant to bring certain things to fruition that needs a public officer's area is where it's saying that there were some errors in these templates that were used. A consultant cannot do some of those things. It is not possible.
Premier, I understand that. This part, Appendix A, I'm not sure is part of the template, but leaving that aside, that's what this on its face obliges him to do. Create hard copy strategic plans with hard copy quantitative proposals in terms of income, etc. That's what, and as I say, along the way, there will be matters which fall outside his control. As I say, for example, if it requires a cabinet decision, but that's still in the plan. This requires the plan. But was that your intention, or was your intention for it to be a broader policy role?
It was always to be a broader policy role, because even what you have said, Commissioner, with knowing how the public system operates, I'm not backing down from what you said and not opposing it. That strategic plan cannot fully be formulated through the consultant.
Fine. No. When I
so
say
the
fine,
template
I understand
was
that.
always the issue. That's what I'm saying.
I understand.
When I look back at it, the template is an issue.
Well, it doesn't matter whether this is part of the template or not. But so the duties and responsibilities that this contractual document set out for Mr. Skelton-Klein does not reflect what you intended his duties and responsibilities to be.
It somewhat, but not totally, because it does have some of the areas that we will be quick wins, but in terms of holding to some of these duties and responsibilities based on the public service, it would be difficult to ask a non-public officer, especially not in a senior role, to produce some of this information.
So leaving aside the special areas of focus, just leaving those aside for a moment, just focusing on the duties and responsibilities that set out for Mr. Skelton Klein in this contract. These do not reflect, as I understand your evidence, the duties and obligations that you intended him to have. Further, in two respects, going different directions. Firstly, it doesn't adequately set out the full scope of those duties and obligations, which included a broader policy role as a political advisor. And secondly, they included some things which, such as producing actionable and quantitative plans, which you didn't expect him to produce, because you say he probably couldn't produce them.
But the system would not allow him to produce
No.
it.
So in those two respects, in one respect, the duties and obligations don't reflect the full scope of what you intended him to do, contractually intended him to do. And on the other hand, they included some duties and responsibilities which you did not intend him to do.
With duties and responsibilities that should not be for him to do because legally he cannot do them.
Fine.
That's all I'm saying.
No,
but
I understand that.
Being intricately involved in the weeds of it, but it cannot be done by a consultant because there are certain things that must be done by public officers.
I understand that.
So asking it for it to be done in the contract probably is just a template that was used. That's what I'm saying. But in reality, to have him to produce some of these things in the template, not being a senior public officer, he can only bring it, or she or whoever could only bring it to a certain level.
I understand that. I understand the reasons you've given for why the contract doesn't reflect your intentions in respect of his duties and responsibilities.
All of them. It doesn't reflect all of them because we were looking at some of the areas and he did produce them based on what the public service side wanted. So it isn't that those weren't produced, they were produced. But what I'm saying is the level to which he was being held, now that I'm seeing it here, to bring it into being would be beyond that of anybody that's not a public officer.
Thank you. Can we take a quick look then, Premier, at the actual report that you got at the end of 6 months, which you'll find in the same bundle 8 at 7242. Let me know when you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
If you turn over, please, this is the front cover of the report, which is dated 13th September 2019. If you turn over at 7244, Premier, you'll see that there's the index, and at 2, Mr. Skelton Klein has laid out the various projects that he's looked at, which you can see go beyond those listed in Appendix A that we were looking at, and which I think he explained included areas that were assigned by you during the course of the contract. If we just look at 7250, just one question in relation to the first one on the list is climate change. Overall project deliver objectives you are listed there, and then you'll see deliverables of creation of a climate resilience and renewable energy unit, advise on projects linked to climate resilience. Who would have set those deliverables for Mr. Skelton Klein?
I don't remember who said those there because he would be given the topics in, as far as I could remember, and most of them he would be able to walk through them, but some of them we would discuss, but I don't remember who said that one.
So would he be given, if you like, headline topics, and then he'd be able to sort of work underneath that and be more focused and specific?
He would give some of them, and some of them we would discuss.
Commissioner, we've been going for some time, and could I ask if we could just have a 5-minute break for the stenographer?
No, certainly. Premier, again, we'll have a 5-minute break for the stenographer. We'll then come back and conclude your evidence. Thank you very much. Good, thank you, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Premier. Premier, we're looking at the status report that Mr. Skelton-Klein submitted at the end of his first contract. Just in terms of climate change, what he recommended in 2019 was the creation of, this is one of the deliverables, but his recommendation, which you'll see at 7251, was that in relation to creating a climate resilience and renewable energy unit, what government had to do, or the next step, was to re-establish the Climate Change Trust Fund Board. Now, obviously this is something that we've canvassed with you, but as of September 2019, that hadn't occurred, had it? And what's the current position in relation to the Climate Change Trust Fund Board?
They have just started to work on it to start to get out, get the ads finalized, if I could recall correctly. If I'm not speaking out of turn, so that they can start to advertise.
To recruit members for the board.
Mm-hmm.
I see. One of the
that's no. As far as I was informed, I'll put it that way.
If you go to 7253, one of the other, and it's a point that you mentioned, which was Prospect Reef, that appears in the contract. The deliverable was the consultant's role is to assist the government in developing and implementing the program of activities required for attracting and selecting a developer for the project, and liaising with the selected developer during the project life cycle. Could you, if you can you clarify what was exactly intended behind that deliverable?
All I'm going to tell you is that everything that he brought, including that, could only go to a certain point. The Prospect Reef Board was not in place, and when we finally got it in place, some persons resigned, and we passed it in cabinet with some new members, and we're waiting on them to start to function. So he could not go no further with that. The board was not in place.
I mean, that's the point that Mr. Skelton-Klein makes in his report in September 2019.
The same with the climate change. He couldn't go any further because the board was not in place.
See. But in terms of what role he was expected to play, not the point that he couldn't go no further, but what was he as a consultant expected to play in terms of this role with Prospect Reef?
Well, that would have been determined after it was turned over to the board, what role the board would want him to play, because the board would have certain statutory powers. So I wouldn't see them doing anything that is going to conflict with their powers or to try to override their powers. So that would have been based on how the board would have see whether or not they would have need him to assist any further, based on their statutory provisions given to them.
So you anticipate there was a possibility, at least, that he could have, if the board was in place, he could have continued working with the board?
I can't say. The board would have to determine that based on the laws that guide them.
One of the other matters was telecommunications. At that time, what was the status of the Telecommunications Regulation Commission in terms of having a chair, a vice chair, and directors?
I can't remember there at that time because that's 2019. I don't remember exactly at that time what the state of it was. I really can't, so I can't answer that.
One of the points you made when we were looking at statutory boards, it was about when one's appointing a chair and a vice chair of the Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, the importance of having someone with the right expertise for those kind of roles. What was Mr. Skelton-Klein's expertise in telecommunications?
Mr. Skelton-Klein, as I said, was more so a special advisor because he gets things done. You don't need to be expert in everything, but if you know how to organize and lead people and to get things done, that is a key and a very rare skill in public service overall, whether advisor or what, and he had that skill, and we needed that skill to get some things jump-start. And the persons with the experience, once it gets started, will carry it where it needs to go. Sometimes you need somebody to get it to that level of getting it jump-started.
He described himself, when he gave evidence to the commissioner, as a facilitator. Was that the role that you saw for him?
Well, he has a skill, as I said, I just answered that, and that is how he is. He gets things done. His personal life, when he's passionate about his nationalism. I can't control that part, but he gets things done. He has an aggressive nature that gets things done within the public interest. We needed that kind of drive to jumpstart some of these things.
In respect of the Climate Change Trust Fund Board and also the Prospect Reef Board, this was in September 2019.
Mhm.
You were anxious for early wins. You've mentioned jump starting. What he said was quite simply, he said the precondition is we need a board. The precondition is we need a board. But the boards are still not functioning.
The board is, like I just answered, the position of the board. So what he stated here that would need to be done still hasn't jumped off, because the board now is going to start to mobilize to get the board in place. So he couldn't carry it any further. He couldn't do anything.
But what he said in respect of each of these is simply, it's a precondition before anything else happens. Board in place, board in place. But we're 2 years on. This is jump starting. We're 2 years on. The board isn't in place. All you say is, well, that's not his fault.
Well, he can't go any further even to decide what else role he'll play in that, because the board wasn't for those two. The board wasn't formed, but there are other areas where he produced.
Thank you.
And the one project that doesn't feature in the status report is the Seaplane initiative.
Yeah.
Were you concerned that that wasn't there?
Seaplane seems to fascinate user, right? I don't remember the dates and times of it was always talked about, but let me explain something to you. There's so many I didn't want to speak much about the seaplane because we have had experiences of a lot of planes wrong here that didn't fly. So I didn't really want to hear much about it till I saw it at a level where to discuss. So I never even said it public. As a matter of fact, certain things seep out in the public, but I didn't say it. I just wanted to see the plane fly. So I just basically tell them, keep that on the radar until you could get that fly. We'll discuss that. You could put in the reports or whatever. I will say what I have to say, but until I see it fly. And up to now, I mean, COVID delayed it, but all the paperwork has been put into place. And until I see the plane fly, I don't say much about the plane, because we didn't have to invest any money in it. It was just someone who was coming to do it that he got the interest of, and the person have done all that they can do. COVID has caused that delay, so hopefully now it will get whatever approvals the plane would need to fly. It will fly. I just refrain from talking about planes.
Turn up 7235, please, Premier. This is the memorandum that goes from the Ministry of Finance to Cabinet, which leads up to the decision to award a second contract. And as you'll see, it sets out the background information, details of the contract we've just been looking at, Mr. Skelton-Klein's areas of focus and duties and responsibilities. At 7237 at paragraph 9, it gives his monthly fee. And then at 10 says, the new administration has given a mandate for ministries to only submit revenue generating initiatives for consideration of new funding in the upcoming budget and future budget cycles. As such, it is recommended that Grace Consulting be retained under new contractual arrangements to identify and implement new revenue generating initiatives over the course of a 12-month period beginning 18th of September 2019 to 17th of August 2020. Now,
but it's also saying that number one that you didn't let slip you.
In paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. It says on 25th March 2019, the Premier Office entered into a consultancy contract with Clark Skelton Klein of Grace Consultancy Firm to provide services of a strategic advisor. to assist the government through the strategic planning and execution of key initiatives as follows.
And those are simply set out from Appendix A of the first contract.
Right.
But what paragraph 10 says is that there's going to be a change.
Yes, the paragraph 10 uses a word in terms of that, but it's still intended in terms of the strategic special advisor, in terms of ministerial advisor, has always been the intent of this.
I'm sorry, Premier. It's certainly always been your intent because you've made that clear. But on the face of this, in paragraph 10, which Mr. Rawat has read out, there's a change of direction. It's your change of direction. The new administration has given a mandate for ministries to only submit revenue-generating initiatives for consideration of new funding in the upcoming budget and future budget cycles. As such, it's recommended that Grace Consulting be retained under new contractual arrangements, so different from what's gone before, to identify and implement new revenue-generating initiatives over the course of the next 12 months. And it says that Grace Consulting will be tasked with identifying and implementing a minimum of 3 revenue-generating initiatives that bring in at least $5 million. So this is on the face of this document, there's a change in respect of the contractual arrangements, but you say that there wasn't a change in the intent.
There wasn't a change in intent, and all of that was still part of the advising. But I was made to understand that there's no template for this, for special advisors, strategic advisors. So the public service part of it kept pointing, well, we need something to measure by from our side. So with that in mind, this is what was placed there. And some key areas that he did work on, in addition to other areas, to bring in the $5 million. That was clear when it was signed. But I must state that again, that he could only carry to a certain level, which is the issue.
Yes,
with the template overall,
yes,
how it was structured. There's a structural issue with the contracts. That in now that the reflection on the whole thing, there was a structural issue that I was concerned about, but I was told not to worry about it. But now it's time that the concern has come home to roost.
But this is nothing to do with structure. This is what you told Cabinet and what Cabinet approved.
Right.
But what this paper does not do on its face is say this is a political advisor. Full stop.
Because there was nothing like that then. It wasn't recognized.
But that's not what this paper says.
The paper couldn't say.
No, this paper says that the mandate is only for revenue-generating initiatives. And that's not obviously a political advisor.
If you look at a paper like that, I cannot argue. But the paper could not say otherwise, because all through the system, they were saying that that's not something recognized. That is why it took me nearly a year and change to research this, to show that it does exist right there in the very UK and put it into place. That was my issue with this all the time. There was not a template. I used to hear there's not a template for this.
But are you saying that paragraphs 10 and 11 do not set out
that was part of the task, but still it was supposed to be the advisor. It was part of the task because that would have been able to help with some of the revenue generators that we're looking at, which eventually he started anyway. Because, for example, the medicinal marijuana, we ended up where the Minister of Education was tasked with that after a while, and the lawyers were done, the legislation was passed, but it was not assented to. So that was looking at way over 5 million. He could not go any further with that up to the point where he brought it. So with that now, that did not allow to mushroom up to today. We are still in talks with the UK because the first legislation that has not been assented to, that was referred to the Foreign Secretary of State, which we are going through that to see what all can be done to get that approved so we could make that revenue. So that was one of them for sure, along with some other areas. So it isn't that he didn't bring them to the level of bringing the ideas or the initiatives, not the ideas, but the initiatives to the level of where it was taken over by public officers, but to bring it into fruition, he himself could not get it to make the money to put it in the treasury. He himself or any person hired by government can only go a certain distance.
I understand that from the
So he did fulfill what he had to fulfill here, but the but the impetus behind it was also to continue the role of special advisors, but it was always said that there was not a template for it. That was the issue we were having.
In respect of these particular contracts, his obligation was to identify and implement the initiatives. I think what your evidence is that he couldn't implement them beyond a certain stage because that required, I was going to say government, but the intervention of public officers and cabinet decisions and all sorts of
government officers.
Thank you.
What was the basis of the cabinet waiver?
Well, he would have been over $100,000, the total of the contract.
So because of that, cabinet waived it.
Right.
No. What was the reason for the waiver?
Because it was over $100,000.
No, that was the reason that you needed a waiver, but what was the justification for the waiver?
Because his amount monthly, when you add it up by 12 months, would have been over $100,000.
No, I'm sorry, I understand the major contracts procurement regime. This required either tendering under the procurement regime or a waiver. What was the justification for waiver that meant that you did not have to go through the procurement regime?
Again, that the reason being that it was not a regular contract that should have been tendered, because it was always meant for him to have some measurables for the technical process, but to be a special advisor, ministerial advisor to the Premier. So with that is something not tendered in the UK. It's not tendered anywhere in the world. That is the impetus behind it.
I think I understand your point is that where you have a special advisor, as you want to have now, that is not a position that can be tendered because of the nature of the appointment.
That is what I was saying from the time I was elected about the whole regime, but eventually we got to research and now have it narrowed down. It took about two and a half years to get that narrowed down, and that is what I was saying.
It's a combination of it that it's a personal stroke political appointment, and therefore it's not something you can put out to tender. It just doesn't work.
Exactly. Like in the UK, that's all I'm saying.
And so that's the position that's what you can do now as a government, or any government in the BVI can do now, right, because of what the changes you've made. Taking it back to Mr. Skelton-Klein, your rationale from the start you've made plain was that I am having you here as a special advisor in all but name. That's what I want you to do.
That was the intention, with some areas to look at, although they won't be limited to those.
Yes. So above and beyond what was in the contract, you expected Mr. Skelton-Klein to play the role of ministerial advisor or special advisor, whatever title you want to give it. That was your expectation, and that's the expectation you went into this contract and subsequent contracts with.
At all times, but because the regime of the public service keeps saying there was no template for a special advisor.
So you needed to have deliverables
to satisfy their section,
the technical people.
Exactly.
But it wasn't, from your perspective, his performance was not about whether he delivered or not, because as you've explained, there was a line he could not cross anyway.
Right.
You would have assessed his performance at the end of that 6 months on the basis of, has he met, if you like, your benchmark of being a special advisor? Has he done the things I would expect of a special advisor? In the public's interest to help with the economy and to be productive, that would be one of the major factors of assessment. And then going forward, that's also something you would have kept in mind, because there's two roles going on here. There's the contract and the deliverables, which the technical people can assist you on. They can make an assessment of that. But the other side of it, the special advisor side, that is just down to you, because it's the nature of. That's why they would check with me on those sections. Yeah, because they, as we've discussed, they can't cross that line. You have to make that assessment, because it's a political appointment. You have to be satisfied, and yes, you're going to have regard to the public interest, but you have to be satisfied that he's met the mark. So that was the intention of the whole contract, but because there was not an I just keep using the word, they give me a template for special advisors.
They didn't want to put it in the contract, but that was our understanding. And he understood that too.
Who would have explained that to Mr. Skelton-Klein?
No, I mean, he would have understood that too, because from the time into it, he wanted, when I finally was dealing with the first meeting with the FPS, one of the things that he sent in there was a role of chief of staff. So that's why we said, no, I don't want a chief of staff. I just want a strategic ministerial advisor to work on certain areas. So that's off the table. So he would have understood that the role was that and not a chief of staff, because that's what he was writing for.
Well, I canvassed that with Mrs. Smith-Maduro, because there is an email where chief of staff is raised.
I'm going to tell you what
her
I
evidence. Well, her evidence to the commission was that was swiftly dealt with. But can I just take you to 7291, please?
Okay.
This is where we look at the decision of Cabinet on this issue. And at 28B, it says the Cabinet approved the request for waiver of the tender process in favour of Grace Consulting that is deemed to be a suitable company, having successfully executed deliverables in a just concluded contract and provided evidence of the same. So that seemed the basis on which Cabinet made the decision to waive. But it's not, as you've explained to the Commission, it's not the full picture.
It's not a full picture.
But the oddity is that there's nothing in the memorandum that goes to Cabinet that actually says that Mr. Skelton-Klein delivered.
I'll give you the same answer. The system was not recognizing special advisors in that nature. So they didn't have a template for it. So getting a public officer to put that in writing, they were just saying that it would be understood, but there's no template for it. But that was always the understanding, and even conveyed to him, that along with these deliverables, that is what your role is.
There is a file which is, or should I hope it's on there, it's a small grey file. Turn up 317, please.
Yes.
This is Appendix A to the second contract. So again, we have the change this time is that rather than reporting under a petty contract to the permanent secretary, Mr. Skelton is now required to report to a financial secretary, but he's again described as a strategic advisor, and what he's contractually obliged to do is to provide services of a...
I might add, please, you notice that strategic advisor coming up all the time. That's the only terminology that could have given me, that would have relate to what it is that you were stating. That's why that keep coming up, because if not, you'd have just see come up as consultant. So that is why that has been on the action terminology that's coming through all the contracts, and even as you look through here with this one. But go ahead and ask the question. I just needed to clear that.
Yeah, his services then are to assist the government identifying and developing a portfolio of revenue generating initiatives, and be responsible for developing and delivering a minimum of 3 initiatives within the 12-month timeframes that will generate a minimum of $5 million. So the obligation placed on Mr. Skelton-Klein was that within that 12 months, he should deliver $5 million. And we can look through the status reports that he submitted, but he didn't deliver $5 million.
How could he? How could he deliver $5 million? It said that will generate a minimum of $5 million. They didn't say he want to deliver $5 million. So with that now, for example, the medicinal marijuana that came to fruition would have generated more than $5 million.
Within 12 months.
Once it was with it passed and with everything that's going, that was already factored into the budget. So, but it was never assented to, so you couldn't get it implemented. So you can't blame him for that money not being made.
Well, there's no qualification to what Mr. Skelton-Klein's obligations are.
No, but he said it right
within
here.
the 12 months of the contract, he has to deliver a minimum of $5 million.
Is 317 we looking at?
317.
Okay, let me read it for you. Strategic advisor, which is what we're talking with this ministerial special advisor, provide services of a strategic advisor to assist the government identifying and developing a portfolio of revenue generating initiatives, and be responsible for developing and delivering a minimum of 3 initiatives within 12-month time frame that will, the key word there is will, that will generate a minimum of $5 million. So, I mean, I didn't study law like you all, but that means that it has the ability to generate $5 million. So what I'm saying that the initiatives, one of which I've named, had that will generate $5 million, but it was not able to come to fruition because it was passed in the House, all the legislation, but it was not ascended to, and that's something still ongoing. But we are confident that once we get past whatever the concerns are of the UK in that we have to be dealing with the Foreign Secretary on, that when it is implemented, it will generate more than $5 million, for sure. The word is will.
So
that's not what's there in the word. That's not what there in it.
How would you assess it?
Well, of course, in doing all of those different areas with the legal path and all the public officers dealing with whatever the lawyers dealing with and looking at other economies of medicinal marijuana all through the world, you'll be able to give a good bearing of how things will be done.
This is your provision. You wanted this in.
This is something that we agreed again because there was no template to satisfy public officers to make sure that their end that they could say, well, all right, you're dealing with the political end of what all he's working with you with, but we want some technical areas that we feel satisfied with. That was always a conversation.
But Premier, from your written response, you say, I also gave him an ambitious task of identifying and implementing at least 3 initiatives that would generate revenue for the territory of 5 million or more. And then you refer to this particular page that we're looking at.
Exactly.
But the page doesn't say that might generate a minimum of 5 million.
That will.
It doesn't say, is likely to.
Right.
So what Mr. Skelton-Klein had to give you within the 12 months of this contract was at least three initiatives that would give the BVI government a minimum of $5 million.
Right, but he cannot.
Not that maybe.
Right, but no matter how you turn it,
walking away from that contract,
right,
you had to be satisfied that that's what Mr. Skelton-Klein delivered to you.
But no matter how many times you tell it, I answer the same way. There's no way for him to put that $5 million in the government's coffers. He can only carry the initiative to a certain level. So he cannot, the government cannot realize that money. He cannot go out there and create the industry, make the $5 million and put it in the treasury. He only could bring the initiative, the government carry it to the level that it has to go. And then when they do the implementation of the new initiative, the new revenue generator, then that will bring in the money after 1 year's time. There's no way legally, you can hold him to make $5 million and put in the treasury.
With respect, Premier, it's not our contract. You signed the contract requiring him to do this. The financial secretary became the direct reporting line because it was to do with cash, $5 million within the year. No reference in here at all to anything, I don't think, that could be construed as a political advisor.
Yes, but this was always on the side of it. No matter how much you ask it to me, I can't change it.
No,
I'm saying what I understand what it was.
I understand that. But on its face, it was not for a political advisor. It was for somebody to generate $5 million within 12 months.
It was part of what he would have been doing here, but because they didn't have any template, they wouldn't put it in no matter how much you ask.
No, I've got that point.
But that is always the impetus behind what he was hired for. Now this satisfied their section. Now the financial secretary would do the reports and monitoring that part of it to see what all would have been done. But this again now for this contract, I think this was in
2019.
This contract was 2019, and then it lapped over into 2020. And once 2020 hit, after a while, a lot of the tasks that Mr. Skelton's client was tasked with got adjusted significantly because of COVID, and went into how to help us now to get the businesses, private sectors, and all of that, because now it's just the landscape of this change.
I understand that. But the contract, which was, I don't know, in November or December 2020, I think, I mean, way into COVID, was in the same terms.
Right. But you see, this is where now the capability, the institutional capability of the service clicked in here, that so it should have come with something on the file to allow him to be fair to him, because now you can't work on this in the middle of COVID. So with it now, his duties and responsibilities had to be shifted.
Understand that. I understand that. Yes, Mr. Wright.
If I won't need to take you, Premier, to the status reports that were issued under the second contract, but just to ask you a couple of questions. Under that second contract, at least until May 2020, Mr. Skelton-Klein was required to submit monthly reports. He didn't do so. Were you made aware of that?
From the financial secretary?
Yes.
Well, I really and truly wouldn't, I don't remember being made aware, because in fairness to the financial secretary, from then till whenever he was managing one crisis after another, and a lot of things that should have been regularly checked were not checked, not being neglectful. When I say so, I don't mean monies alone. I mean just in general, meetings we normally have, we couldn't have because the focus was on COVID, and it was just a crisis management mode continuously. So I don't remember if he told me or didn't, but I would figure that he did receive some kind of reports after a while, and if he didn't, coming on to COVID, the responsibility of Mr. Skelton-Klein shifted. As a matter of fact, the meeting in Necker Island, that yielded a lot of other follow-up meetings. And I mean, I'm not surprised Mr. Skelton-Klein, to be blunt, would be a person of interest given who called the inquiry, because the last governor wanted to be the one spearheading a lot of those meetings on the Sister Islands. And I keep telling him that's not your role, to the point where one of them was on Zoom, and he demanded that he be co-chair with me in those meetings. So there was a lot of unnecessary competition in trying to get the ship steered during that COVID period. But he delivered. The client delivered for us, because those persons kept their staff hired. The oil not bid, all of them, they promised us, well, look, during this year, given the negotiations that he has done, we will keep on our staff through the COVID as much as possible. And they did, which helped us, for the most part, they did, which helped us in that aspect of the economy, which was something that he helped negotiate.
But one reason we're looking at this, because we're dealing with governance and process, is that the work that Mr. Skelton-Klein was then doing was not reflected at all in his contract.
It should have made some adjustments on the file, because
there's nothing there.
His work was understood that it had to be shifted, and you cannot blame Mr. Skelton-Klein for that, because the man worked.
But we're looking at governance.
Yeah, but
we're not blaming Mr. Skelton-Klein. We're looking at.
But if you're looking at governance and the capability and capacity during a pandemic, the worst pandemic in 100 years, caused a shift. And before we even get out of it, good, we're in the middle of an inquiry. At the end of the day, there's a lot that happened. But for me to come to tell this body that Mr. Klein has not worked pattern, his speech is tail off during this COVID period to help us and help our economy and help with the private sector and help many things, although his focus had to shift. I cannot come and tell you, no, he was instrumental in a lot of things that we are doing to keep us afloat economic wise with the private sector, with other areas, and he had to his assignment had to be shifted. And that was understood by most persons who are dealing with government.
But not in the contract, including the contract at the end of 2020.
That is why they're saying that a footnote should have been placed in there that allows a shift. So with that in mind, I can't blame the public officers for not getting to that because they were overwhelmed up to now. But the man has walked and walked entirely, but he could not bring in any revenue generator then. So at the end of the day, you couldn't ask him to do that because everything was locked down around the whole world. He would have be doing a Houdini act if he had gotten that done at that time. So his role had to be shifted in one now to help manage the crisis.
But not the only point I'm making, a very simple, a modest point, that wasn't reflected in his contract.
Well, that is something that should have been an adjustment just put on the file and would have saved a lot of time here today. But it isn't that the officers didn't understand that. It isn't that they were neglectful. It's just a lot to ask them for. And being that this is one of the areas being drilled down on, the gentleman, he was very instrumental.
You turn up 7516, please.
In which
Bundle 8.
Bundle 8.
Seven what?
7516.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the third contract, 7516.
Eight?
Yeah.
7156.
Bundle 8 should start 7166.
Yes, and you want 7166,
and I'd like to take you, please, to 7516. So the first page on Bundle 8 should be 7166.
7516. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is the third contract. And
Right.
do you have it?
Yes.
And again, if you go through Premier it's a 12-month contract. This time it's reduced down, and it's signed in November 2020, but scheduled to run from the I think it's the 18th of September 2020. Again, Mr. Skelton Klein is tasked in exactly the same terms as he was under the second contract. The only difference is that under the second contract, he'd been expected to, in fact, put in weekly reports. But now he's allowed, the last bullet point, to put in quarterly update and written reports. But again, he has to generate a $5 billion benefit to the government. Why give him? He's now gone through the pandemic, or he's going through the pandemic. You've explained that his role has changed as a result of the pandemic.
This was in May, right?
This is in November 2020.
Yeah.
You signed this.
Yeah, sorry, November.
So he's worked through the second contract. He's now. What's the rationale of giving him a third contract on exactly the same terms as the second, when you've got the pandemic going on?
Mr. Rudd, to come and ask that is a logical question outside of a pandemic. But most contracts during that time was just, resigned. Much of the persons didn't drill down on changing anything in any contract with any person that you were resigning, because that is, it was just still an immense time and they were just resigned. So with that in mind, it didn't dawn on had anyone that was dealing with it or anyone with that in any other contract during that time to change anything. So if you look at I wouldn't say I could call a contract, but given the volume of what all I know we were still dealing with at that time, you would find some anomalies with it, but he was still involved in the shift somewhat of helping with with COVID. And it was still envisaged that hopefully we'd be out of it so that they could start back up with looking at those revenue generators. So also that was something in mind too, because no one knew COVID would be lasting this long. And given that the time was coming where you were hearing about the vaccines and other things, so you were starting to look ahead and say, well, all right, there seems to be light at the end of the tunnel. So that would be allow us to start to kickstart the economy again and getting certain things going. So if you look at it in context, all of that is what it's all about.
But what you wanted him to do in that third contract was to carry on doing what he had been doing. From the beginning,
now I had one thing in mind, and finally we have been able to approve a template that even the governor has agreed, so that it would not be an issue for neither public officers or anyone, which is when any government comes that needs to get ministerial advisors, can make sure you get them. You cannot run a government without them. Before, they were just called consultants. They existed long before I got into the government. But only thing in the BVI, people call them consultants, and everywhere in the world that they have them. But we wanted them to make sure that the terms of reference is crystal clear. So we went to cabinet and got that passed in the end. I don't see this problem ever popping up again. It has been fixed, just like we fixed other areas with legislation and policies, be it the contractor general. So if we have concerns with contracts, we could deal with it earlier. The public management, new public management act that procurement act that we are working on. We have the what you call it again, the contractor general legislation that we have passed. We also have integrity in public life. We've been fixing a lot of areas to make sure in the future that we further strengthen good governance. So if you look at this hasn't been a problem just now. It has been issues for quite some years, but we're trying to get them fixed one by one, and we're fixing them. So you will never see a contract or be able to have this thing of strategic advisor and not have it find perfectly, well, not perfectly, but have it defined like this again, because it has been resolved through the cabinet and through all the mechanisms that need to have it resolved.
In one of his reports under that third contract, and this was in 16th of December 2020, Mr. Skelton-Klein, I can take you to it if you want, Premier, but he said, he refers to the pandemic. He says we were forced to pivot our focus. Whereas we have been tasked with identifying new revenue streams, circumstances on the ground demand that some attention be given to a restoration of lost revenue schemes. As a result, I've been assigned by the Premier to serve as the Secretariat on the Economic Advisory Council and the British Virgin Lines Reopening Steering Group. So Mr. Skelton-Klein, when he gave evidence to the Commissioner, pointed to this serving on the Economic Advisory Council as an example of the repurposing of the contract and the work he had to do. Would you agree with that example of his contract effectively being, to use his words, repurposed?
He had to be repurposed. I said that before. I stick to it.
And he's right to say that you assigned him to the Secretariat of the Economic
That and
Advisory
many other
Council.
areas, because we needed as many hands as we could get on deck to help manage this COVID-19.
I mean, the reason I raised it, Premier, give me a moment. When you gave evidence on the 18th of May, I asked you about the Economic Advisory Council, and and you explained that it was an ad hoc committee. I asked if it was set up by yourself. You said no.
It was two different councils in them.
Right, well,
There's one council where private citizens came, and that was an ad hoc committee. That one came to see me on their own. So he was added as a member to that one. But then there's another committee that was in-house that we were looking at.
so there's two economic advisory councils.
And he was specifically dealing with a specific part of the private sector. So that's two totally different ones.
I see.
But he served on both, but there was a head of one.
Right. So if I summarize that, there are two economic advisory councils.
I wouldn't call them economic advisory councils. We're dealing with the economy of the country. I can't remember the name of one of them. But that one there, he was just a member.
Just to avoid confusion, so
yes.
We're not back into the land of committees and working groups and task forces. This is at bundle 43556,
yeah.
Commissioner. I asked you, is the Economic Advisory Council a board? And you said no, it's an ad hoc committee that was put together by the Minister of Finance.
Right.
And you agreed that you were the Minister of Finance. I asked who sits on the council. You said you asked the Economic Advisory Council. I said yes. And then you went through. And you then said, Mr. John Klein as chair, and you referred to Economic Advisory Council as an ad hoc committee that has been put together. And that was in the middle of COVID, so that we can have business people come together so that we can see how we can go about reviving the economy while balancing lives with livelihoods. So that's not something approved by Cabinet, it's just an ad hoc committee. And I say set up by yourself, you say set up by myself. I then asked, do you sit on that committee as Minister of Finance? You explained they meet without me. I asked if any member of the Cabinet or Minister sits on it at all. You say none of them sit on it. So I then asked, it's just a group of concerned businessmen. You said, right. And you then went on to explain, they approached me, I must say, and stated, and they got a cross-section of persons on it. I asked, do you know whether it has a secretariat? You say, let me clarify it by saying this in the record, correct? I endorsed it because they were already fine without me. I endorsed it, and so in the wisdom to be a group to listen to, because given that they are business people in the community with genuine concerns, so I endorsed it and adopted it. But that was not something that I created over on my own. It was something that they already had decided to put together. My next question was, do you know if Mr. Skelton Klein's involved with the Economic Advisory Council at all? You answered they brought him in only as a member, and then I think that I then said, I didn't catch your answer, Premier. You explained again. They brought him on their own as members, like they did with many other persons, but that was independent of me. So that's as far as we got with that. So we were both speaking of an Economic Advisory Council there.
And remember I said that he was there as a member.
Committee. So yeah. That's
not the one that he was the head of.
Right. So, so that's one committee.
Right.
An ad hoc committee of business people of which Mr. Skelton Klein was a member.
Right.
Separate to that, and this is what you say he's referring to in his status report, you appointed him to something he calls the Economic Advisory Council to be its head. Yes,
that was a council. And the council with it, he had a different set of business persons that, well, a different cross-section, not a different set, the language would be better, a different cross-section of private persons, private entrepreneurs, private persons, business persons that he would meet with that would be generating certain ideas, but they were mostly ideas along the line of helping us, of ideas of how to help restart the economy given COVID-19. That advisory committee was given a lot of ideas with the economy as well, but they were more focused on long-term than just the immediate rebooting of the economy or reinvigoration of the economy. The committee that he was over was tasked with dealing with the immediate part of it.
And although Mr. Skelton Klein described,
and that was ad hoc also, I might add, that was not passed by cabinet.
Yeah, but although Mr. Skelton Klein has described it as the Economic Advisory Council in his status report, what do you call it?
That's the advisory. I think if it didn't have the same name, it was close to the advisory. It's about the same closeness. One was advisory, economic advisory committee, and one was economic advisory council, if I could remember correctly.
Yes, I mean, that's the one we were talking about in May
Yeah.
2021. The point you're making is that
Yeah.
when we're speaking of the body to which Mr. Skelton-Klein was the secretariat,
That would be the one there that they brought him in. I think he would be the secretariat. Yes.
but you see, that's the one where he says you assigned him to be the secretariat.
Well, when they brought it in to me with it, of course, being that he's working with me, I sanctioned him with being on it.
So,
But I wasn't the one who originally asked him to go on it.
yeah, but assigned might suggest that you didn't assign him. You agreed to him going on it.
I would say agreed is a better word. Agreed for him to be on it because he was working along with us. But the other one he was assigned,
The committee.
the council, whichever one it is. One is council, one is committee.
We're going to get very confused, Premier. I'm going to call this one the Economic Advisory Council.
Right, council, but then the other one is the committee,
Yeah,
which is a
Mr. Skelton-Klein
core
says you
people.
assigned him to that, but you say a better word is to say that you agreed to him becoming part of the secretariat.
You're right.
Separate to that, there is another ad hoc committee, which we shall call, between the two of us at least, the Economic
Right,
Advisory
that-
Committee,
Mhm.
and you assigned him to that committee to be the head of that committee.
As a matter of fact, he was the head along with a man. He was co-chairing those meetings and those committees with a gentleman. I think it was David Norris. They were co-chairing.
Which ones? The one that you assigned
No,
him to?
the one that I assigned him to. He was co-chairing those and getting meetings for us. We met a few times in one of the hotels here. We had other meetings and they were co-chairing, helping also to get whatever resources that would be needed to help with COVID-19. There were a lot of things that they were doing that were different, some similar, but mostly different from that committee.
It may just be a difference in recollection. You remember him and Mr. Norris co-chairing the committee?
Yeah, they were there both co-chairing. They got meetings for us,
Because
right in the same room too. They had in different
Mr.
meetings.
Skelton-Klein's report and his recollection, and his report to government in December 2020 says, I was assigned by the Premier to the Secretariat of the Economic Advisory Council, and I sit on that with David Norris.
Right, he was on that one also. David Norris was on the other one also.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
all right.
They were everywhere and still everywhere. And might I add that committee came in long before the other committee. That committee.
I think I've taken it as far as I can,
Yeah.
and it may be a mystery that may have to remain a mystery.
No, it's not a mystery. You have it as a mystery, but it was clear to me if we just will get a dates down pack. But I cannot sit here in front of the public and say that Mr. Skelton-Klein have not worked, and even Mr. Norris that came with him, they work extremely hard to help us through this COVID-19 era. And his contract, yes, he had to pivot from it, and it was known to everyone, and it should have had a file note on it. I'll agree. But he walked his tail part off, and the gossip is one thing, but the gentleman walked, and he produced.
Your evidence on that's clear, Premier. Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Wright?
No, I have reached, I think, the end of my questions, Commissioner. Can I conclude by thanking the Premier? We didn't make lunch, but we may have made dinner. And I thank him for his time and thank him for the way that he has attended once again to give his evidence.
Yes.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you for your helpful evidence, and thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I just wanted to make sure I could come so that we could clear the name of the Virgin Islands, so the Virgin Islanders abroad and home who are also concerned about some of the aspirations that are being placed on our fine country, that we can have this drilled down so that the name of our country can be cleared. And I want to thank everyone for their time today also.
Good. Thank you very much, Premier.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright.
I think we're next sitting on Thursday.
At 10 o'clock, I think.
Yes.
Thank you.